After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were innovations that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways. The DAP's early training and education programs for government executives were also unique and legendary. They can largely be credited for a bureaucracy that has remained professional, competent, neutral, even through numerous administration changes. The DAP also contributed to national productivity and introduced the concept of wiser use of resources for better results. It was instrumental in helping local governments rise above the disasters that hit them. Today, with its cutting-edge training and education programs, the DAP not just develops high-potential executives and managers, it is also molding transformative leaders in the public sector. Leaders who are quietly and efficiently responding to people's needs.
We need to open up our graduate school to visiting professors from abroad, and also to take advantage of the technical experts coming from the APO countries of which we are a member.
The DAP continues to help the government become more effective by pushing for the results-based performance management system, which ensures that the President's vision and goals for the country are implemented correctly. In 2015, the Philippines was recognized by the APO as the Center of Excellence for Public Sector Productivity, mainly because of the programs built to streamline processes and make service client-focused. Eventually, the public can expect shorter lines and quicker service, while keeping a low profile and being content to work in the background. The DAP remains relevant and sensitive to the public's needs and expectations.
DAP, as a knowledge institution, is a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs at this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work. And that is exactly what we need in governance. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
After 45 years, DAP's founding fathers must really be smiling.
Hello, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Kamusta na po? Hi. Good morning po. Today is Maulang Thursday. Sige po, bago tayo mag-umpisa, just a few reminders. May we request our participants to please rename your nicknames here in the Zoom para po ma-recognize namin kayo ng maayos. And to acknowledge you po, sige po, tignan natin. Okay, lahat naman po meron po tayong maayos na agency name. I would also like to acknowledge our YouTube participants. Ayan, maraming salamat po sa lahat. Sige, before we start, I would like to ask each and everyone to put themselves in the presence of the Lord, and we will be having our invocation before we start. Siguro a few reminders po muna ng ating etiquette. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko iling ko'y ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Hello, magandang umaga sa lahat. Nakikita po ba ako? Okay po ba? Kita po ba? Maraming salamat po. Today is our one-day intro course on knowledge management po. So we would like to welcome everyone to this day, Thursday po, and it is a rainy day, 2 weeks na pong umuulan. So before we start, I would like to kamustahin ko lang po ang isa't isa sa atin, sa ating Zoom participants at YouTube. I hope okay lang po tayong lahat. We are all warm and nakakain na po tayo ng ating mga agahan. Sige po. We do have 50 participants in YouTube and we have 15 participants here in our Zoom po. Sige. So before we start, I would like to formally introduce this course, Introductory Course on Knowledge Management System. This is part of our introductory courses on QMS Level Up and Productivity and Quality Improvement Approaches today, July 29, 2021, via virtual meeting. Before we start, I would like to give the floor for the welcome remarks to our director, Ma'am Evangeline M. Macariola. She is our Director Supervising Fellow of the Advocacy and Institutional Development Office for the Productivity and Development Center, Development Academy of the Philippines. Quite a mouthful po. Ano po yan? In short, PDCI.DAP. Sige po. Ma'am Evangeline, andyan na po ba sila?
Yes, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Ma'am Eva. Sige po,
Na-
you may take the floor po, Ma'am.
Okay, so nakikita niyo na ako. Am I on screen?
Sige po, Ma'am, check natin. Kita po. Yes po, Ma'am, kita naman po.
Ayan, sige po. Okay, isang maulan, pero magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I humbly take this opportunity to first and foremost welcome all of you to this third of the series virtual introductory course on productivity and quality improvement approaches. Okay, we've had 2 courses, no, early this month, and pang-third na po natin, no, today. So the series of introductory courses is one of the deliverables of the government quality management program, which envisions taking a great leap in its priorities by leveling up its quality improvement initiatives and building capacities in fostering quality across public sector organizations. So we are glad that you are able to join us today, despite the sleepy weather and the threat of another lockdown, di ba? Parang bulong-bulungan na magkaka-lockdown po ulit because of the spread of the Delta variant of COVID-19. So salamat po at salamat din po sa ating speaker ngayong umaga na pinaunlakan kami, si uh, John Del Rosario. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, fellow Lingkod Bayan, as we are all aware, we are in the midst of a crisis like no other. Well, last year, COVID-19 has changed the way we live, how we provide public services, and the way we do business. And even when the pandemic is eventually over, di natin alam hanggang kailan ito, no? Things will never be the same again. We will have a new normal. The question we will be answering is, how can a quality management system based on ISO 9001:2015 and other standards and approaches like ISO 9004, ISO 30401, and others be able to help our organizations to survive, recover, and eventually succeed during this crisis. Ayan po. So today, we are here to specifically learn about organizational knowledge improvement approaches using ISO 30401:2018 knowledge management system. So I hope we have participants who are HR practitioners, HRD, HRM practitioners, yung mga document and records controller natin sa ating quality management system, KM practitioners also. No? So I hope you're with us this morning. Ang purpose po kasi nitong management system standard na ito, itong ISO 30401 is to support organizations to develop a management system that effectively promotes and enables value creation through knowledge. Knowledge management is a discipline focused on capturing knowledge embedded in personal expertise and making it explicit, okay? So each organization crafts a knowledge management approach with respect to its business and operational environment. So kanya-kanyang approach yan, reflecting its specific needs and desired outcomes, okay? ISO 30401:2018 knowledge management system is a standard that sets sound knowledge management principles and requirements as guidance for organizations that aim to be competent in optimizing the value of organizational knowledge and as basis for auditing, certifying, evaluating, and recognizing such competence by internal and external recognized auditing bodies. Okay, so sa pagharap po ng COVID-19 crisis, we must be confident that we can all get through this. How well and quickly we get through it depends on us acting now and acting together as one bureaucracy. These are exceptional times, and we need exceptional action. We hope that these introductory courses can take with these introductory courses, you can take better action in continually improving your practices, approaches, and systems. So we hope that you will take advantage of this opportunity to come up with valuable recommendations and conclusions that will be beneficial to your organizations. We look forward to open and constructive discussions and wish you a most successful session. Again, thank you, and I hope everyone will have a productive learning session today. Muli, magandang umaga and welcome everyone.
All right. Thank you, Ma'am Evangeline. It really is an extraordinary time. Actually, parang magto 2 years na ata, na ganito yung ating situation. And now it is made more exacerbated because of the Delta variant. So keep safe po tayong lahat sa mga susunod na linggo or araw. And of course, magkakaroon ata tayo ng hard lockdown. So mag-stock up na po tayo ng ating mga supplies. Sige po. But before we start, meron po tayong getting to know you. Siguro po yung mga ibang naka-attend na from our previous courses, alam na po ito. Pero of course, we have jumbled up our mga questions po. Sige po, sound test po tayo. Kindly unmute yourselves po. Kaya po bang i-unmute natin yung ating mga participants here? Para lang po marinig natin ang inyong mga boses. Kaya po ba? Mag-unmute? Sound check po tayo. Hello? Unable. O sige, dali lang po. Ayusin natin. Wait lang po. Sige, sandali lang po. Ayusin po natin. How about now po? Kaya na po ba? Okay na po ba? Yan. Subukan niyo na po ngayon. Okay na po ba?
Ayan, okay na po.
Okay na po. Alright. Salamat. Sige. Alright. Ang ating first question para naman magkaroon tayo ng a little bit of knowledge sa isa't isa. Sige po. Kulang ang umaga ko kung wala ang. Sino po ang gustong sumagot? Kulang ang umaga ko pag walang kape. Actually, wala pa akong kape. Pwede po kayong mag-unmute. Sino pong gustong mag-share kung ano ang wala sa inyong umaga? Ano pong hindi kumpleto sa inyo pag wala kayo noon? Walang breakfast, walang kape. Sino pong gusto mag-share? Sige, tingnan po natin sa chat. Kung walang breakfast, ayan, shower and coffee, sabi ni Ma'am Regina ng GPP BTSO. Sabi naman ni Sir Miguel ng PGO Sorsogon. Hello, Sorsogon. Kung walang breakfast. Sino pa? Si Ma'am sa LGU Bayambang. Hindi ko po makita yung buong pangalan. Egg. Ay Ma'am Marites, appear tayo dyan. Cellphone check. Totoo po yan kahit madaling araw. Okay. Anyone po for anyone po for our YouTube participants? Coffee. Sige, Delia Peregrina, si Ma'am Delia. Tingin po tayo sa YouTube natin. Si Sir Adolfo, kulang umaga ko kung wala ang mainit na kape. Si Sir Joe J. Malonga, morning prayer. At si Ma'am Sainet, hi Ma'am Sainet, kape. Ayun ating common denominator, kape. Sige po, susunod po. On a scale of 1 to 5, my energy level is, of course, ako energy level ko 5. Sino po? Ano pong energy level ng lahat? Bedweather, sabi ni Ma'am Regina. So, 3. How about others? Si Ma'am or Sir Cleo, BFP, 5. How about sa YouTube? Ay, kaka-vaccine lang si Ma'am Lady Ann. Ma'am, ano pong vaccine nila? Sige po. Sino pa po? Ano pong energy level? Jansen? Ay, maganda po yan. Si Sir Miguel sa Sorsogon, 4.5 po. Pero pag naka-breakfast, buong-buo ng 5. Pwede po kayo mag-unmute if you want to. Actually, we would prefer that you unmute yourselves. Sige po, si Ma'am Jacqueline sa YouTube, 5. Si Sir Adolfo, 4. Si Ma'am Roma, si Ma'am Roma Itlog. Converge baka naman. Go for 5. Yan, sige. Okay. I joined this training because. Pwede po kayo mag-unmute, naka-enable naman po. Para po marinig namin ang inyong mga boses. Sige, habang nag-iintay ako ng sagot, tignan natin ang energy level ng iba. Si Ma'am Jacqueline Bigay 5, si Ma'am Daira Portugal 5, si Ma'am Blesilda 3, si Sir Rodel 4, si Ma'am J, 3 kasi antok pa. Oo nga naman. Sige po. I joined this training because ano po ba ang ating rason kung bakit tayo nag-join ng ating training? Dahil sabi ng boss ko, mag-train ako. Kasi nga, knowledge management. Actually, maganda po talaga itong course na to. Sabi ni Ma'am Regina, we want to help build a sustainable KMS, especially now in the new normal. Yes po, importante po yan. Para antok pa yung mga iba, ayaw mag-unmute. Pwede po kayo mag-unmute. We would like to hear your voices po sana. Parang medyo mababa pa yung energy levels ng iba. Sige po. Who else? How about our YouTube participants? Bakit po tayo nandito? Aside from required, any other reason that we want to know new stuff, new ISO standards? Anyone else po? Of course, aside from being a facilitator for today, is of course, ako kasi ang dami ko ng ISO standards na na napagdaanan at natutunan at nag-participate. But KMS, I think, is very important for agencies because yung ating living knowledge, kailangan talagang merong structure for that. Sige, tignan natin sa ating YouTube participants. Sabi ni Ma'am Weng Montalvo, contribute improvement and innovation to BFP. Salamat po, Ma'am. Si Sir Adolfo, enhance my knowledge in ISO QMS. Sige. Thank you for your inputs. Okay, siguro ito, masasagot nyo na. Sandali, bago tayo mag-move forward to the next question, meron pa po tayo from YouTube. Sabi po ni Ma'am Lenny, I want to gain and update my knowledge in ISO since the last time I had my training in 2019. Nako, medyo matagal tayo ngayon, ma'am. Si Ma'am Daira ulit, every day is an opportunity to learn and be better. Sige po, kung meron kayong 1 milyon, ano ang inyong unang gagawin? Meron po ba kayong dream na gustong gawin pag may 1 milyon kayo? Kaya lang nakakatawa na ang 1 milyon ngayon parang kalahating milyon na lang. Sige po, habang naghihintay tayo sa inyong inputs, additional po si Ma'am, Ma'am or Sir Cleo ng BFP to learn additional knowledge and strategies in the system management. Ano po una niyong gagawin sa inyo, sa YouTube at saka sa Zoom? Sino po? Ako sa 1 milyon, ang una kong gagawin, magdo-donate ako. Bonds! Sabi ni Ma'am Regina, bonds. Treasury bonds ba yan, ma'am? Magpapakain ako dito sa aming community kasi marami pong nagugutom dito. At saka marami pong homeless dito sa around my area, especially itong pandemic. At others po, tingnan natin sa YouTube. Meron bang mga inputs from YouTube, Sir Peds? Good morning, Sir Peds. O nga pala. How about others? Saka ipapagawa ko po yung bubong namin kasi tumutulo. Sige. Investment, sabi ni Sir Josias. Deposit sa bank, sabi ni Ma'am J. Si Ma'am Lenny, buy a new car. Naku, ma'am. Ubus ang 1 million yun. Pero maganda investment yan dahil pandemic. Anyone else from our Zoom participants? House renovation. Salamat po. Okay, so moving forward, I am joining from. Saan po tayo nagjo-join? Saan po tayo nagjo-join? Of course, ako from the beautiful island of Quezon City. Bahang-baha na po dito sa aming area. Madali po magbaha. Manila, sige. Si Ma'am Bea Manila, si Ma'am Marites work from home from Bulacan, Ma'am Sir Cleo, Sir Cleo de Luzan. Sir po ba or ma'am? Pasensya na po. Pa-type na lang po dito kung ma'am or sir po. Quezon City. What about others po? Saan po nagjo-join? Valenzuela, si Ma'am Delia. Sige po. Okay. So, before we move forward with our formal one-day training, we sent an expectation check to our participants. So we wanted to know what your expectations are from the course and also from our speaker. So I have come up with a common list po for the course. So our expectation po from the course is, if you will allow me, comprehensive and informative and interactive session po ang gusto po ng karamihan. Understand what knowledge management is and its relevance and application to help in understanding collaboration and process alignment. Understand key concepts and techniques to help improve systems and how KMS or knowledge management systems can be applied to the new normal. Actually po, very, very important po talaga yan. Kasi po, ito na po ang ating bagong gagawin sa mga susunod na taon. So si knowledge management system is very important po on how we can continue the data and the knowledge to be spread or coordinated among our agencies. Sige po. So don't worry po. We will have this in mind and rest assured we will do our best to meet all these expectations po. So just po an aside, so ito po yung ating examples po from what we got from the expectations from the course. On to our expectations from the speaker. So our participants would like to hear from the speaker, Sir John. Deliver the course in a clear, lively, and engaging discussion, of course. Have a comprehensive knowledge of the subject matter and make it understandable. Yes, that is a challenge to some speakers, but rest assured, Sir John has a knack for making the highfalutin, so to speak, make it to be understandable. Give relatable, practical, and concrete examples. Yes, I would agree to that. Use simple terms in explaining technical concepts and set the importance of knowledge management. Sige, we will all go back po later sa ating mga expectations and we shall see if we were able to satisfy your expectations po. So for our attendance, I do believe ito po yung ating mga links. Dun po sa mga hindi maka-access, we will be troubleshooting po. Don't worry po. So our course description for today, our one-day introductory course on knowledge management system. We aim to continually improve our quality management system by exploring different approaches and tools for knowledge management and how it can be applied to systems and process improvement. Of course, our objective is to let you know what the key concepts and principles are, as well as the requirements, and to demonstrate the basic improvement approaches and tools on KM. And last but not the least, we would like to give you an implementation roadmap for integrating the knowledge management system with the QMS or quality management system. For our program of activities, of course, we had our registration and then our opening ceremonies. So our first presentation po, ano po yung definition ng knowledge? Bakit po knowledge? And then we will be having our first learning activity. And then a morning break. And then followed by a definition of knowledge. Ano po ang KM? Adjacent disciplines of KM and bakit po kailangan natin ng knowledge management. And then on to a discussion on KM processes based on an evidence-based system thinking. What is knowledge management system? And then a lunch break po. In the afternoon, we will be continuing with certifying the KMS. Ano po yung benefits ng certification at ano po yung structure ng certification sa Philippines. And then we will be giving the guiding principles for this ISO standard. And then for the high-level structure is an overview of the requirements po. Followed by an afternoon break and then a learning activity. And then last but not the least, our roadmap to integrating KMS with KMS for implementation. And then discussed with challenges and imperatives, good practices, and our next steps. And of course, ito po yung isa po nating nasabi sa ating expectation. What is the ISO certification in the new normal? And then what did we learn today? Sige po. So we will be employing lectures, exercises, and group discussions po. So we do encourage each and everyone po to unmute or even write on the chat box for your queries, questions, clarification, comments, or insights. The same din po with our YouTube participants. So we would like to encourage and enable our participants as part of our expected outputs to have an enhanced awareness on knowledge management, on the approaches and tools to level up QMS and improve service delivery. And last but not the least, heightened interest in integrating the ISO standard of ISO 30401 series of 2018 knowledge management system standards with the existing ISO QMS. Sige po. So we do have our exercises po. We shall be giving you these links later po as we go along. So we are only showing you this po. So at least you will have a reference, and then our evaluation links, which is very important po. Do not forget. So we always ask our participants to always please click on the links before you go out po. Kasi po baka hindi nyo na po makuha yung ating mga links. So before you log out of Zoom or before you log out po ng ating YouTube, kindly click on our evaluation links. Sige po. To introduce our project team, sige po, our project manager is Ma'am Angela Vargas. Ma'am Angela, nandyan po ba sila? Maybe
Hello
you would like to say hi.
everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, Ma'am Angela. Sige po. Siya din po ang ating katulong sa ating YouTube participants. So thank you, Miss Angie. And of course, yours truly, ako po si Mary Ann Aymayo, your facilitator. And then our documenter is Ma'am Lynn or Loreline Ramirez. Hi, Ma'am Lynn. Nandyan po ba sila? Would you like to say hi?
Good morning everybody.
Good morning, Ma'am Lynn, sa maulang Pasay. And Sir Pets, hello, magandang umaga. Nice to see you again sa po ang ating technical staff actually sa YouTube. Sige po. Without much further ado, I would like to introduce to you our resource person. His name is Professor Jonilo J. Del Rosario. So I would like to introduce to you his background. Sige. Sige po. Wait lang po. Medyo may technical difficulty lang sa background ni Sir. Ayan. Sige po. Professor J. Del Rosario is a career management consultant, resource person, and subject matter expert for different client organizations and institutions. He is the Chief Knowledge and Learning Architect of Knowledge Able Academy and Managing Director of JGDR Management Consultancy. He is the Supervising Fellow and Professor of Knowledge Management and Quality Management of the Graduate School of Public Development Management, GSPDM of the Development Academy of the Philippines. He is a resource person and consultant of the Productivity and Development Center and Center for Excellence and on Public Sector Productivity of the Academy. He's also an expert of the Trade and Industry and Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship. He does continuing consulting, training, and research work for various business organizations, government institutions, non-profit organizations, and professional associations. He is also a postgraduate and higher education professor at several colleges and universities like the University of the Philippines. His fields of expertise are knowledge management and organizational learning, in addition to ISO management systems, quality management and business process management, performance management, organization development and design, innovation management, change management, evidence-based management, entrepreneurship and startup business management, educational management and instructional design and technology, and last but not the least, project management and systems thinking. Professor Del Rosario holds 2 master's degrees in technology and management and human resource development from the University of the Philippines, where he also graduated cum laude. He's a lifetime member of the Pi Gamma Mu International Honor Society in Social Sciences. His affinity with UP started all the way back to kindergarten. So UPIS alum talaga si Sir John. He's also a philomath and a systems thinker. All right, without much further ado, I would like to give the floor to our resource person, Professor Jonilo J. Del Rosario. Hi, Sir John. Good morning po. Nandyan po ba sila?
Yeah, hi May Ann.
Hello,
Hi
good
everyone.
morning po.
Yeah,
Opo.
good morning. Good morning to everyone. So it's a very well, it's a nice weather for me. However, maulan siya. It's a very nice weather for me. I like the rainy weather naman talaga. So I guess we're going to have a very productive day to discuss knowledge management system. Okay, so before we start, I would just want to clarify that yeah, this very important topic, not because I'm the one conducting it, right? I don't want to say that, but the idea is the reality is that just a minute lang. I have to put sorry. I have to wait. I just have
Okay lang po, sir.
sorry. Kasi kanina may ang background tapos biglang nawala. Let me put the background first. Sorry.
It's okay
Okay.
po, sir. Go ahead.
Yon.
Happens to the best of us. Go ahead, sir.
Ayan. So sorry. Okay. Now we're good. Okay. So the idea here is that knowledge management is very important in the sense that we are being challenged by two things right now. Okay, yung digital age wherein even before the pandemic, talaga namang many organizations are starting to get into digitalization and importante yung knowledge management in the sense that in order for you to make digitalization for your organization, you have to start with converting yung trabaho ng mga tao nyo into knowledge work. Especially now, another challenge is the pandemic nga. We have to work from home. Lalo pa yung binabanggit nga ni Mayan kanina na magkakaroon ng hard lockdown. May possibility na magkaroon ng hard lockdown. So, we have to really stay at home. Even if vaccinated ka na, we still have to be careful, take the necessary precautions. So the best precaution is to work from home, right? And with working from home, kailangan knowledge work talaga. I mean, the people who are going to be working from home, kailangan talaga based on knowledge yung ginagawa nila, based on output, based on their competencies. And kasi alam na natin, ang reality is that when you work from home, hindi naman talaga kayo constantly mamomonitor ng mga superiors nyo, ng mga bosses nyo. So they have to rely, they have to trust you with what you do at home. And one way to do that is to make sure that you're competent enough to do the work at home. They can trust you to do that. So output na lang yung i-check o i-monitor nila for actual submission, actual reporting sa kanila. So yun. So I think that makes the discussion today very important because of these two challenges nga, the pandemic and the digitalization ng mga organizations. Okay? So let me share my presentation deck with you so that we can start our discussion. Wait, let me so there. I hope you can see my slides now.
Yes, sir. Ano na lang po. Pa-presentation mode na lang po.
Yeah. Hey, wait. So there. Okay. So this is our topic. Let me just repeat the title. It's an introductory course on organizational knowledge improvement approaches using 30,000 ISO 30401 2018, or the knowledge management system. It's a mouthful. It's a very long title. Pero the idea there is we want to capture the essence of the entire training, the entire webinar. Definitely, this is about ISO standard, particularly focusing on ISO 30401 2018, which is the initial ISO standard on knowledge management. Okay, it's the maiden version of knowledge management in ISO, yung ISO 30401 2018. So bagong-bago talaga siya. In fact, to the point that many organizations are not yet all organizations actually wala naman talaga na nasa-certify pa, to the point that many yung mga certifying bodies or registrars dito sa Philippines hindi pa talaga accredited with regard to ISO 30401 2018. But I know that the Philippine Accreditation Board, in partnership with the Bureau of Philippine Standards, DTI, they're working to make this to accommodate yung certification of ISO 30401 2018, which I'm going to explain further later pag pumunta tayo sa discussion about certification. Okay? And the focus of the course is on organizational knowledge. Okay? As you are aware, one particular section sa ISO 9001-2015 is on organizational knowledge. And there's a recognition that capturing this knowledge is very important for organizations because it makes organizations smarter, more intelligent. Okay? Kasi importante that yung mga processes, yung mga practices ng organizations are driven by knowledge. Of course, if they are driven by knowledge, they should be driven by knowledgeable people, right? And knowledgeable people means they are competent, okay? They know what they are doing, okay? So it's a very important asset for the organization. So in this particular case, in the particular this particular webinar, ang intent natin is how to come up with improvement approaches to make sure that talagang magpo-focus tayo on organizational knowledge, magko-contribute talaga sa improvement ng quality management system natin. Okay? So that will be the thrust of this particular training. Okay, so let's move on. So eto naman, nabanggit na rin to ni Mean kanina, so daanan lang natin. Okay, very fast, very quick. Okay, so the course is a one-day introduction to ISO 30401-2018, or the International Standard on Knowledge Management System. So sabi ko nga kanina, it's the first version, and we expect this to be revised over the years, di ba? Pero ito yung unang-unang version. So ito yung unang-unang standard on knowledge management as far as ISO is concerned. Okay? So very important na sa simula pa lang, ma-engage na yung organizations natin if we really intend to focus on, or for our organizations to be driven by knowledge or knowledge management. Okay? So mas okay na sa simula pa lang, we get it right na. So this particular webinar will help you understand the requirements of ISO 30401-2018. Okay? Next, it seeks to provide awareness and appreciation of the use of ISO 30401-2018 as a reference guide to design, document, implement, manage, improve, audit, and certify the KMS of organizations. So much like yung ISO 9001-2015, wherein ginagamit yung standard na yon for guide para ma-certify kayo yung quality management system nyo. The same case for ISO 30401-2018, ginagamit yung standard na to para in case may intent kayo to get your KMS or your knowledge management system certified, ito yung gagamiting standard as a reference, yung ISO 30401-2018. So there's a separate set of standards, ISO standards, for knowledge management. Yun ang point natin dito. And the last one is it also shows how the KMS is integrated into the certified quality management system, QMS, of organizations. If you will notice, I emphasize there certified. Okay? Mas madali na kasing idagdag, mas madali lang i-incorporate, okay, yung knowledge management system dun sa QMS kung certified na yung QMS nyo in the first place. Okay? Although, it's not a requirement. Okay? Hindi naman sinasabi sa ISO 30401-2018 na kailangan certified yung QMS nyo or Quality Management System before you get certification to ISO 30401-2018. Okay, medyo mahaba talaga, no? Pero mas madali. Okay? Mas madali nang i-apply yung KMS if you have a certified QMS na talaga. So, again, it's not a requirement, pero it would be great if you start first with the certified na QMS. Okay, so, there. So, eto rin, binanggit na rin kanina rin ni Mean na in a way na na-touch na rin ni Ma'am Eva dun sa welcome remarks niya. Okay, so these are our objectives for this one-day webinar. First, we want to describe the concepts, principles, processes, tools, and practices of a knowledge management system or KMS for organizations. Here, we want to clarify that mere putting up an information system is not enough. Okay, so knowledge management system or KMS is definitely wider in scope. It's definitely bigger than that. So it's not enough na may information system kayo at KMS na yon. Okay? It's not. And we're going to clarify that later kung ano ba ang difference talaga ng simple information system and a more comprehensive knowledge management system or KMS. Okay? And then number 2, we want to explain how to design, document, implement, manage, and improve a KMS. Although we're not going to be so detailed with regard to our discussion in number 2, pero we want to give you an overview of how this is done, okay, in terms of designing, documenting, and until improvement of the KMS. Okay, and finally, we want to discuss how a KMS is integrated into the certified QMS of organizations. Kasi as we mentioned earlier, sabi nga natin, pwede naman talaga ipasok yung KMS sa QMS natin. And that's the easiest, di ba, na route. Kasi naka-organize na yung mga processes nyo, yung mga practices nyo as far as quality management is concerned. It's just a matter of integrating yung knowledge management system nyo to further improve, to further enhance your QMS. So in a way, the knowledge management system is a tool that you can use to be able to enhance, to be able to improve further yung yung QMS nyo. So they complement each other. So these are the topics that we're going to be covering. Very fast na rin kasi nga na-cover na rin naman ni Mean earlier. So of course, we need to clarify the basic concepts on knowledge and what knowledge management is. Okay, kaya nga yun ang unang part. And we also want to discuss here, as you can see from the screen, yung mga iba't ibang KM processes. Okay, para to operate the knowledge management system, we need to have processes. So we're going to discuss that. And the evidence-based system thinking is a framework that we can use to be able to understand how the different elements of a knowledge management system come together in a system. Okay? And then we're going to move on defining what a KMS is. Tapos then we're going to apply the principles of certification. Di ba kasi naman yung aim natin eventually, if we set up, we design our own knowledge management system, we want to get it certified. And we want to clarify the contents, the details of ISO 30401-2018. Yon. More topics to be covered. So overview lang kasi this is just good for a one-day session. Medyo mahaba yung mga requirements ng ISO 30401-2018. But we're going to give you a good idea kung ano ba yung mga requirements na yan. And then we're going to have some learning activity. And then we're going to connect na KMS with QMS by discussing the roadmap. How we do that? How we integrate the KMS with the QMS of your organization. And then some implementation guides, implementation comments, okay? Para masigurado yung success ng integration na yan. And then some learning activities again. And then the challenges and imperatives that you will be confronted once you get into this journey in terms of integrating your KMS with your QMS, okay? And then I'm going to mention some good practices na na-observe ko as I do KM, not really ISO 30401 kasi wala pa talaga. Okay? So itong mga good practices na to would be pertinent sa knowledge management consulting ko compared to sa 30,401 kasi wala pa nga talaga. And then the next steps that you can do after this webinar. And then I'm just going to clarify na kasi marami nagtatanong na pwede pa ba mag-ISO certification during this pandemic? Nagagawa naman talaga siya. Okay? So pwede naman talaga siyang gawin. And before we end the session, ika-clarify natin yon. Okay? Kung ano yung paano ba ginagawa na yung ISO certification during this pandemic. Okay? And then we're going to recap what we learned for the whole day. So let's start the discussion. Feel free to alert Mean for questions kasi you can ask questions while I do the discussion. Okay, while I lecture. Okay, yon. We can do it per slide. Kung may mga questions kayo per slide. So before we read that slide, magtanong na kayo para later on we don't need to go back to particular slides na may mga question kayo. Okay? So to make it quote-unquote official, yung understanding natin about knowledge, we have to quote yung binigay na definition ng ISO 30401-2018, particularly sa section 3.25 ng standard. According to that standard, yung knowledge, it can be defined as human or organizational asset enabling effective decisions and actions in context. Okay? It's a very simple definition, pero I believe it's a very powerful one in the sense that klarong-klaro kasi pag sinabing knowledge according to ISO, it pertains to either human knowledge talaga siya or organizational knowledge. Okay? Later on, maintindihan pa natin yan na talaga may difference. We need to make the distinction between human or organizational knowledge. And kailangan gamitin siya. Okay? So, yung hindi lang kahit anong klaseng knowledge. It has to be something that enables effective decisions and actions dun sa pangangailangan, sa context, sa pangangailangan ng organization mo. Okay? So, hindi lang yung knowledge about cooking banana cue or frying banana cue. Hindi naman relevant sa organization mo unless you're in the banana cue business, di ba? So, hindi lang kahit anong klaseng knowledge. Kailangan in context. Kailangan kung ano yung mandate, kung ano yung strategic thrusts, kung ano yung operations, kung ano yung mundong ginagalawan ng organization mo, yun ang knowledge na dapat tingnan mo. Dapat doon ka mag-focus. Okay? Kaya nga, sinasabi natin dito is asset yon, yung human or organizational asset kasi ginagamit mo sa organization mo. You cannot consider it an asset kung hindi naman siya nagagamit sa organization mo. So, even if your people are very knowledgeable about certain matters, certain whatever topics, pero hindi naman lang sinishare, hindi naman lang ginagamit ng organization, that's not an asset. Kung ayaw lang mag-share ng knowledge nila, whatever knowledge they have in their heads, in their minds, that's not an asset. So the only time that you consider knowledge to be an asset is ginagamit. It's in the application. Di ba? Parang, ano nga, di ba? Nag-bake ka ng cake, hindi mo naman kinain, that's not an asset, di ba? Okay, so you need to both bake and eat the cake. Okay, ganun yun. Okay? So very clear, no? So hindi pwede kayo maligaw. Walang dahilan para maligaw kayo sa standard kasi sa simula pa lang, clearly defined na nung ISO standard kung ano ba yung knowledge na ihanap natin. Okay? Kasi with the internet, with Google, with everything that's happening around us because of the digitalization nga, with the digital era ng mundo natin ngayon and globalized pa tayo, ang daming information out there. So anong information? Anong data? Okay? Ang importante yung knowledge na madederive natin from the data and information that we can find out there na napakalaki, napakadami. Okay? So it's important for organizations to sort out this particular yung mga data, information, and get the knowledge na kailangan nila. Okay? Yon. We can define knowledge further by differentiating it from data, information, and expertise. Okay? Ito, hindi na ito sa ISO. I came up with this particular discussion para lang maintindihan pa natin further kung ano ba yung knowledge talaga. Okay? So we start with data. Everything starts with data. Ano ba yung data? It's raw, random, uncontextualized words and numbers. Okay? For example, nag-distribute kayo ng questionnaire. Uso ngayon, di ba? Yung mga polls, di ba? Survey. Yan. Para malaman sino yung preferred candidate nyo for next year's election. Di ba? Nag-gather yun ng data. Yung Pulse Asia, yung Social Weather Station, di ba? SWS, and all the other research or market research organizations. Okay? So what they gather are data. Kung ano yung responses dun sa questionnaire o sa survey. Data to. Data pa lang to at the moment of gathering, at the moment of collection. Okay? Of course, hindi na natin nakikita yon, right? Pag pinublish sa media, information na. Nakuha nyo? Kinonvert na nung marketing, yung market or research organization into information. They already converted data, whatever they collected from the survey, from the questionnaire, into information. What is information? Information is organized, contextualized data in time and space. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Inorganize na into tables, into graphics. Inanalyze na nila. May analysis na nangyari. They cluster, they categorize, they classify the information, the data that they gathered. So mas may meaning na. Mas meaningful na yung makukuha yung information compared to data. Kasi yung data, makita nyo, words and numbers lang. Kalat-kalat pa talaga siya. And once you start collating it, tabulating it, organizing it in some way, like maglalagay kayo mga labels na, may tabular presentation na, graphical presentation, yung data, they become information. Okay? Kaya mas maintindihan na natin once we get a hold or once we read that information, once we look at that information, alam natin na we can make sense out of it kasi it's already information as opposed to kung data lang yung nakita natin. Of course, yun yung value na pinoprovide ng market research organization. Okay? Hindi na kayo pinapasakit ang ulo na kayo titingnan ng data at you make sense out of that data. Sila na gumagawa nun. Okay? Kino-convert na yung data into information. But we don't stop there, right? Since we're talking about knowledge management, we're talking about ISO 30401, we're more interested with knowledge. What is knowledge? It's actionable, validated, and applied information in time and space. Okay? Or put in another way, what you know, whatever is inside a person's head, need to know and want to know whatever is outside the person's head din. Kasi ito yung mga hindi pa natin alam. Yung una, yung mga alam na natin, what's inside a person's head. But whatever it is, that is the knowledge that we're looking for. Okay? So in other words, if you follow the progression, okay, of course, we start with data. Pero yung data, hindi pa siya tumalon ng knowledge. Kailangan dumaan siya as information. Okay? Kasi, di ba, the knowledge is, pag sinasabi natin knowledge, you're looking at something like information and you can do something about it. It's focused more on the actionable term. You can make a decision. You can do something about it. Ganun yung knowledge. Pero with data, you cannot do anything about it. Kasi it's data, it's very raw. You have to do something to the data, convert that data into information before it becomes knowledge. You get my point here? So, mas higher level na talaga yung knowledge compared to data and information. Although, we are not discounting the fact na importante yung data and information because somehow, if we're going to start from zero, from scratch, we cannot go straight to knowledge. We have to start with data. We have to start with information. Okay? So, progression siya. So, it's very important for knowledge, okay, and before you start managing it, of course, na alam natin yon, na malinaw yung distinction. So, in knowledge management, we're not only managing data, we're not only managing information. This data, this information have to be useful, have to be relevant to what we do in our organization para maging knowledge siya. And as mentioned by the definition earlier, we're not talking about any type of knowledge, any kind of knowledge. We're talking about knowledge that is really needed by the organization, by your organization. So pwedeng meron kayong knowledge na hindi naman importante, hindi kailangan ng ibang organization. So nadidetermine din ng context ng organization nyo, yung strategic thrust, whatever you do. Okay? Dun sa organization nyo. Yung klase ng knowledge na kailangan nyo. Much like yung quality management system sa ISO 9001:2015, even we're talking about the same standard, ISO 9001:2015, magkakaiba-iba pa rin yung quality management systems nyo kahit nagpo-follow kayo ng same standard with other organizations. Kasi nga, iba-iba yung quality management, iba-iba yung nature ng operations nyo, iba-iba yung context, kaya magiging iba-iba rin yung quality management system nyo. The same case with knowledge management. Mag-iiba-iba yung KMS nyo, yung knowledge management system nyo, compared to other organizations because to start with, yung knowledge na relevant sa inyo, yung knowledge na kailangan nyo, is different, the set of knowledge from other organizations. Okay? Then over time, this knowledge can be converted into expertise. Because what is expertise? It is repeated, customized, and or continually updated, upgraded use or application of knowledge over time and space. So ito, we're talking about knowledge na. Kaya siya naging expertise kasi ginagamit siya repeatedly. Ina-apply na siya ng organization repeatedly. And with the repetition, di ba? Yung continuous application ng knowledge or continuous use of the knowledge, you become an expert. The organization becomes an expert. It's so much integrated into the operations of the organization. Kaya expertise na. So, people and organizations can claim that they have expertise on this, on that, because over time, di ba, ginagamit na nila. Kaya nga, they can always claim na even with their eyes closed, even in their dreams, nagagamit na nila kasi expert knowledge na yon. Okay? In my case, when I started with knowledge management, I cannot claim expertise on knowledge management because I was just starting. I was getting, getting oriented, getting myself familiar with what is knowledge and what is knowledge management. Ganun pa lang. Pero over time, over the years, ganun naman talaga. Kaya nga, we value seniority sa organization because we believe dahil sa hindi naman sa katandaan, no? Pero it's more on the yung experiences. Okay? If the person talagang proactively dinidevelop yung sarili niya, continuous learning over the years, yun ang pinanghahawakan mong wisdom, yun ang pinanghahawakan mong expertise na because the person stays with that organization, stays with that career for a long time, nag-accumulate siya ng knowledge. And that's what you value, that's what you're aiming at, that's what you want to get. Kaya nga with seniority, talagang kung proactive yung mga seniors na or yung mga people who spend so many years with an organization, talagang you reward them with higher pay, higher rewards, higher privileges or whatsoever. Kasi nga, yung knowledge nila. Unless yung nga sinasabi natin, tumanda nga pero wala namang pinagkatandaan. Diba? That's different, diba? Kaya nga, even if you spend so many years in an organization but you're stagnant, you don't do anything, you don't research, you don't read, you don't attend training, I don't know, you don't do anything to update your knowledge, to update what you know, nasa analog ka pa rin, digital na, that's a big problem. So we cannot put value on your knowledge because your knowledge it's so obsolete. So yun, I just want to clarify that that's a caveat, di ba? That's a disclaimer na hindi naman patagalan sa organization. Tapos, di ba, kailangan mapakita rin. Kasi nga sabi nga natin, knowledge is actionable. Yung knowledge na nasa utak mo, magagamit pa rin. Kung hindi na siya magagamit, hindi na valuable. Walang kwenta na. Okay? So you cannot claim expertise if hindi na nagagamit yung knowledge mo. Siguro back in the days, during sa pagkakaroon ng yung mga Cro-Magnon era, yung Bronze Age, yung ganon, Dark Ages, yon talagang relevant ka pa nun, expert ka nun. Pero kailangan sumabay sa agos ng pag-ikot ng mundo ang knowledge mo, ang expertise mo, para makonsider ka pa as expert. Kaya nga, dapat ginagamit din continuously yung knowledge. Kasi kung hindi mo nagagamit yan, hindi yan mag-grow. That's the thing about knowledge. Hindi mo dapat ipagdamot. You have to share it. Kasi for me, for knowledge to grow, you have to share it. Kasi if you share knowledge, it combines with other knowledge ng other people, nag-grow yung knowledge. Okay? So, hindi naman siya mauubos eh. Once you share yung knowledge, hindi man nawala sa yung knowledge mo eh. Share mo lang. Baka nga ma-enhance pa kung makakapag-contribute pa ng something relevant, something useful, yung kausap mo, yung shinare na, yung, kung kanino mo shinare. You will create synergy between yourselves and the knowledge will grow. And your knowledge will also grow kasi you get more information from other people. You get the knowledge of other people because they also share with you kasi you also share with them. So, one important theme about knowledge, aside from yung use or application of knowledge, is yung sharing. Okay? Kung madamot ka, wala kang place sa knowledge management. Okay? So, yon. I hope that's clear. So, let's move on. And also, we have to discuss this. I have to clarify this kasi connected siya sa knowledge or what we call knowledge management, right? Yung competencies. We often hear that. So, for me, competencies, nagko-consist siya of knowledge, skills, and abilities. Okay? Yung knowledge, dinefine natin kanina, papaulit-ulit tayo kung ano yung knowledge. Yung skills kasi, more on application ng knowledge yung skills. At usually, nakikita yung skills kasi sa mga physical things na ginagawa niya, di ba? Biking, writing letters, sa speech, the way you talk, di ba? O kaya technical knowledge in terms of troubleshooting ng mga computer problems, errors, ganyan, or sa internet, ganyan. So, yun. Pero basically, they go together, di ba? Yung automatic, pag skillful or may skills yung tao, syempre may knowledge siya. Kasi nagsisimula naman sa utak niya kung ano yun, kung ano alam niya, kino-convert, mina-manifest lang niya sa skills niya. Di ba? First, you have to know in your mind how to swim, how to ride a bike, how to lift the weights para mag-gold ka sa Olympics. Di ba? Alam mo bubuhatin mo yun. Pero ganun lang ba yun? Bubuhatin lang? Yung ba yung knowledge lang kailangan? Di ba? Kailangan ma-practice nyo in terms of skills kasi pwede kayo mamatay pag mali yung pagbuhat nyo ng... Isipin nyo, nag-gold na ka siya at yumaman siya, bigla siya milyonarya. Binuhat lang naman yung kabigat-bigat na weights. Pero kasi over the years yun, di ba? Pina-practice yun. Kaya nga yung skills, it's a matter of practice. Pero it starts with knowledge. And if you combine them, you have the abilities. Kaya nilagay ko dito, knowledge plus skills. Ang abilities. Kasi palagi sir, ano pa kakaiba ng abilities? O sige na nga, to rest yung mga recurring questions na ganon. When you combine knowledge and skills, you talk about abilities. Okay? So you cannot say that you have the abilities if you don't have the knowledge, if you don't have the skills. Kasi, di ba, I know the knowledge in terms of lifting ang bigat-bigat na barbell. But I don't think I have the skills. Talo pa ako ng babae, di ba, ni Hidelin Diaz, di ba? O, talo pa niya ako. Di ba? At yumaman tuloy siya. Kung yun lang pala ang kailangan para yumaman, dapat yun ang pinractice ko over the years. Di ba, super yaman siya overnight, super yaman si Hidelin Diaz because of the incentives awaiting her, di ba? Yung mga ganun. So, yeah. So you just have to choose your path, your calling, I guess. Yayaman ka doon. Anyway, it's all about competencies. So we want competent people to populate our organization. We only hire people who are competent. Anong problema sa hiring process mo kung hinire mo incompetent, di ba? In the first place. Oh, yan. May upcoming election, di ba? So you want to elect competent people. Okay, so yun yung competencies. But that's not enough. Paano naman sa organization? Pag organization na pinag-uusapan, capabilities na yon. Kasi look at here. Capabilities, competencies, magdagdag ka ng resources, at yung context ng organization. Pag sinabing context, you refer to ano ba yung strategic thrust ng organization, ano operations ng organization mo, ano yung structures niya, ano yung processes, ano yung policies, ano yung work conditions, ano yung history, ano yung culture. Yun yung buong context na pinag-uusapan. At saka change. Kasi with the fast-paced environment that we're living right now, the digital era, eto bigla sumulpot yung pandemic, we're supposed to be resilient. Nagulat tayo, biglang dumating yung virus from China. So, kailangan may change na factor. Okay? Kasi otherwise, yung competencies, resources, at saka context, they become stagnant. We're not flexible enough. We're not adaptive enough sa mga pwede mangyari sa future. So, dapat may change factor doon. Now, we recognize change, we embrace change, and we know how to respond to change. Okay? So, ito yung elements ng capabilities. Para masabi mo na may capabilities yung organization mo, dapat may competencies, meaning competent yung mga tao mo, merong resources you can provide. Di ba? That's one of the requirements if you are going to get certified to, let's say, ISO 9001, 2015, di ba? Yun ang pinaka-popular na standard. Dapat may resources ka. Kung gusto mong mag-digitalized, you want to move into digitalization yung organization mo, kailangan may resources. Pero, di ba, everything should be grounded sa context. Ano ba yung context na ginagalawan mo? Ano yung challenges? Okay? For example, we're already on the third run na this August for the business transformation webinars sa mga micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs. Kinukonduct ko for the Philippine Trade Training Center. Pero iba yung context nila ng mga MSMEs. Di ba? Sila unang naapektuhan nitong pandemic, sila unang nagsasara. Yung mga small businesses. Di ba? Yung mga medium, yung mga micro enterprises. Kasi nga, limited yung resource nila. They cannot provide these other requirements or require ng mga protocols. Yung ibang organizations, they can sponsor yung mga PPEs and everything, pero di ba, yung mga ganon. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is that iba yung context nila. Although, pare-pa tayo nasa pandemic, pero bawat organization may kanya-kanyang intricacies, may mga kanya-kanyang peculiarities dun sa context nila para mag-iba-iba yung response nila. So that's also a consideration. In fact, during na assess pag pinasok nyo na yung change na factor dito, kung gaano ka bilis, gaano ka effective na mag-adapt sa context yung organization mo. So all these things, competencies, resources, context, and change add up to capabilities of the organization. You can declare that the organization has capabilities because of these 4 factors. So yung competencies at capabilities magkaiba, although they are related, obviously, in this case, right? Pag competencies kasi, more on looking at your people. Di ba? Kasi you talk about knowledge, skills, abilities, di ba? Pero pag pinalawak nyo na yon, you also include resources, context, and how to respond to change. Capabilities na yun. Yung buong organization na yun. May iba't ibang capabilities ang organization. Okay? Bukod sa, may iba-ibang tao rin na ini-employ ang mga organization. So, nag-iiba-iba rin sila ng competencies. Now, I included yung capacity kasi sinasabi natin, capacity building. Pero pag capacity, di ba, ang focus lang is on quantity or in terms of time, in terms of monetary. For me, mas malaki yung term na capability than capacity. So, I think it's better to do capability building than capacity building. Kasi yung capacity, yung volume lang pinag-uusapan eh. Yung quantity eh. Pero paano yung quality na part? So that's capability. You look at the competencies, resources, context, and change. Okay? So, may questions ba? Wala naman? Or...
Wala po, sir. Oh. Pero sir, it's 10:17. We would like to have the first break na lang po muna for 15
sige, that would be great. Sige. Para makapag-isip kayo ng questions.
Yes po, opo.
Okay, sige. Let's have the break, man.
Sige po. All right. Sige po. You may turn off your webcams po. Okay lang naman po. Sige po. Magbe-break po muna tayo ng 15 minutes po. Thank you po. Alright. Sige, stop share po muna ako. Sir, meron lang tayong mga questions. Welcome back po sa ating participants.
Yeah, welcome back. Sige.
Oo, sir, medyo ano lang po tayo, sound check lang po tayo, sir. Medyo mahina po yung boses nila. Okay lang po ba?
Hindi ko lang nalakasan yung voice ko. Sige. What's the question? What's the question, man?
Sige po, sir, i-access lang natin. Wait lang po, meron tayong mga questions from our YouTube participants. Sige, just an observation. Madalas po kasi na naririnig ko ay capacity team building. Dapat po pala ay capability from Ma'am Lenny.
Yeah, correct. May mga ganun nga, may mga gumagamit kasi ng capacity na term. But of course, may mga na-encounter rin ako ng mga capability building na term, especially pag internationally funded yung mga projects. Yeah.
Okay, sige po. Yun lang po.
Yun
Sir,
lang.
yung
Okay.
magandang insight. Sir, palakas na lang po ulit ng boses. Pasensya na po, medyo mahina.
Sige, no problem. Okay, let's go back to our slide. So we stop here, di ba, sa competencies, capabilities, capacity. So let's now move on. So eto naman, these are different ways to classify knowledge, okay? What I call the taxonomy of knowledge. Okay, so very fast na lang kasi I think you're familiar with this naman. So in terms of types ng knowledge, we can classify them in terms of know what, know how, know when, and magkasama na know where, know why, and know who. So ang focus lang is ano yung saan kayo anong contents ng knowledge ang tinututukan nyo? Ano yung focus? Okay? So, yun know, in terms of types. Okay? So, the idea here is the more complete the knowledge is, the more valuable or useful it is to individuals or organizations. So, okay yan kung isa lang talaga, kung know what lang, know why, pero kung makukumpleto nyo lahat yan in terms of yung knowledge na tinitingnan nyo, mas okay. Mas magiging useful siya, mas maging valuable siya sa organization nyo. In terms of forms naman, or what I call modes of knowledge, you can refer to it as something tacit, explicit, embedded, or represented. Pag tacit kasi, yung sinasabi natin kanina na what is in the person's head or mind. Kung ano iniisip nyo while you're thinking, yun yung tacit knowledge. Pero pag verbalize nyo na, kinommunicate nyo na, sinabi nyo na, that's explicit. Or sinulat nyo, ni-record nyo, that's explicit knowledge na. Yung embedded naman or represented, ito yung knowledge na makikita nyo doon sa product na, doon sa device, doon sa technology, whatever it is that you're looking at. Yun yung kaya tawag sa kanya embedded or represented kasi kailangan nyo pa i-extract para maintindihan nyo, ano ba yung knowledge behind it? Let's say, cellphone, laptop, okay? Hindi naman basta nabuo yan without knowledge, di ba? So, it's an aggregation of different knowledge, pieces of knowledge, di ba? Kaya nabuo yung laptop, nabuo yung cellphone, okay? Yun yung tinatawag na embedded or represented knowledge na kailangan pa natin pag-aralan, kailangan natin extract para makuha natin knowledge doon. Ang idea naman about forms of knowledge, explicit knowledge cannot be used productively without commensurate tacit knowledge. So in other words, even if there are two different forms of knowledge, tacit and explicit, they come together pa rin, okay? Kasi palagi sinasabi, kasi yung sinasabi natin organizational knowledge, explicit knowledge yun doon sa organization. Pero of course, kung yung mga tao in the organization do not possess the tacit knowledge na relevant do sa explicit knowledge na sa organizational knowledge na hindi lang magagamit. Kaya easily, hindi dapat ganun kabilis, ganun kadali na nakawin ng ibang organizations yung knowledge in a particular organization, yung organizational knowledge. Okay? However much you share the knowledge, depende pa rin sa tacit knowledge ng mga taong from the outside, from external. So, explicit knowledge has to be combined with tacit knowledge. In terms of categories naman, we can classify knowledge in terms of individual, work unit, interwork unit, organizational, interorganizational, or what we call network. So ito, kung saan located, kung saan nagre-reside yung knowledge. Kasi di ba merong sariling knowledge yung person, yung individual, may sariling knowledge yun yung as a work unit compared to other work units. Tapos yung the way the different work units work together, yun yung interwork unit, so on and so forth. Okay? So pag categories na pinag-uusapan in terms of knowledge, ang titignan natin kung saan nagre-reside, kung saan malolocate yung knowledge na yon. So eto, ang challenge dito is more on alignment and integration of this various knowledge, pieces of knowledge. Sa ISO naman, very simple yung approach nila. Sa kanila, ang knowledge, it's either documented or undocumented. Right? Okay, so very clear sa kanila sa ISO, especially sa ISO 30401 or even do sa ISO 9001:2015, do sa pag sa documentation na kayo, di ba? Walang pakialam yung ISO sa mga processes, sa mga systems, sa mga information or what they call documented information nga na hindi documented. So what is only relevant to ISO is the documented knowledge, what you document. So ang idea nga sa ISO is that what is not documented is not audited, and what is not audited is not certified. Ganun yung understanding sa ISO. Okay? So ang tinitingnan lang sa ISO is yung mga documented knowledge. So, bakit knowledge? Why do we need knowledge? What's the purpose? What's the point? First and foremost, knowledge creates value for stakeholders of our organizations. Okay? Pag dinetermine natin, ano ba yung knowledge needs ng organization nyo? You look at your stakeholders. Sino ba in the first place ang stakeholders ng organization nyo? Okay? And anong knowledge ang kailangan nyo ng organization nyo to be able to create value, to be able to serve the stakeholders better, to be able to satisfy your stakeholders. Okay? Plain and simple. Okay? Para masagot yung tanong na yon, you look at your stakeholders. Dapat alam nyo, kilala nyo sino stakeholders nyo at ano yung value na hinahanap nila from your organization. And given that value, kailangan ma-deliver nyo yun, di ba? Yung value na yun. Ano yung knowledge na kailangan nyo to be able to do that, to be able to create and to deliver that value, whatever it is. Better service, faster service, yung license, yung mga permits, so on and so forth. Okay? Oh, what is knowledge? It's a tool that makes individuals, work units, and organizations competent, capable, and correct. Kaya nga sabi natin, yung knowledge management, it makes people smarter, more intelligent, ganoon rin sa organization. Okay? We use knowledge as a tool. Without knowledge, we cannot do these things. Okay? So, very central yung idea about knowledge once we look into competencies, capabilities, and being correct in the first place. Okay? So, the only source of unique, sustainable, competitive advantage. For businesses, ito yung concern. Yung competitive advantage, di ba? Yung competitiveness. Alin yung hindi pwedeng kopyahin, alin hindi pwedeng gayahin ng mga competitors. Yun yung knowledge, whatever that knowledge is. Unless, ang gagawin ng competitor mo, ipapirate. Kukunin yung tao mo. Maka-acquire niya yung knowledge, di ba? Okay. So let's do this learning activity to be able to further clarify what knowledge is. Okay? Kasi sabi nga natin kanina, di ba? Knowledge is different for organizations. Okay? What is relevant to your organization may not be relevant in terms of knowledge in another organization. So in this case, we're going to be using the Mentimeter. Ito yung link. Okay?
Hi, sir.
Sorry.
Sige po, maglalagay po ako sa chat box, sir. Ito po.
Okay, yon. Lalagay ni Maan sa chat box yung link. Or kung if you're using your cell phone, you can scan this QR code. Ito, what you can see from the screen. Okay, ito lang. Very open open-ended question na we just want to see anong klaseng knowledge yung tinitingnan nyo in your organization, or what do you consider as knowledge in your organization? It could be different for many agencies, di ba? Definitely iba-iba yung concern nyo. Okay? So let's take a look at it lang. How many minutes to, man?
Sir, 2 minutes lang naman.
Sige. Okay.
Oo. 2 minutes or even 1 minute, sir, kasi ano lang naman to eh.
Yeah.
Word association lang naman po.
Mm-mm.
So basically, sir, ang pagsagot nila dyan is how many words, sir?
Well, kayo, para ma-describe lang, 1 word, 2 words, ganon? But
Or
the most
3
important,
words?
3 words. 3 words.
Ano po, sige. So ano po yung ating first activity? Ito po ating first learning activity. What is considered knowledge in your organization? So you can share your inputs. Kindly click on the Mentimeter link in our chat box.
Example, operations manual. Ganun kasimple lang. Okay?
Yeah,
You just want to
operations manual.
get a feel, di ba? Get a pulse kung ano yung knowledge that's important, that's relevant to your organization.
Siguro, sir, examples, printed matter, no? Documents.
Yeah. Pero you have to be more specific kasi document can, di ba?
Reports. Yan.
Diba? Tayo, very notorious ang government agencies for annual reports. So,
Yes.
definitely, it's considered
Correct.
knowledge, di ba?
Opo. Tapos, ano pa ba considered knowledge? Pwedeng training.
Yeah. Tacit naman yun, di ba?
Is considered knowledge. Ano pa ba?
You do cascade training or echo training.
Jumping on what Ma'am Lenny said earlier, hindi daw capacity, capability building is also considered knowledge.
Yung mga team building. In fact, I know there's a particular company, I forgot na lang the name, pero they're offering online team building courses. So, pwede na siyang gawin yung online.
Opo. Sige. Maybe we can check, sir.
The responses, sige.
Tignan muna natin, baka meron mga sumagot.
Sige, should I stop sharing muna or para you can
Sige, sir, pa-stop share na lang po muna, tapos pa-share na lang po yung kung ano po yung, kung baka meron ng mga examples. Tignan natin.
Teka lang.
Sige lang po. Sige po. Sir Peds, baka pwede nating i-enjoy nyo ating mga YouTube participants. So that they can also give their inputs on what is knowledge. Pa-post na lang po siguro dun sa YouTube, sir. Thank you po. Yung ating Mentimeter. Thank you.
So,
sige, wait lang.
Nag-usap ba kayo? Sino ba mag-share sa inyo?
Sige, hintayin lang po natin. Let's give a few more seconds siguro. Habang ina-access ni Sir John. Sige. Sir John, kamusta po? Na-access niyo na?
Teka lang.
Sige po. Baka kailangan nyo mag-login, sir, dun sa Mentimeter.
Yeah, yeah.
Saan na yung kulay pink na papel dito? Andiyan yung, nasa yung dinikit kong papel na pink. Sus, Maria, kasi nawala.
Baka po yung ating mga YouTube participants.
Ano yung password in?
Sige po. Nakapaglagay na po ba? Sige, while we're accessing po yung ating Mentimeter. Sige po, reminders lang po sa ating mga participants. If you have any questions, insights, comments, or other suggestions that you can give, please don't hesitate to unmute yourselves from our participants in Zoom and also from our YouTube participants po. So wag po kayong mahihiya. We value your inputs po so we can further improve our service po to you. Sige po. Sige po. Intay lang po natin. Pasensya na po. Medyo meron lang tayong technical challenge. Wait lang po ha. Sandali lang po. Sige po. Punta muna ako YouTube. Salamat po sa ating mga YouTube participants. Sir, ayun. So we have 71 watching now sa ating YouTube po. Sige, good morning po sa lahat. Ayun, ang dami natin. Meron tayong from DAP sa Mindanao, and then we have Bifar, si Ma'am Francesca, sino pa ba ating from ating mga participants, si Sir Ruben from BFPNHQ, sila Ma'am Evangeline Belyes, good morning po sa lahat. Sige po, check po natin ulit si Sir John. Sir John, kamusta na?
Yeah, sige. Ito na.
Opo.
Wait, so I'll start sharing kasi may mga responses na.
Go ahead, sir. Sige po.
Sandali ah.
Sir, you may share screen na po.
Yeah. Oo, sandali. Yeah, so here are the responses, okay? I hope you can see the screen. Medyo mabilis.
Meron, sir. Ayan, may nakikita na po tayo.
Oo, ang dami nga.
Opo. Marami po talaga, sir. Opo.
So nakita na dito kasi may citizen charter, customer satisfaction. Okay, the QMS policy, performance indicator, analytics, quality service, of course yung operations manual, memorandum circulars, the research manual, okay, the processes, the accomplishment report, experience. So talagang marami, okay? What we can see here is that knowledge is ubiquitous, di ba? Knowledge is commonplace to many organizations. In fact, imposible namang wala kayong knowledge, di ba? Imposible walang knowledge yung organization nyo. So, maybe the challenge here is that, kasi when we do knowledge management, the idea about knowledge in your organization start with the knowledge needs of the organization. Pag sinabi kasing knowledge needs, it's either, yan, marami pang pumapasok, technical knowledge. Okay, pag sinabi kasing knowledge needs, we're talking about two things, right? Yung una, in terms of what you already have, what your organization already has. Diba? So it's like an inventory, an audit of what knowledge you have. And most likely, kaya nga, sinasabing this is the knowledge that you already have that the organization has. Ginagamit nyo na. May application na, may use na. Di ba? Or yung other side of knowledge needs talaga, wala pa kayo. Wala pa sa organization nyo. So there, iba yung strategy doon. Siyempre, the idea there is to how to acquire itong knowledge na to. Di ba? Kasi kailangan siya doon sa operations, kailangan doon sa strategic thrust ng organization, so on and so forth. Okay? So that's the idea about this particular question. Sige, stop ko na muna yung sharing kasi talagang napakarami. Okay, but we appreciate all your inputs and talagang we expect them to be numerous like this. Okay? So, stop muna tayo sharing. Okay. So what we showed you, or the point about the activity is that starting point kasi with regard to doing knowledge management. Okay, so we need to be clear kung ano ba talaga yung knowledge sa organization natin, and then we take off from that, meaning ito yung knowledge na kailangan. So alin dito sa knowledge na to ang meron tayo at alin knowledge dito ang wala pa tayo sa organization natin. Okay? Of course, it's important that the knowledge that we have right now is talagang ginagamit, ina-apply siya. And second, talagang nagko-contribute doon sa whatever we need to do, sa mandates, sa strategic thrusts, sa operations ng organization. So overall performance ng organization natin, di ba? Kasi the idea there is that knowledge should drive our performance. Okay? How we perform, how we do our jobs in the organization. Tapos, of course, pag na-clarify natin yon, then we look at naman yung mga knowledge needs, okay? Yung mga knowledge na wala pa yung organization natin, wala sa organization natin yon, pero kailangan natin. They're very crucial to what we do. So obviously, we have to strategize in terms of how do we acquire that particular knowledge, right? So ganun yung idea. Okay, so that's the essence of the activity. Very simple activity lang naman. Kasi we just want to, to clarify what knowledge is in the organization. Okay, so let me just go back to our slides and continue our discussion. So there. So pupunta na tayo sa what knowledge management is, di ba? So if in the organization, we're clear na kung anong knowledge na hinahanap natin, anong knowledge na kailangan natin sa organization natin, now we can now move on to knowledge management. How to manage that knowledge. So we can define knowledge management as managing the environment and both the organizational or institutional and individual or personal processes that assure the application or use of knowledge produces the results that provide value for stakeholders. Again, it's a very long definition because ang intent ko is to capture what we mean by knowledge management. Okay, so first and foremost, as you can see from the definition, knowledge management is very indirect, okay, na approach. Kasi you don't really manage knowledge per se. Kasi that particular idea, kino-cover dapat ng mga processes, what we call processes, di ba? Organizational, institutional processes, or individual, personal processes. So ang ginagawa ng knowledge management is yun ang minamanage, yung mga processes. Okay? So to knowledge management provides the context for those processes na talagang hindi ma-impede at mag-progress yung processes na yun, both at the organizational and personal level. Later on, kasi you will learn that in looking at knowledge management, there are two general categories of processes we're talking about. We're talking about organizational processes, yung nangyayari sa mga process ng buong organization, and yung mga processes na limited lang sa mga tao or sa mga individuals within that organization. Yun ang ima-manage nyo. Yun ang ima-manage ng organization. Kasi ang direct na paggamit, direct na application ng knowledge is more on the organizational and personal processes. Okay? Ano yung target? Ano yung intent nun? Ang intent nun is that whatever that knowledge is na minamanage nyo, it should produce the results na kailangan para ma-deliver natin yung value sa stakeholders natin. So again, we go back to the stakeholders. We start with, okay, what are the needs of our stakeholders? So obviously, we have to take care of these needs, okay, para masatisfy sila, para ma-pursue, para ma-deliver yung mandate or ma-accomplish yung strategic thrust ng organization. And in order to do this, kailangan knowledgeable tayo. Kailangan may knowledge yung organization to be able to create and deliver this value, right? So yun ang i-manage ng KM or knowledge management. Okay? So that's how we can look at what knowledge management is. May further clarification from ISO 30401/2018 do sa Annex A, kasi may Annex A yung ISO, and they said that knowledge occurs in many types and forms that constitute a continuum from clearly codified to uncodified experience and or action-based knowledge. Again, ISO goes back to the classification of documented and undocumented. In their case, of course, they only consider yung documented. They're saying that whatever knowledge is documented in the organization, ito yung kailangan ng organization nyo. Okay? So, ang point of contention doon is that for ISO to consider that knowledge, it has to be documented in the first place. Pero, you don't document everything, every knowledge, diba? Every piece of knowledge. So the idea there is that to be able to sort and to be able to distinguish kung ano yung knowledge na kailangan talaga ng organization nyo. And as we said, as a starting point, you look at the needs of your stakeholders. Ano ba yung kailangan yung knowledge to serve your stakeholders better, to respond to the needs of your stakeholders better, faster, more reliably, yung mga ganun. Okay? More notes from Annex A. It is important to acknowledge the diversity of the forms of knowledge and the fact that knowledge can be transformed from one form to another depending on the context and value it carries. So sinasabi ng ISO na dynamic naman yung concept ng knowledge because it changes over time. Pero you just have to make sure na you document this particular changes. Parang ano rin yan, sa QMS, sa ISO 9001, pwede naman kayo mag-introduce ng mga changes sa quality management system nyo for as long as these changes are documented so that you can keep the certification of your QMS. The same analogy, the same principle applies to the KMS or the knowledge management system. So sinasabi, knowledge changes over time, but make sure that these changes are captured by the documentation of your knowledge management system. It is one of the core objectives of knowledge management to make sure that the types and forms and their transformations are consistent with the organizational needs and deliver value. Diba? Very clear yon. Very clear. Na, again, bumabalik tayo, hindi lahat ng knowledge relevant. Ang kailangan yung knowledge, ang kailangan ma-capture, ang kailangan maging asset ng organization is yung knowledge na talaga makakapag-deliver, makakapag-create, makakapag-deliver ng value sa stakeholders nyo. At kung may changes man over time, these changes have to be taken into account, have to be documented, have to be recorded. Knowledge management deals with activities associated with all types of knowledge within this range, leveraging existing knowledge, creating new knowledge, and transformation of knowledge along this continuum. So, regardless of the types and forms na binanggit natin before, na napakarami, okay? For as long as all these types, forms, whatever modes, categories, yung mga sinabi natin kanina, diniscuss natin kanina, regardless of how many they are, for as long as they are relevant to our organization, then we have to document them. We have to include them in our knowledge management system. Okay? Clear? Okay. Knowledge management, among other activities, aims at deciding where on this spectrum different areas of knowledge are best positioned and what activities should be taken in order to optimally understand the knowledge, apply it, and or possibly transfer it among stakeholders. So ito na yung, again, dynamics nung paggamit ng knowledge sa organization natin. Okay? Tinitrace yun, dino-document yun para masama siya sa knowledge management system ng organization natin. So ito, just to clarify, may mga in-identify na adjacent disciplines yung ISO as far as knowledge management is concerned. So pag sinabing adjacent disciplines, ito yung mga connected practices sa knowledge management para further ma-enhance yung practice ng knowledge management. So obviously, information management should be part of that. Kasi sabi nga natin kanina, as we explained, knowledge starts with the gathering of data and converting that data into information. So the way you manage information can have impact on knowledge management. Kaya siguro may tendency yung mga organization na in-interpret nila yung information management as knowledge management. Kasi very much connected yung dalawa. But as we learned earlier, it's not enough na mag-stop lang kayo sa information. You have to move or you have to graduate into knowledge. Kaya from information management to knowledge management. And of course, siyempre pwede natin sabihin rin, yung data management kasi sabi nga natin, everything starts there, especially kung the knowledge is not yet present in your organization. So you have to either acquire that knowledge or create that knowledge, right? And in order to do that, you start with data. So you must have a way to manage that data, whatever that data is. Pero again, just like information management, di ba may information system kayo, that's not yet KMS. So sa data management, kahit may database na kayo, that's just the database. Ang tanong, anong ginagawa nyo? Anong silbi? Anong purpose? How do you manage that database? Para maging input siya to knowledge management. Okay? And there's, sa private sector, there's what we call business intelligence. Knowing what your competitors are doing. Ganun lang naman yung business intelligence. Knowing what your competitors are doing and what you can learn from it and being able to respond to competition. Okay? Anyway, hindi masyadong relevant sa inyo nasa government sector. Okay, next is CRM or Customer Relationship Management. Yung CRM, nag-start siya as very IT-dependent, IT-driven. So talagang, alam mo yun, the idea is to have a database of your customers and using the data, the information from that database on how to sustain, how to manage the relationship with your customers. Ganun yung sa... Pero over time, of course, pumasok na yung HR aspect or behavioral aspect ng CRM. So, hindi lang pwedeng purely electronic yung klaseng relationship that you have with your customers, no? Or driven by analytics, ganyan. So, ngayon, it has to be, ano ba ang term doon? Dapat isabuhay na ng mga taong frontline or those people who are directly engaging with the customers, with the clients. So, kailangan magamit yung information and magamit yung knowledge na yon to be able to serve your customers better or your clients better. And of course, yung about learning, organization development, and training kasi closely related talaga ang knowledge management with learning. In fact, we can say that well, yung knowledge management, it focuses on the ano ba yung knowledge na kailangan, pero in order for that knowledge to be acquired, to be created, kailangan may learning. Hindi lang yung individuals, pero the entire organization has learned. Kaya nga pati yung field ng OL. Okay, hindi LOL OL, yung organizational learning, okay? Talagang covered dapat sa knowledge management. We want the entire organization to learn, to be able to learn how to learn. Okay, para guarantee lang, ma-assure that knowledge is managed accordingly. O yan nga, organizational learning, more adjacent disciplines like human resource management, because when you talk about knowledge, kailangan naman talaga ang mag-manage ng tao. So may involvement ang human resource domain with regard to knowledge management. Okay? And before kasi, when knowledge management started, especially here in the Philippines, kasi we put up this Knowledge Management Association of the Philippines, or KMAP, in early 2000. At the turn of the millennium, nagsimula kami mga members, karamihan talaga IT. Pero eventually, mga mid-2000, ganyan, pumasok na yung mga taga-HR. Mas, paano ba yun? Mas naging meaningful yung organization because of the contribution of the HR practitioners. Kasi talaga naman, at the end of the day, when you talk about knowledge management, you talk about people management, right? So, talagang malaki yung contribution ng HR na field. And then, of course, innovation management, kasi the world is about innovation, trying new things, different things, okay? Hindi naman palagi, pero every now and then, kailangan mag-introduce ng innovations yung organization. So, ngayon, innovation management is even a separate, what do you call that? Separate discipline in itself. In fact, kami sa Graduate School of Public and Development Management, or GSPDM dito sa DAP, we're going to be starting hopefully before the year ends with a certificate course in innovation management. Yan. And then, of course, risk management, ISO 31000, 2018, if you're familiar with that. It's a very good document kasi, di ba, that's one of the new things na introduced sa ISO 9001, 2015. Okay? Connected din naman siya. Kasi they're introducing the idea about risk-based thinking sa QMS. So, applicable din siya sa KMS, yung risk-based thinking. So, you talk about risk management. Kasi di ba, risk management is really preparing for the future. Right? What's going to happen in the future? Kasi you identify the risks involved in whatever you're doing. In fact, again, I'm sorry, I'm medyo biased kasi I come from the graduate school. Sa GS Futures Thinking, okay? In fact, we also have a certificate course on futures thinking. And definitely, with regard to futures thinking, you talk about risk management. And of course, finally, quality management. Kaya nga meron tayong webinar ngayon kasi kinoconnect natin yung KM with quality management. So why KM? Ang dami natin pinagsasabi, pero ano ba bottom line? Bakit ba tayo nagki-KM? Oh, very fast na lang. Produce valuable results from applied knowledge. So knowledge is a tool, ha? Hindi siya end in itself. You don't stop there. Okay? Yung knowledge ginagamit nyo because you want to produce valuable results. If the knowledge that you're looking at, that you're holding on to, does not produce the valuable results, especially for your stakeholders, then you scrap that knowledge. It's not important to you. Okay? Kasi knowledge is just a tool. So, hindi ko muna pag KM na kayo, okay na kayo. Kailangan useful yung KM sa inyo. Knowledge as main source of wealth, core asset of organizations, allows effective decisions, supports efficiency of processes, and contributes to their enhancement, creates resiliency and adaptability, creates competitive advantage, and may even become a product. All these things, ginagawa ng knowledge. So, what more can you ask for? This is knowledge in its finest. Diba? So, ito lahat yung pwede magawa ng knowledge. And there's a good recognition because organizations are composed of people and people bring in the knowledge. So, this is giving more importance to people, to us. We drive organizations. Without people, organizations are nothing. Right? Saan ba kumukuha ng knowledge yung organizations nyo? Sa inyo rin. Kaya it's your responsibility.
Options ba?
it's your responsibility to make sure na you continuously, di ba, develop yourself, learn, di ba, update yourself with your knowledge. Creates opportunities for the professional development of people in the organization through learning, practice, and exchanges. Yan. So very much related ang KM with HR or with learning and development, with training. Okay? Kaya nga, huwag niyo i-sacrifice ang training. I mean, marami akong narinig sa mga organizations, they scrap the training kasi wala raw budget. When there's a need for people to continually learn. So how can you scrap training when that's the most popular way to learn? 'Di ba? Organized learning, yung training. Of course, yung everyday interaction with people can involve learning, 'di ba? Pero to be able to make it a disciplined process, an organized process, yung training talaga. So I don't understand. Doon pa lang, if your organization na hindi tinitingnan ng ganun ka yung importance ng training, then mahirapan kayo mag-KM. Okay? Knowledge must be deliberately created, consolidated, applied, and reused faster than the rate of change. Yun, yung continuous updating, improving ng knowledge. Okay? Kung nag-i-improve ang tao, dapat continuous nag-i-improve rin yung knowledge nila. Same processes and services in multiple geographically dispersed and decentralized locations through sharing practices, expertise, and learning across organizational boundaries. So in this case naman, because of knowledge, naging consistent yung operations nyo, naging consistent yung practices sa mga processes nyo. Even if you are located in different areas. Okay? Critical knowledge is siloed and or retained by experts with risk of being lost when organization changes and workforce attrition and turnover. Yon, yung value ng seniority, yung organizational knowledge na napoproduce dapat ng mga experts talaga na pag nag-retire sila, pag nag-resign sila, mawawala rin. Kaya importante na may knowledge management. Okay? To learn from these experts bago sila umalis. Supports collaboration between different organizations to achieve shared objectives. O yun. Kasi having the knowledge about other organizations, how you can work collaboratively, right? How you can work together to be able to achieve yung objectives na yung shared, yung common or shared objectives nyo, you need KM. Ang dami pa, no? So obviously, importante ang KM. Knowledge is an intangible organizational asset that needs to be managed. Yun. Kaya nga sabi natin, we look at knowledge as an asset. It needs to be developed, consolidated, retained, shared, adapted, and applied to decisions and actions, solving problems based on experience and new insights into the future. Ito yung nagpapatunay na talagang tool lang yung knowledge, pero ginagamit siya dapat sa decisions and actions, problem solving, and yung innovations nga, yung new insights into the future. A holistic approach to improving learning and effectiveness through optimization of the use of knowledge to create value for the organization. Again, we go back to creating value, delivering value. Kasi yun nga, from the start, sinasabi natin, kung yung knowledge hindi makapag-create ng value, hindi makapag-deliver ng value sa organization mo, sa stakeholders mo, bali wala yung knowledge na yun. Supports existing process and development strategies, of course, and needs to be integrated with other organizational functions. Kasi KM should be organization-wide, hindi lang sa isang department. Now, with a very good understanding of what knowledge is, hopefully, naintindihan nyo yun, and naintindihan nyo rin kung ano yung knowledge management, then, sabi nga natin, with knowledge management, with KM, ang minamanage talaga yung processes. At sabi nga natin, there are two sets of processes that we have to look at. And these are sa organization level, the organizational or institutional processes, and at the personal level. So tingnan natin muna kung ano yung mga processes that are involved with sa buong organization, yung organization-wide. Medyo marami, pero rundown na lang natin. Scanning and audit, identification and selection, acquisition or creation, or ito, details pa yan, discovery, insight, synthesis, derivation, yan. And then capture, storage, access, and retention. Number 5 is transfer and collaboration. 6 is use or application. 7 is monitoring, reporting, and documentation. Review and feedback concerning correction, improvement, and intervention. Measurement and evaluation, institutionalization, recognition and discipline, and then continual improvement or purging of knowledge. Okay? So, pag sinabing KM processes at the organizational level, ito yung mga activities, ito yung mga processes na ginagawa nyo organization-wide para masabing nagki-KM kayo. Karamihan naman dito, ginagawa nyo na. Ginagawa ng organization. So you just need to organize them into a system to make it KMS or knowledge management system. Starting from scanning or auditing the environment, both internal and external, ano ba yung knowledge needs nga sinasabi, until continual improvement or purging of that knowledge, kung ano yung knowledge na nakuha nyo na-acquire nyo na, ginagamit nyo na, paano ba i-upgrade yun, paano ba i-update yun, and at the same time, purging, kailan pa ba dapat na i-dispose na, hindi na kailangan, i-eliminate na, i-purge na from your system. Kasi may ito mag-accumulate yung knowledge, hindi nyo na pala ginagamit, hindi na pala relevant sa inyo, nandun pa rin sa system, nandun pa rin sa organization. Okay? So, kung ang knowledge nag-reside sa isang person, pero yung knowledge niya, obsolete na, i-purge niya rin siya. Tanggalin niya rin siya. Kasi, di ba, hindi na siya nagko-contribute eh. So, we would like to believe that lahat ng tao na nagtatrabaho sa organization nyo, may nako-contribute na knowledge. Kailangan yung knowledge niya, kailangan siya. Oh. So, dapat talaga performance-based eh. Dapat knowledge-based eh. Ganun dapat yung maging focus nyo. Okay? So, ito yung sa organization level. Pero ang mas importante, yung personal level. Ito, yung individual level, yung nangyayari ng mga processes doon sa tao mismo. Kasi sabi nga natin, di ba, ang knowledge management is all about people. Kasi even if you're doing the organizational, the institutional, yung binanggit natin kanina, pero your individuals, your people, the people working in your organization are not doing this, baliwala yung it's not KM. So at the end of the day, the KM processes have to go down to this level. So each and every one of us, each and every member of your organization should be doing this, doing some scanning and sensing to find out ano ba yung mga bago sa field ko, ano ba yung bago sa trabaho ko, lalo pa pag nag-digitalize na yung processes natin sa organization, ano ba yung mga new knowledge or updating or updated knowledge na kailangan ko to be able to stay relevant pag na-automate na, pag naging electronic na, ano bang kailangan ko? Oh, scanning and sensing. Tapos, of course, it follows na you do identify and select the knowledge that you need to acquire. Oh, given ito yung mga changes, ito yung mga pagbabago sa trabaho ko, sa organization ko, alin dito yung relevant? Alin yung kailangan ko talaga? Identification and selection yon. And given that, given this knowledge needs, paano ko i-acquire? Or paano ko i-create? That's a learning process yon, di ba? Learning activity yon. Di ba? Do I attend a training program? Do I start like a contracted in-house training with a consultant? Do we get certification? Or do we do it through coaching, mentoring, ganyan? Tapos, baliwala yung learning kung hindi nyo naman magre-reflect kayo on that and ma-internalize yung learning. Di ba? Like in your case, you're attending this webinar right now, pero yeah, you're actually acquiring what knowledge management is. Pero ang importanteng tanong is that at the end of this webinar, na-internalize nyo ba? Di ba? Ang reckoning nun, kung na-internalize nyo, nakapag-reflect kayo on what KM is yung number 5, use or application, what we call externalization. Kasi there's no way naman that pwedeng pumasok sa mapopossess kayo nung para malaman kung ano ba nangyayari sa internalization nyo. No? So the only way to verify that, the only way to validate that is number 5. Kasi in-apply nyo. Kasi di ba, whatever you don't internalize, whatever you don't reflect on, you cannot apply them. You cannot. So that means there's no learning talaga. Kaya you have to move into number 5, or what we call externalization. At integration meaning pinasok nyo sa sistema nyo, sa habits nyo. Naging second nature sa inyo knowledge management. So every time you encounter a new thing, nagpo-focus na kayo on what to learn from that new thing. That's what we call integration. Pumasok sa sistema nyo, automatic na. Parang ako, like yung KM sa akin, it's so automatic to me. Like when I read books, when I talk to people, I always try to see for myself what I can learn from the book, what I can learn from the person, from the webinar, from the comments, speeches, yung mga ganyan, pronouncements. Palagi ganun. It's all about learning for me. Yun ang hinahabol ko palagi. Kasi sabi ko, if I'm going to be wasting time with this person, with this organization, with this activity, with this event, I should learn something from it. Otherwise, talagang waste of time lang. Right? If you don't learn anything, it's a waste of time. Diba? Like you attend a certificate course, you take your master's degree, you attend a training, you take a webinar. Kung wala kayo matutunan doon, walang kwenta. Nag-ubos lang kayo ng resources, ubos lang kayo ng oras. Okay? And then, number 6, mag-share naman kayo. Kasi sabi nga natin yun ang essence ng knowledge management, sharing para mag-grow yung knowledge. And in a way, that's one way to validate. Like in my case, di ba? Kung anong tinuturo ko sa inyo ngayon, kung ano ini-impart ko sa inyong knowledge, you can validate it by sharing with others kasi they can, pwede silang kumontra. Pwede nilang kontrahin kayo na mali pala yun. Mali pa yung mga pinagsasabi ko. Pero if you don't share it, you just keep it to yourself. What's the point of the knowledge? So knowledge is not a secret. Right? Kahit nga yung secret natin, kahit paano, kahit malang isa, may sasabihan tayo kasi hindi exciting pag ikaw lang may alam ng secret mo. Right? Walang possibility of, di ba, na kakalat siya. So dapat kahit malang isang tao may sabihan ka ng secret mo para maging secret siya. Kasi di ba, you can always claim that you have a secret, pero ikaw lang may alam. So I wouldn't know kung talagang niloko mo, di ba? Baka wala ka naman talagang secret. Anyway, so yun. Tapos, okay para ma-revise nyo rin, di ba? Kasi baka binobola ko lang kayo di ba? So to verify it, you talk to people, you share it, para ma-validate nyo. At kung sakaling may sense na may sinasabi ng kausap nyo, you can revise what you've learned here. Okay? Kung may mali man ako o kung may sinasabi sa inyong... Kasi uso ng fake news Parang kahit anong sabihin mo di ba? So, the reckoning of fake news or yung mga natututunan natin is through sharing and validation. And eventually, revision kung sakaling may mali. Kasi, di ba, no one's perfect. Okay? So, yun. And then finally, retention and updating or purging nga rin. Siyempre, retain nyo lang yung useful na knowledge sa inyo. Kung walang kakwenta-kwenta, huwag nyo na pag-aksaya ng panahon at saka resources. I-purge nyo na. Tanggalin nyo na sa utak nyo. Huwag nyo na i-practice. Walang sense naman di ba? It's not logical, it's not useful. So forget it. So that's why important. That's why I keep on saying na, yeah, we're doing this training on knowledge management at the organization level. We have to do this. Pero at the end of the day, it's the people. What do they do with that? So in other words, kahit nagpa-certify na kayo sa ISO 30401-2018, talagang well-designed yung knowledge management system nyo. Pero kung ang tao nyo, hindi naman ginagawa to, hindi ginagamit ang knowledge, hindi na-apply knowledge, hindi nag-share ng knowledge, bali wala. In fact, kung ginagawa ng mga tao nyo to, kahit hindi kayo magpa-certify sa ISO 30401-2018, okay lang. KM na yun. Hindi nyo kailangan pa-certify sa 30401 para masabing nag-KM kayo. Okay? It's important that, ayun. It's important, wait nawawala yung background ko guys, sorry. Sandali lang
Sige lang po, sir. Sige, habang iniintay natin, baka may mga questions po tayo.
Sige, tama yan, sige.
Sige lang po, opo. Any clarifications or any
Sandali lang
inputs natin? from our YouTube and Zoom participants on
Oh, baka
knowledge.
tama. Good timing.
Oo.
Good timing.
Siguro po
May
the best natin, best takeaway is knowledge is useless kung nasa utak lang po natin. So
Yeah.
kung hindi po natin siya sinishare, parang ano lang yan eh, parang sa Facebook lang yan. Hindi maganda yung post nyo pag pag walang likes. Walang likes kasi walang nakakita. So yung dissemination na information ay hindi nakikita. So yun nga yung palaging mga tanong sa agencies. Naku, magre-retire na si ganito.
Yeah.
After 30 years, sino kayang
So
papalit sa
can
kanya?
we get comments ba? May questions ba or
Maybe we can have any questions or comments. Also, we would like to request po sana yung ating mga Zoom participants to turn on their webcam. So para makita naman po natin ang kanilang magaganda at mga nagwagwapuhang mga mukha. Pa-turn on po ng ating mga webcam. Patingin nga po. Ayan, si Ma'am Marites. Hi, Ma'am Marites. Hi, Ma'am Lara. Ayun, nakita ko din. Sir Miguel, nandiyan ba kayo? Ayun, si Sir Cleo. Sir Miguel, ayun, Dap sa Mindanao. Hello, colleague. First time nakakita po ako. Hi, Ma'am Bea. Si Ma'am Bea. Ma'am Delia, magandang umaga. Ayun, sige, para makita natin. Para nakikita rin po kayo doon sa ating mga YouTube participants.
pero may
Sige.
aside from the kumustahan, may questions ba?
Questions, wala naman, sir. Pero baka meron kayong gustong i-ano kasi I think maybe relatively bago sa inyo ang KM. Tama po ba? You may unmute yourselves po. We do encourage participants speak up.
Sabi nga natin, di ba?
Yeah.
Sharing.
Opo, nakakaantok po talaga kasi pag maulan.
Yeah.
Maulan. So, baka meron po kayong mga ibang katanungan? Sige po, check natin sa ating YouTube. Meron po bang mga inputs from our YouTube participants? Aba, meron. Sabi ni Sir Adolfo, since you are mentioning clauses and annexes of the KMS standard, magre-request doon ng copy ng ISO standard. Better understanding of each clause annexes. Sir, may I reply to this? Sir Adolfo, ito po ay pwedeng mabilis since PNS na po siya, Philippine National Standard.
Yeah, PNS na siya. Correct.
Po. Opo. Usually po, ang uses po ng ISO standards ay meron pong stamp ni DTI BPS for the exclusive use of and the agency po.
Correct.
Weng Montalvo from BFP. Can an organization be certified for for knowledge management without the 9001 2015?
Yes.
So BFP is already certified for the latter po.
Yes. Kasi the two are separate ISOs naman. Pero kinomment ko nga kanina kasi that's one of the things that I'm nakikita ko siya when I do consulting sa KM. Even if hindi sila may intent na magpa-certify sa ISO 30401 kasi napakabago pa nga, mas madali na kasi na-apply yung KM pag ISO certified na sila. Kasi to start with, yung ISO 30401 or yung knowledge management system, kailangan nyo ipasok kasi sa processes nyo. Okay? Kaya kung magulo ang processes nyo pa, di papasukan ng knowledge, magulo din. Right? Baka mali pa yun eh. Baka there are certain processes na dapat tanggalin nyo na, and yet, pinaghihirapan nyo pa identify kung anong knowledge kailangan doon, tatanggalin nyo naman yung process na yun. So, there's no need for identifying the knowledge that you need for that process. Kasi anyway, you're purging that process. You get my point here? So, kaya nga, unless talaga, even without the benefit of ISO 9001-2015, you know that your organization is organized na talaga. There was a time, I think, I heard from Ramon Ang sa Nigel Corporation that they don't need ISO. Nagsisimula pa lang, sabi niya, okay naman yung processes ng San Miguel. So yung ganon. So for as long as you think that the organization is well organized, well designed, you don't need even the ISO 9001. In fact, sinasabi nga sa ISO, any of their standards, hindi naman talaga required eh. You don't need to get certified. You can just get a hold of the standard and follow its stipulations, and that's it. There's no need for certification. Okay? Sige. Meron pa ba, Mayan?
Sir, parang wala na, sir.
Okay na.
Oo. Although, sir, may jump on what you you mentioned, sir, about sa QMS. I
Hmm.
think, sir, kahit hindi siya required, it is still better for
Yeah,
an organization to have a QMS po.
yeah, definitely, definitely.
Parang siya yung kumbaga, jumping off point ng ng
Yeah,
ibang
yeah.
standard.
Definitely, definitely. And many organizations that are certified right now are reaping the benefits of being certified. Oh, may confidence at least yung mga customers, yung mga clients nyo, stakeholders nyo, that you're correctly doing things, that you're doing the right thing, di ba? Yun naman importante. Okay, so let me go back to my slides so we can continue our discussion. So it's important, as just a recap lang, na talagang bumaba yung knowledge management processes sa individual or personal level. Kasi yun nga at the end of the day, it's the people who practice or who apply the knowledge. Yung knowledge nila. So dito talaga yung reckoning. Okay? So it's very important that even if institutionally, organizationally, you do KM, you have to do activities, conduct activities that will guarantee, diba? Will assure that this processes seep down sa individual level, sa people level. Okay? So there. That's the essence of having two sets of KM process. One yung organizational nga and this individual or personal level. Now, a way to organize, although, di ba, you have the ISO 30401, okay, to visualize the standard, and they're also using this naman, yung system thinking, di ba? In my case lang, I made it evidence-based. Although, embedded naman yon, indirectly, implied naman yun dun sa ISO 30401 or the other ISO standards, okay? That they're using this system-based na thinking. Okay? So I think you're very familiar with this. Pero as applied to KM, okay? So you start with the context. So when you say context, you look at what's happening in both the external, outside the organization, and internal, inside the organization in terms of enablers and constraints, the dynamics, yung mga changes nga, yung realities na hindi nyo na pwedeng baguhin, okay? And then the strategic thrust and operations of your organization. And then given this context, dito gumagalaw yung system mo, which in our case, since we're talking about knowledge management, yung knowledge management system nyo, di ba? So you start with the inputs. Where do you get the inputs? From your stakeholders. As you can see from the diagram, the stakeholders' needs and expectations, the policies of your organization, and whatever resources that you have. And these inputs are used to convert the outputs and outcomes later on via the processes. You do planning, implementation, control, monitoring, reporting, documentation, review, feedback, measurement, evaluation, communications, and learning. Okay? Same institutional process as you can find in the other organization initiatives. Hindi lang naman yan limited to KM. Okay? So there's no new thing that you need to do. Ginagawa nyo naman yan. It's just a matter of organizing it into the KMS nga. Pero emphasis on the latter two processes, communications and learning. Kasi sa KM, mas nagpo-focus talaga on communications and learning. Okay? And then, this process, hopefully, mako-convert niya yung inputs into outputs. Meaning, in terms of evidence, products and services, even the processes, decisions and actions, performance and practices, competencies, capabilities, and even innovations. So these are the expected outputs or outcomes. Depende kasi kung tangible siya or intangible from doing KM. Di ba? Makita siya in terms of evidence. Siyempre, evidence-based nga to. Di ba? Whatever products and services na knowledge-driven dapat talaga lahat. And then, of course, all these outputs or outcomes should have an impact sa organization mo in terms of doing the correction kung may mali man, any improvement, further improvement, or changes that you have to make. And of course, your stakeholders should have feedback on this, di ba? either masatisfy sila or they suggest further improvement na i-input uli yan doon sa inputs and sa processes mo. Okay? So this is the evidence-based system thinking as applied to knowledge management. Again, focusing on communications and learning and syempre, knowledge kasi knowledge pinag-uusapan natin. So whatever knowledge na ina-acquire, kini-create ng mga tao nyo, paano siya ina-apply, paano siya na-share, so on and so forth.
Sir John?
Yes.
Yes po. So from our chat from the Zoom, si Ma'am Joyce Bauyon po from the DAP.
Okay.
Also asking, Sir, can you share strategies and ways how we can reinforce KM processes to go down to the individual and personal?
Oh, okay. Anong name niya nga? Sorry.
Si Ma'am Joyce.
Oh, hi Joy. That's a very good question. So, sunod na pag-conduct ko, talagang i-emphasize ko, lalagay ko ng separate slide siya. That's a very good question. I like that. Una, pinaka-popular, of course, is the training. Ang problema ko, training, kasi talagang, kasi it starts institutionally, di ba? Ito yung system. Like, di ba? Yung iba pa nga, they just provide user training. So, ito parang user training din para sigurado lang na everyone is on the same page in the organization na from now on, this is what we're going to be doing, this KM for us. Di ba? That's very important. Kasi mas mabilis yung dissemination pag training talaga. And when we talk about training of everyone, hindi lang yung mag-echo training na lang. I don't like that. Although, it saves money, saves resources, pero sana ma-capture talaga lahat yung ma-echo. Pero anyway, sana lahat na for training. Okay? So anyway, ang misgiving ko lang about the training kasi, individual na yung absorption yan eh. Ano yun? So, meaning, depende na kung how what do you call that? How attentive they are, how open they are, how receptive they are to the learning. Okay, so ang reckoning nun is that makita dapat dun sa application the way they practice KM talaga. At para masigurado yon, dapat ma-incorporate yung whatever outputs or outcomes you want from your organization or institutional processes dun sa performance management system or PMS. So the way you promote people, the way you reward people, hindi lang performance-based. It should be knowledge-based. It's based on what they know. It should be competency-based. I mean, yung mga ginagawa nila to be able to acquire new knowledge, create new knowledge, share knowledge, apply the knowledge they learned from other people, from training, from ganon, dun dapat sila ma-recognize. Kasi alam naman natin people are driven by the question, what's in it for me? And yung performance management system provide them that. Kasi kahit ayaw nila, mapuforce sila kasi ito yung performance management system sa organization natin. So if you want to advance your career in the organization, di ba, mag-comply ka sa PMS. Kaya nga sabi ko, it's a good thing, it's a welcome development nung nag-join sa KMAP yung mga taga-HR. That's one of the perspectives na is lesson learned from having the HR practitioners. Okay? Obviously, emphasize nila yon kasi performance management di ba? How do you get rewarded? How do you get incentives? How do you get recognized for your performance? It should be knowledge-based. I-incorporate natin to the point na dapat ma-incorporate nga yung individual or personal processes doon sa job description. Okay? So, sa job description ng bawat isa, nakalagay na yun, yung sharing ng knowledge, creating or updating your knowledge, dapat, di ba? Usually, nakikita natin kasi submission of reports or kung ano man yung mga requirements, ganyan, di ba? Pwede naman siguro idagdag natin yun, di ba? Na each and every one is required as part of their job description na mag-share ng knowledge, gamitin yung knowledge na natutunan nila, application. And of course, yung system nyo, yung performance management system, should be able to also measure that. So dapat may mga metrics, analytics in terms of that. Di ba? Ano yung mga metrics na pwedeng gamitin or what we call rubrics, di ba? To be able to measure, to be able to find out kung talagang they are practicing knowledge management. Unfortunately, hindi pa ako nakapag-conduct ng training on the personal aspects pero yun ang hinihintay ko sana eh. Kasi I can just conduct it, no? Wala naman nangangailangan, di ba? So wala pa naman request na gano'n. Karamihan na mga kinoconduct kong training or consulting, ganyan, very institutional, very organizational. So, okay naman yun kasi you start there naman talaga. Pero kasi usually for consultants like me, di ba, hindi ka na mag-graduate into implementation. Usually kasi sa implementation, dun include yung personal or individual processes. So yun, pag tingnan natin yung personal or individual, again, I go back to HR. I go back to learning or training and then yun sa performance management system. Yun. So it's very, very people management na talaga rin. Meron pa ba, Mayan?
Wala na, sir. Ay, wait lang, sir. I check natin ulit.
Para may
Sa,
nag-glow.
kay Winfrida, the
Sige.
biggest challenge in KM is sharing of knowledge. Can you give examples or ways this can institutionalize in an organization?
Institutionalize. Hindi, babalik, hindi. So, Wilfreda, babalik pa rin tayo doon. Kasi, pag kinailangan nyo, kasi, ganito interpretation ko about institutionalization, no? It's just another term for pipilitin mo. Okay? Kasi, we go back to the performance management eh. Kasi, people always refer to that, how they are being evaluated, how their performance is being measured. So kung yung sharing explicitly naka-state doon sa performance management system na talagang nire-recognize yun, nire-reward yun, kasama sa evaluation as a performance evaluation, I think you will see that naturally people are going, parang sa mga universities, kung gusto maging research university, you have to force the faculty members to publish, to do research. Kasi nakakatamad gumawa ng research. It takes time, takes resource, mga ganun. Unless talaga iba yung mold mo, may people talagang they get excited about doing research, no? Kasi matrabaho siya. So sa universities, like kami sa UP, di ba? If you want to get promoted, if you want to you have to do research. You have to publish. Ganun kasi so sa tingin ko ganun rin dapat sa KM. So, kung gusto talaga natin mag-share sila, dapat yung sharing ng knowledge, it should be incorporated in the performance management system. Meron case like sa Japan, they believe that thinking is part of working. Na talaga naman dapat, di ba? So that's very KM. Sabi nila, merong di ba 8 hours yung working time. So sabi nila, 1 oras man lang yon per day, dapat dinidevote to thinking. So, ano ba yung thinking? Pwede yung thinking kasi nakaganyan lang. Para ka nakatunga nga lang, pero you're thinking. You don't have to talk naman while thinking. Nakakatakot yon, di ba? Wala ka namang kausap, nasasalita ka. So, kasi we interpret as thinking, as doing nothing, kasi people are just staring out the window, looking at the view sa penthouse or something. Di ba? Parang, ayun. Kasi there's a tendency for people to interpret na you're not doing anything if you're just staring, so thinking. Pero that's part of, di ba? Working. So sa may mga Japanese workplaces, may mga Japanese organizations na they encourage their people to go to go to a spot kung anong gusto nila, kung saan man, na they can think. Tapos freewheeling yon, just think, ganyan, clear your mind, do yoga, do meditation, I don't know. Pero just to think, give the space and time for people to think. So, absuelto ko kung anong gusto mong gawin. If you can think while playing Mobile Legend, if you can think via Facebook, fine. Basta think lang. Kasi people are so busy doing their jobs, they don't have the time to think na. Kaya sometimes, there are jobs that are thoughtless. Hindi na pinag-iisipan.
Correct.
Kaya minsan, kahit hindi na relevant, hindi na kailangan gawin, ginagawa pa rin. Kasi hindi na pinag-iisipan. Pag-iisipan mo, trabaho to, kailangan gawin lang to. Pero kailangan pa ba talaga siyang gawin? So, yung ganun. So, it takes hindi lang kultura eh. We're not talking about culture. It takes it takes I don't know, it takes yung habit talaga, kailangan mag-sip sa habit talaga ng mga tao to share, kasi like, may mga certain colleges sa UP na they're very wary of, yun nga, sharing, so sabi ko, paano mangyayari yan, di ba? Parang kasi, baka kopya, nakawin, yung research mo, yung mga ganon, kasi, yun nga, sobra yung premium given to research. Ako, sige, get the knowledge, okay lang yan. Copy, sige. Kahit nga hindi nyo na ako i-quote okay lang sa akin yon. Kasi I think in my case, kaya nga I'm in this profession, I think nasa habit ko na, nasa system ko na yung sharing. So medyo mahirap siya kasi it takes practice kasi di ba if you have knowledge naman, then you have something to share. Kasi iba naman, kasi okay, that's another thing you cannot share something that you don't know. I mean, you can only share what you know. So it starts there. For people to share, they have to, dapat knowledgeable sila. Meron silang alam. Kaya it goes back to hiring the right people, competent people who are knowledgeable talaga. Okay? So yun. We go back to that, performance management, putting it in the performance evaluation system of the organization. May question po, May Ann?
Parang, sir, double check ko lang. Sandali.
Okay.
Parang last slide na tayo on what KM is, no, sir?
Oo, tapos na yun.
Wait lang, sir. Yun, meron tayo sa YouTube.
Yeah, sige.
Ano na po, from Ma'am Jennifer. So, would you like to discuss siguro muna yung last slide and then we can go back po dun sa questions?
Oo. Ito yung,
10 minutes naman po before lunch. Opo. And then we can entertain naman po itong from YouTube.
Tama. O yun. So now we're moving on to KMS, or what knowledge management system is. Kasi, di ba, we learned what knowledge is, what KMS. Now it's about putting them together into a KMS, or knowledge management system. So plainly, if you look at the definition sa ISO 30401, sinasabi lang doon, KM or KMS is part of a management with regard to knowledge. Ganun lang ka-simple. Pero according to them, yung elements ng system are organization's knowledge management culture. So they put premium on the culture kasi they want to emphasize yung practices on knowledge management. The structure, of course, governance and leadership as always, roles and leadership of those people, roles and responsibilities of those people who are engaged in managing knowledge, and then planning, technology, process, and operation. So much like very similar to the QMS, or the quality management system. Kaya nga, I made this distinction kasi palagi siya nag-confuse yung mga organizations. So a KMS versus an organizational memory system, or OMS. Yung KMS kasi, it's a complete system. All the processes that are pertinent to managing knowledge concerns both explicit and tacit knowledge. And KMS is people-driven as opposed to OMS. So OMS kasi is just the capturing, storage, access, retrieval, update, on the purging of information na naka-store na. So basically, it's explicit na knowledge ang nandun, di ba? Kasi the capture na siya. Anything that is captured is already explicit knowledge, di ba? So it's technology-driven. So in this case, yung information system traditionally na na-encounter ko palagi, especially if the organization is starting with knowledge management, OMS yon. So the OMS has to graduate to a KMS. Okay? Mas organization-wide na. Tsaka this time, may tacit na aspect ng knowledge. So in other words, sa KMS, kasama yung training of people, coaching, mentoring. Kasi you also want to focus and extract the tacit knowledge of your people na hindi pa explicit, wala pa sa OMS nyo. Hindi pa siya captured, hindi pa siya documented, hindi pa siya nakastore. sa mga portals, repositories, database, wala pa. Okay? Wala pa sa mga minutes, manual. Yun ang sinasakop ng scope ng KMS, yung tacit. And it's people-driven. So KMS depends on your people if KMS will work or not. Do sa OMS, it's just a matter of having this good technology talaga like an IS, an information system, para ma-capture yung yung knowledge na kailangan para ma-store, access, retrieval, update niya. Pero if you're going to expand on that concept, it's going to be KMS na. So that's the difference between KMS and OMS, or popularly known as the IS natin, or information system. So usually, na-encounter kong problem dito is that organizations already have this established na IS na, no? So they're asking me, sir, can we use it for KMS? Ako, syempre naman, pwede naman talaga. Kasi mahirap naman na you'll be investing in pero kasi, make sure na ma-recalibrate or ma-reconfigure yung IS nyo para ma-cover yung buong scope ng KMS. Yun lang yung kasi usually information system nakita ko, limited yung functions niya to be able to expand yung sa kailangan natin with KM. Okay? So there. Yun lang yung take ko dyan. Okay, so before we move to the certification of the KMS, we can do this after lunch na. Maybe we can go to the questions.
Yes, sir. Opo. Sige. Sige po. Punta tayo dun sa questions. Okay? Turn on ko lang yung webcam ko. You are also welcome to turn on po your webcam to ating mga Zoom participants so we can see you. Any other inputs po from our Zoom participants while I'm also reading from our YouTube participants. From Ma'am Jennifer Samontanes. Ano-ano po ang klase ng critical knowledge? Tapos meron pa pong susunod, sir. Would you like to answer that one muna po?
Sige. Jennifer, no? So Jennifer, yung critical knowledge kasi, as I said, depends on your organization, no? So first and foremost, you start with your stakeholders. You have to know intimately who your stakeholders are, ano yung mga needs nila. For example lang, so let's say ang stakeholders mo would be the farmers in the remote areas, do sa mga bukirin nila, sa mga palayan nila, no? So, ano yung mga kailangan nila from your agency? So, let's say, agrarian reform ka, ganyan, nasa agrarian reform ka. So, it could be like, in their case kasi, how they can be, they need to know how they can be, like how they can participate, di ba, sa land reform, meaning acquiring land, a tract of land for their, sa farming nila, di ba? How they can qualify for the land distribution, di ba? O yung ganon, di ba? So ito yung mga knowledge na kailangan nila. So pero to be able to do that, yung mga tao mo ba alam to? Ano yung mga intricacies of land distribution? Di ba? How do you talk to the farmers? How do you explain to them na maintindihan nila? Kasi di ba mas mabilis yun kung meron ka na ma-fill out na form, electronic, pero kaya ba nila yon yung mga farmers? I mean, do they have the, di ba? So, baka ang kailangan mong gawin, intervene sila, ikaw na maglagay, mag-fill out ng form for them. Yung ganun ba? So, start with the stakeholders. Definitely, whether you like it or not, as your organization, you really have to know your stakeholders, whether you like it or not. And you start with their needs. O given their needs, ano yung mga processes na process ng organization nyo do sa serving the needs, addressing the needs of these stakeholders. Ngayon, given the processes, to be able for you to perform those processes well, anong knowledge kailangan nyo? Yun ang that's one critical knowledge. Of course, many government agencies talagang may mandate kayo na, may strategic trust na, di ba? Even without even talking to your stakeholders, meron na kayong marching orders, eto na yung mandate nyo kailangan gawin talaga to. Anong knowledge ang kailangan nyo doon? Very crucial yun, Kasi maraming na-appoint sa top management ng isang agency, wala naman silang background doon. Kaya nga bumabagsak sa commission ng appointment Di ba? Oh. Kasi yun ang first requirement. If you're going to be assigned to DECT, the Information and Communication Technology in the department, di ba? You have to know about something about ICT. Sa DNR ka, dapat alam mo yung environment and natural resources. I mean, di ba, if you go to head an agency, first and foremost, you should have the knowledge about ano ba yung function ng knowledge, ano ba yung mandate nun. Kasi like, dati, I did this training for, there's a particular government, GOCC. Hindi ko na babagay ko ano, pero yun nga, they're complaining, napaka-technical nung ano, pero may mga members ng board, hindi naman alam na yung area na yon. Pero doon sila in-appoint. So it's a problem. Pero anyway, kasi that's critical yung knowledge. So yung mga nasa top management, alam ba nila yung strategic thrust or even mandate. Kasi meron mga agencies, technical knowledge ang kailangan. Okay? Tapos of course, yung mga managers, supervisors na engage with day-to-day operations, yung operations mismo, from end to end, from start to finish. Like yung sa ano, di ba? Kung may citizens charter na, dapat alam mo yung laman ng citizens charter at ano ba kailangan talaga doon. Di ba? From end to end. Because of the RA 1132, yung EODB, EPSD, di ba? The ease of doing business and the efficient public service delivery. Dapat alam mo yun. Kasi yun yung magdi-define ng operations mo eh. To serve the public, to serve the stakeholders better. Oh. Like ito, di ba? Ang dami nag-loan dahil sa pandemic, yung calamity loan. Kamusta mga processes niyo? We're talking about pag-ibig and SSS. Oh, responsive ba doon sa pandemic? Responsive ba sa kailangan ng mga public na umutang sila because of the calamity? Yung pandemic, di ba? Ako nga, umutang ako kasi pagkakataon eh. Hintay ko ba next pandemic o next calamity para hindi ka pwede mangutang kung walang calamity eh. Kasi calamity loan nga, di ba? So, okay, go. Oh. Pero ang hirap. Hindi maayos yung proseso. Oh, eto, knowledge, lacking in knowledge ba yun? I don't know. Pero, eto you can, andali eh, anywhere you turn, pag sa organization mo, andali makita kung ano yun. At ano yun, it could start organization level, yung critical knowledge mo, hanggang pababa sa job mo. In order to do your job well, ano yung knowledge na kailangan mo? Dapat na-cover na yon nung hinire ka. Di ba? O ito job description mo, meron ka bang knowledge nito? Okay, may training siguro sa job before ma-hire ka or whatsoever, or merong turnover or kung ano man yung tawag doon, orientation. Pero in the first place, you should be competent enough to be hired for the job. So that's at the job level, meron ka rin sarili mong knowledge needs or yung critical knowledge na pinag-uusapan. So critical knowledge is something that you should know, you should have, the organization should have para mag-function properly. Yun, plain and simple. Sige. Next.
Okay. Sir, time check, it is 12:01. Sir Josh, sa YouTube po, we will go back to your question, sir. Okay lang po ba? After lunch po?
Oo.
Oo. So, we would like to ask our participants to just turn off your camera and mute yourselves po for our Zoom participants. And then, we shall see you at 1 o'clock po. So, if you have any other questions, just type it there sa chat box natin for YouTube and for our Zoom. And then, we will go back to your queries po. Sige po. Maraming salamat po.
Happy lunch.
Happy lunch po. Salamat po.
See you later.
We are now faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is the era of disruptive changes, information overload, and lightning-paced developments. This is the age of innovation. Because of these rapid changes in the globe, the needs of the people changed as well. New mindsets were formed as accessibility and online transactions become integral parts of daily lives. Having different platforms of commerce and communication, people have radically shifted to digitization and virtual activities. This radical trend has resulted to an inertia in national development and a widened gap with the government and the general public. Coupled with the diminishing public trust, today's leaders are faced with the greater challenge of bringing the government closer to the people. Innovation is the only way forward. More than just giving what the citizens need, the government should give what the people deserve. Thus, the birth of the Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory has become imperative to equip the public servants with innovative skills as they become part of future-fit organizations. Along with integrity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency, Innovation Laboratory adds a key ingredient in fortifying the pillars of good governance, a new culture of innovation.
Hello, my name is Ino, and this is the PSP Innovation Laboratory in the Philippines. One of the country's efforts in preparing the nation through innovation programs in the public sector. We gather small cross-functional teams to collaborate, discuss, and develop new technologies, products, solutions, or programs. We unleash the skill to adapt experimental and innovative methods as the different agencies tackle social, political, and organizational issues. Our main objectives are to enhance citizen satisfaction, improve government efficiency, and strengthen public sector innovation. InnoLab is a venue for knowledge sharing, creative thinking, and discovery of cutting-edge techniques to address public sector productivity. Our role is to create a culture of innovation among public organizations with the ultimate goal of creating a pool of innovators engaging in interagency and sectoral collaborations. InnoLab will be the catalyst of national development through innovation, a venue to stimulate out-of-the-box thinking and the moving force of implementation and scale-up. Innovation Laboratory follows a citizen-centered approach in coming up with innovation initiatives. We call it the co-creation innovation process. Let me show you how this works. Co-creation is really not hard to do. All you need is a group of people gathering together towards a specific objective. Starting with identifying roles and objectives, the innovation challenge was framed.
The decision point that we used was to choose an innovation that affects so many customers, and we should do everything to make them comfortable, of less cost on their part, fast and most efficient service.
Empathy is a tool that will allow you to go deeper inside the system. Empathy will lead you to frame up an innovation. It will lead you to gather insights and information. And it will also lead you to plan how to implement the solutions that you have in mind.
The data gathering process is a complicated phase. Digging deeper does not only allow you to understand the problem, but also makes you understand the pains and gains of the stakeholders.
Getting into the data gathering, tapos yung talagang as in naka-immerse ka doon kahit man lang a few hours na nandoon kami sa branch, we're able to see kung ano yung mga dapat na i-improve on our own, yung kung ano yung mga dapat na hinihingi ng members. So we're looking at it at the members' perspective.
The birth of an innovative idea comes from the identification of alternative solutions through creativity tools and techniques where wild and crazy ideas are encouraged.
Creative thinking actually allowed us to look into ways that rather we would not be able to do in a normal thinking process. We were able to use wild ideas, take inspiration from them, and apply it in our situation that we wouldn't even think would be applicable.
Innovation does not stop in the mind. Prototyping is where an innovative idea is being brought to life.
I think prototyping is very important, especially in product development or in innovation. The prototyping is the best sample to show our stakeholders that we do understand what they express to us, that they convey to us. And as a response, we made these prototypes.
This is just the start, okay? What happens next will depend on you. And implementation is really key in any innovation efforts.
We are lucky enough that we have the public sector productivity to make it happen, to make this possible, because they are provided us with solutions to unlock this problem that our members, our stakeholders are encountering.
At Innovation Laboratory, we aim for a sustainable future of innovation. We believe that the possibilities are endless and that progress is a continuous cycle of growth.
It really applies real life situation. We're in the office. We are really bound by time and pressure. So pinaka-memorable sa akin are those mga 5 minutes, 10 minutes na activities wherein you have to give your all of your effort. Those ideas with the collaboration, nagiging innovative siya, and it will actually help me. Skill kasi siya na parang mas nakatulong pa siya sa akin in the future na makakam up ako ng mga better ideas. So parang non-stop thinking and non-stop innovation.
I think it's very important because things are changing, specifically when it comes to the EODB law. Bootcamp makes government employees realize the value of innovation and how to make things easier for their clients.
The drive for innovation in the government will prepare our nation as we leap towards the future under a sound governance and future-fit leadership. Join us as we spread the culture of innovation. There is no other time but now.
Hello, magandang hapon po. Naririnig po ba ako? Kamusta po? Ayan, si Ma'am Marites. Kamusta po yung ibang nasa Zoom at saka nasa YouTube? Kamusta po ang lunch natin? Okay naman? Pwede po kayo mag-unmute. Hello, ating mga YouTube subscribers and participants hindi pala subscribers. Kamusta ang inyong mga kamusta ang inyong mga lunch? Kasi ang lunch ko hindi ready. Ang fallback ko, hotdog forever. Sige po. Okay. Pwede po, meron lang po tayong short energizer. Yung never have I ever. Baka po yung iba familiar na. Pero may I ask po sana yung ating mga Zoom participants to turn on their webcams. Okay lang po ba? May I see a show of webcams? Kasi kailangan po to visual po ito eh. Naku, si Ma'am Marites lang, paano ba natin gagawin to? Asan po kaya yung iba? Pabukas, Sir John, sumama kayo.
Ay, nag-off nga ako.
Sumama kayo, Sir John.
Sige.
Sama.
Sige.
Sasama po tayo. Sige, sandali. Asan na ba yung ating mga participants? Sandali Sige. Check ko lang sa Zoom. Ba, konti lang. Hi, Miss Rai. Kamusta na? Hello. Kasi si Ma'am Joyce. Sila Ma'am Regina. Active natin. Hindi ko kayo makita, Ma'am Regina. Baka gusto nyo i-turn on yung inyong webcam. Sila Ma'am Diana. Ma'am Joyce. Si Ma'am Nia. Si Ma'am Avon. Sige, okay. Laro na ito ay Never Have I Ever. Hi, Ma'am Regina. Never have I ever. Siyempre, iniba ko po yung aking mga questions. So, ang ating default mode ay nakataas ng mga kamay. Taas po natin ating mga kamay. Pareho.
Teka.
Tapos, pag hindi nyo ginawa, bababa nyo lang. Ha?
Okay.
Taas muna natin. Okay. Kasi hindi ko kayo makikita kasi nandun ako sa questions. Sige, first question. Test muna tayo. Never have I ever fallen asleep during an online meeting.
Online meeting.
During an online meeting. Ako napag-isip sa right. Never have I ever fallen asleep during an online meeting. Ibaba nyo pagka hindi nyo nagawa. Taas lang ang kamay pagka oo. Halos ako nakatulog na ako. Sige, okay, test lang yan. Okay, first question, yung totoong tanong. Okay, taas ang mga kamay. Kamay ay nasa hangin. Never have I ever brought my laptop to the toilet to continue an online meeting. Ginawa ko na yan. Actually, intro course pa nga yun. Dinala ko talaga. O, di ba? Yan, nare-reveal na, nakakahiya, di ba? Ayun, sandali, tignan natin sa connected po kayo sa cellphone. Okay lang po, Ma'am Marites. Sige, next question. Sandali, para makita ko kayo habang tinatanong ko ang aking questions. Pasensya na po. Medyo challenging lang. Wait lang po. Bago tayo mag-umpisa ulit. Para naman nakikita namin kayo at saka nakakasalamuha. Sige, next. Never have I ever participated in more than 2 meetings online at the same time. Parang bihasa yung ibang agencies, si Ma'am Marites, talagang kaganon eh. Oo, ginagawa ko yun. Hindi ko po kaya yun. Hindi ko po alam kung paano po nagagawa ng iba yun.
Yeah.
Hindi ko kaya yun. Promise, ang aking attention span ay maikse. Okay, game ulit. Ewan ko, ito nakakahiya ito. Never have I ever hindi naligo for more than 24 hours.
24 hours?
Okay, sige. Tapos pala kami ganun. More than 24 hours. Ang work from home talaga ay salarin sa mga hindi naliligo kasi nandun ka lang sa bahay. Sige, taas po natin ulit. Taas ang mga kamay. Never have I ever naglinis, nagluto, or naglaba habang nasa meeting online. Ang babait nyo naman.
Kasi kahit walang meeting, di naman talaga ako nagluluto.
Diba? Sila Sir Cleo at si Ma'am Regina talagang masugid. Online meeting ko, online meeting. Sige, okay, taas ang mga kamay. Never have I ever been interrupted by a child or a pet during an online meeting. Palagi ako. Naku, si Ma'am Regina. Ano, aso pusa, ma'am? Aso pusa o anak?
Meron akong baby cat.
Baby cat. O, biglang lumapasok na ganun, Mga attention seekers, yan. Aking 2 aso at 1 pusa. Okay, sige po, taas po mga kamay. Last 2 questions. Never have I ever forgotten to wear a mask going outside. Oo, nagawa ko na yun.
Outside
Nakakatakot siya actually. Parang na-realize mo, ay wala pala akong mask. Sige. Last, never have I ever attended an online training but was actually in another room. Ay, mali. Ako pala yun. Nagawa ko na pala yun. Bistado.
Parang lahat ng question, Mayan, nakaka-relate doon sa'yo.
Correct. Nakaka-relate. Correct. Opo. Salamat po ng madami si Ma'am Ray. Oh. Parang nagbibilang. Anong questions na ba yung nagawa ko ng ano? Sige, mga guilty. Kahit nasa DAP kami. Ganun talaga po. Multitasking is the name of the game. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po. Sige po. Babalik po tayo, Sir John, dun sa last question.
Sige,
From
sige.
our YouTube participants. Saan si Sir Josh? Wait lang. Si Sir Josh. Sir Josh, yung iyong ano. Aba, sa YouTube, ang dami mga nagtaas ng kamay. Ma'am Jenny, ano yung hindi nyo kaya? Hindi maligo ng 24 oras? Si Mang Wang, na-interrupt siya ng kanyang bunso. Ayan. Okay. Sige. Balik po tayo sa question ni Sir Josh from Nia. I want to ask po kung ang mentoring process ay function po ng knowledge management team or training and education team based on the standards, principles of ISO 9001. Sir, ulitin ko po ba? Mahaba po yung tanong ni Sir.
Sige, okay naman. Okay lang. Oo.
Okay po.
Oo. It's not specified sa ISO 30401-2018 kung sino yung specific na may responsibility with regard to mentoring or even coaching, counseling, kung ano pa ibang parts na intervention. Kasi yung mentoring and even coaching are generic performance or HR intervention. Okay? And even without ISO, hindi naman talaga kailangan ang mag-conduct ng intervention yung HR department or yung knowledge management department kung meron mang KM department. Okay? So, kasi obviously, yung coaching and mentoring are very individualized. Unless ang kino-coach mo is the entire team. Pero usually, they are very individualized intervention. And of course, the focus there, the emphasis there is the expertise of the mentor or the coach. So, yun, siguro ipapacilitate lang, i-administer lang to set up the system in terms of, kasi like dati, I did this training for IBM, tapos it's about what they call the buddy system, pero basically, ano yun coaching, mentoring system din. Buddy system ang tawag lang nila. Yun, yung HR, yung role nila is to set up the system, the parameters, the monitor the activities, di ba, na involved with, or yung pag-report, pag-collate, consolidate ng mga reports, kanya, so on and so forth. Pero obviously, it's the entire organization or even external mentors who are involved. Okay? So if the question pertains to who's doing the mentoring, indirect mentoring, doing the mentoring itself, obviously, it should be the expert or the mentor, di ba? And not necessarily from the HR or, unless may mentor mo, it's about HR, right? Ayun ganun. Sige, I hope I answered the question. Meron pa bang questions, Mayan? Mayan, naka-mute ka.
Sorry. Okay. Mukhang wala na po. Sandali, double check ko lang, sir, ha?
Sige.
Last na po. Wala pa po. Nag-participate lang sila sa ating Never Have I Ever.
Okay.
Sa Zoom po, meron pa po ba tayong questions? Any insights po? Sir, ano, oras di peligro, alauna. Depende sa kinain. Inaantok pa. Ayan.
Sige.
Sige po. Sir, ganito, tuloy lang po muna tayo. Sige. Tapos palakas na lang po ulit ng boses, sir. Medyo humina.
No problem. Sige.
Okay, thank you po.
Now, I'll resume the session by sharing again my slides. Okay. Wait. Sorry. This is where we stop. Right? We already discussed what knowledge is, diba, this morning, what knowledge management system is, and even the the definition of a knowledge management system or KMS. Yan. So, eto lang, we're now moving into the certification or certifying the KMS. So, first things first, certification to ISO, whatever ISO, even ISO 30401-2018 is not required. Hindi lang naman ako nagsasabi niyan, even ISO itself, sinasabi nila na, hindi naman talaga kailangan magpa-certify. So, ang intent lang naman ng ISO is to come up with an international standard, di ba? That would, sandali, nako-cover niya eh. Ay, sorry. Ayun. Ang intention lang naman ng, lumayo. Ang intention lang naman ng ISO is to have an internationally recognizable set of standards for certain domains, certain areas, yung ganun. So, but the KMS and its process have to be documented for sure. Okay? Kailangan siya i-document. Kasi hindi nyo magagamit, just like with QMS, hindi nyo magagamit kung hindi siya documented. Especially for the new employees, di ba? One way to get them oriented or familiar with the system is to look at yung mga documented processes, documented KMS, para they would know what to do, right? And aside from that, yung documentation of the system, optimize the benefits yung makukuha natin with the ISO standards, regardless if the organization gets certified or not. Okay? Kasi sabi nga natin, just like with QMS, pati yung KMS has to be part of the organizational knowledge. Oh. And when you say organizational knowledge, that knowledge is already documented. Given na yun. Okay? So, and that's where you get to realize the benefits of whatever guidelines, whatever requirements that you can find in the different ISO standards. So, for sure, documentation is required as opposed to certification. Okay? So, let's get that out of the way. I just want to clarify that. Kasi nga, ISO is not the organization who created this certification system, di ba? It's a totally different system altogether nung nagkaroon ng mga certifying registrars or bodies na nag-offer ng services of certification. So here we are. Let's clarify what certification is. Despite the fact that it's not required, but it would be great kasi the logic there is that finalo nyo na, di ba? Inayos nyo na yung system nyo in terms of the standard. So, why not get it certified? It's a little step forward pa. Di ba? Konti na lang yon. Naayos nyo na yung system eh. So, you'll never go wrong and there's nothing to lose if you get it certified. So, what is certification? So, conformity to a set of pre-specified standards. So, of course, in our case, ang relevant sa atin is ISO 30401-2018. So, yun yung may set of standards, set of requirements. Tapos, it's a matter of aligning, conforming your system to that standard. Okay, so internally, it provides discipline in managing organizations, right? Here, in this case, it provides you the discipline to manage knowledge in your organization. Internally speaking, but externally, it provides confidence of quality to customers and other stakeholders of organizations. That's one way to assure yung mga stakeholders nyo, yung mga customers nyo, yung public nyo, na tama ginagawa nyo. You're providing the best service that you can offer. Okay? It's very important. Diba? Of course, sa government agencies, kadalasan, wala naman ibang talagang pupuntahan yung mga kliyente natin, yung mga customers natin. Kasi, sabi nga, in certain services, in most services, may monopoly talaga ang government. Like, where can you get your driver's license, your passport? As opposed to the private sector, sa businesses, kaya mas nagsimula naman talaga yung ISO certification sa private sector organizations or businesses kasi nga may competition. Diba? There was a time sa European Union, hindi tinatanggap yung mga private sector companies, yung mga businesses to engage with their local businesses kung hindi ISO certified sa 9001. Okay? So, ganun ka-importante yung ISO certification sa private sector. But in the case of the public sector, sa government sector, remember, lahat ng ginagastos natin, lahat ng, everything about the government, except kung utang siya na yung external debt natin, di ba? Galing sa taxpayers' money. The public, the customers we are serving. So, di ba, pati yung sweldo natin, nagagaling sa kanila. So, we owe it to them na we give them the best service. So, somehow, mas direct yung accountability, right? Kaya nga, we always go back to, we're living in a democratic country, so dapat ang magdidictate talaga kung anong kailangan, yung public. Kaya nga, it's called public service. Okay? So, there you go. So, eto, another clarification, ha? Yung difference ng certification at ng accreditation. Certification is about individual client organizations. Like you guys, kayo. Yung organization nyo nag-a-apply sa mga certifying bodies or registrars or agencies para pa-certify yung system nyo. Okay, so either, ano yun, SGS, di ba? Yung Socotec na before AJA, Certification International, Bureau Veritas, yung mga TUV, yung tatlong TUV, Nord, Rhineland, tsaka I forgot the other TUV kasi dati isa lang yung TUV, nagwatak-watak sila, naging tatlo. So on and so forth. Okay, maraming pang certifying bodies depende sa domain or area. Tapos yung accreditation naman, it refers to certifying registrars or agencies. So in other words, yung certification ina-apply sa client organization, sa inyo na gusto magpa-certify doon sa system na yon, doon sa like QMS, KMS, yung ganon. Samantalang yung nagsa-certify sa inyo, what we call the certifying registrars or bodies, like yung nga, SGS, yung mga ganyan-ganyan, Bureau Veritas, ganyan, kailangan ma-accredit sila para maging, para may authority sila, may rights sila na mag-certify. So in other words, ito yung pag-accredit doon nagsa-certify sa inyo. Okay? So let's just the correct use of the term. Okay? So, further, ito yung definition. Certification is the provision of by an independent body of written assurance, what we call a certificate, that the product, service, or system in question meets specific requirements. It's the same as what you call registration. This can be found in the ISO website, yung definition of certification. Ito yung mga examples ng nagsa-certify. Okay? Nagsa-certify sa inyo as client organizations na gusto magpa-certify nung system nila, yung QMS, KMS, ganyan. Examples are the Brixton Assessment Services, the Bureau Veritas Certification Philippines, the Certification International Philippines Incorporated, the SGS, the Socotec, ito yung dating AJA ito yung Socotec. Para naging crime scene investigation or something. Anyway, tapos yung tatlong TUV nga nagwatak-watak, the TUV Nord, the Rhineland, and the SUD-PSB. Yan. Yan yung mga examples. On the other hand, yung accreditation naman, it is defined as the formal recognition by an independent body, generally known as an accreditation body, of course, that a certification body operates according to international standards. So ito rin yung dapat may nagre-regulate ng certification. So sila nire-regulate naman. Examples are per country na to, right? Ito sa US, yung American National Standards Institute or ANSI, the IRCA, the Independent Register of Certificated Auditors, so on and so forth. But sa Japan, meron. And then we have another sa US and then another Japan. Meron sa Australia and New Zealand. And then yung sa atin, it's what we call the Philippine Accreditation Board or PAB under the Department of Trade and Industry or DTI. Yan. So, in other words, pag magpapacertify na kayo at pipili na kayo ng certifying agency or registrar na mag-a-apply kayo, kailangan i-check nyo muna with PAB or the Philippine Accreditation Board sa website nila, nakalist down naman doon yung mga accredited certifying registrar or bodies. Tapos ano pa yan? Naka-identify din kung saan sila qualified or authorized na mag-certify. So obviously, these are mga popular standards like ISO 9001:2015, ISO 14001:2015, ISO 45001:2018. Okay, so yung tatlo yun, yung Quality Management System, Environmental Management System, at saka Occupational Health and Safety Management System. Karamihan nung binanggit nating mga registrar, SGS, ganyan, Bureau Veritas, accredited naman. Okay? Pero iba, mas specific eh. They are accredited for medical devices, for, ano pa ba iba? For events, may mga ganun pa, for food, use of food safety, ganyan. Okay? So, unfortunately, sa knowledge management system, wala pa. Okay? It's a very new system. It's a very new standard. Kaya medyo wala pa. Hindi pa nag-i-invest yung mga certifying registrar or bodies to develop the expertise with regard to that. Sabi ko nga sa inyo earlier this morning, nag-inquire na ako with the PAB, actually through the BPS. They're working on it right now. Kasi nga, yun nga, kasi ang sagot sa akin ng mga certifying registrars or bodies, in their case, it's business. Okay? So, they need to have that critical mass ng mga applicants, ng mga clients para i-offer lang yung service na yon. Eh, obviously, for knowledge management is so new, wala masyado. In fact, wala pa merong nag-signify na intent na, hey, we want to get certified to the ISO, yung KMS namin. Okay? Yeah. So that's the problem. It's not a lucrative business for them. Unlike yung 9001, lahat halos, di ba? Even sa government, nagpapa-ISO 9001. Yung ganun. Those still business naman kasi pa rin. Okay? And yung ISO, the International Organization for Standardization sa Geneva, Switzerland, hindi naman talaga directly nagsicertify yon. Okay? So, to be able to understand what certification is, okay, so eto, we can take a look at it as a process then, or what I call the logic of certification. So, you start with your existing processes. And sana, documented na itong processes na to. Okay? So, madali na to, sundan nyo lang. Ano ba existing processes namin? Tapos, and you move on to conforming process with requirements. Meaning, given your existing processes, you have to check to what extent your existing processes, your documented existing processes, pumapasa o nagko-conform, nagko-comply do sa requirements ng standard. So in this case, the ISO 30401:2018. Kasi kung hindi, you have to move on to corrective actions and changes to processes. So you reconfigure, you change your processes, you correct your processes para maging conformed o para para mag-align do sa standards. After doing that, you have to go back to the standards. Ito, checking processes against requirements to make sure na ngayon ba, given the changes, given the corrective actions, aligned na ba? Conforming na ba yung processes nyo? Kung okay na yon, you can now move into practices. You look at the performance of your people. Okay? Given the processes, to what extent the practices of your people are following the processes. Di ba dapat nag-align rin yon, di ba? Kasi baliwala, processes, sa paper lang yan. Pero practices, yung talagang ginagawa ng mga tao. Which is more important, di ba? Yung practices. Kasi hindi mararamdaman ng stakeholders natin, ng mga customers natin, yung quality, yung paggamit ng knowledge, yung changes sa system natin na certified na tayo, kung di nakikita sa practice ng mga tao natin. Eh ano ngayon kung ganyan yung processes? Ito nga, di ba yung RA 11032, di ba? The ease of doing business and efficient public service delivery. Yun, gusto ko talaga yung RA na yun. Kung mag-favorite na RA ako sa buong existence ng Philippine bureaucracy, yung RA 11032. Kasi napakaklaro kung anong dapat gawin. Processes yon. Sabi ng Republic Act. Kamusta yung practices? Ang dahilan ngayon, pandemic. Dahilan ba yung pandemic para i-violate na yung RA 11032? Oh, okay, so yun lang, just an example. Okay? So, RA 11032 is one way to improve your processes. Very clear. Pero sumusunod ba yung practices ng mga tao? Right? Kasi narinig ko may mga dahilan pa rin about signatories. Dapat di ba na-solve na nung RA 11032 yung signatories? So, practice na yon. Practice ang problema. Okay. Ayoko na pumasok sa mga details kasi hindi tayo matatapos pag sinimulan ko reklamo ko. Anyway, sorry. Ayan, sobrang nagreklamo, napindot ko tuloy. Okay, pag okay na yon, hindi naman okay, pag na-document nyo na, di ba, na-record nyo na yung mga practices, tingnan nyo ngayon kung practice ba na to, nagko-conform doon sa processes nga. Okay? So obviously, sabi nga natin kanina, yung practices have to conform with the process kasi yung processes nyo, okay na. Kasi you start with the processes, di ba? Alam nyo na yung processes nyo, nagko-conform na doon sa standards. So kailangan sumunod naman ngayon yung practices nyo doon sa processes na nagko-conform na doon sa standard para yung practices nyo magko-conform rin sa standards. Clear? Kung hindi, pupunta kayo sa corrective actions and changes to your practices. Ha? Kasi kailangan mag-conform nga talaga yung practices na yan sa processes nyo. So in other words, kung yung EODB, EPSD is to, di ba, to improve your quality, dapat sundin yung practices doon. Kailangan yung practices mag-conform sa RA 11032. And then, pag nagawa nyo na yon, di ba, kung kailangan ng training, kailangan ng coaching, kung ano mang kailangan reprimand, kailangan penalty, I don't know. Okay? So, kung ano man yung corrective actions, changes na kailangan. I-check nyo, bumalik kayo, i-check nyo uli kung this time with the interventions, with the corrective actions, with the changes, nagbago ba yung practices? Nag-conform na ba sa processes? At pag nangyari na yun, over the years, over time, kailangan mag-continual improvement lang of both processes and practices. Ang simple, no? Ganun rin naman. Ito yung logic sa ISO 9001:2015 sa QMS. The same logic applies to ISO 30401:2018. Pareho lang yung logic, pareho lang yung principle, okay, ng certification. So, para masyado mahaba yung pinakita ko kanina, ito to simplify, ito nga, halaga QMS, di ba? So, dapat KMS na yan. Anyway, applicable, it goes to show na pwede pa rin siya i-apply sa KMS, no? So, yung QMS or KMS, ang logic lang nun, dapat kung ano man yung processes nyo, ito yung pinapractice ng mga tao nyo. In fact, ito yung pina-follow na logic ng mga auditors, both your internal auditors and the external auditors coming from certifying registrars or bodies. Ito yung check nila. Doon sa stage 1 audit, di ba, two stages yung audit, stage 1 and stage 2. Sa stage 1, ito tingnan mo nila, yung processes nyo ba nagko-conform sa standards? Di ba? Sa stage 2 audit, mas critical bago kayo i-certify na talaga. Yung practices nyo naman, nagko-conform sa processes. Kasi di ba, we cannot assume na automatically when the processes are okay, they are really conforming to the standards, automatic susunod yung practices. Not necessarily kasi pag practices na, you're talking about people. People are very variable, very varied, very pasaway. Di ba? We cannot get that guarantee. We have to make sure that the practices, the performance of your people conform to the processes. Otherwise, mag-break down yung certification nyo. Okay? Ito lang, very fast. Mahaba to ha. Bibilisan ko lang kasi most of you naman ay ISO 9001:2015 certified na. Dinaanan nyo na dapat to, alam nyo na to. Pero for me, if we're going to be deliberate about the certification process, eto yun. We start with 1, define the scope and reasons for the certification initiative. Kailangan nyo ba magpa-certify at bakit? Number 2, select the right international standard. So in our case, kung gusto nyo yung sa knowledge management system, it's ISO 30401:2018. Okay? Number 3, secure top management commitment and involvement. Kasi kung wala yan, wag nyo na ituloy. Diyos ko, sakit sa ulo lang. At pigate, di ba? Sobrang madugo pag wala yung top management, pag ayaw naman nila, no? So dapat sila yung kahit hindi sila mag-initiate, pero dapat mag-commit sila once na ma-initiate na talaga sa organization. Number 4, review the contents of the selected international standard. Okay? Kailangan alam niyo yung laman. Kasi yun ang ginagamit nga ng reference eh. Alam nga na magpapacertify kayo, hindi niyo alam kung ano laman ng standard. Kaya dapat bumili nga ng ISO 30401:2018 sa DTI, sa Bureau of Philippine Standards sa Hilpuyat, okay, sa Makati. Number 5, communicate the certification initiative to everyone. Kasi kailangan everyone is on the same page. Kasi lahat dapat mag-conform doon sa standard. Hindi pwedeng quality management team, no? So hindi lang dapat yung knowledge management team or knowledge management department. Number 6, educate everyone on the contents of the selected international standard. Kaya kailangan mag-training. Everyone, di ko alam, di pwedeng selected eh. Kailangan lahat. Okay? Lahat mag-train sa ISO 30401:2018 para sigurado lang, alam nila yung laman. At hindi pwedeng ganito na isang araw lang na training o hanggang 4 o'clock lang. It has to be several days. Okay? Number 7, organize the management system team. O kung in this case, di ba, knowledge management siya, so i-organize yung KMS team nyo. Hindi sila ang gagawa lang mag-isa, ha? Okay? Sila lang mag-take ng lead. They will facilitate the certification para may nag-guide, okay? Pero kailangan pa rin na involvement ng everyone. Sila lang magte-take ng lead, sila lang magko-concern in terms of the administrative matters. Number 7. Number 8, identify and conduct training requirements. Yan. There should be a separate comprehensive training on ISO 30401:2018. In my case, I call it the foundations and requirements of ISO 30401:2018. Number 9, decide if the services of a consultant are going to be useful. Yan. Sana maging useful para ma-hire nyo ako. Ayun, pero hindi naman kailangan. It's not a requirement, okay? You can still get certified even without the services of a consultant. Gastos lang yan. Pero kung may budget naman, kunin nyo naman ako as consultant. Anyway, basta yun, hindi naman siya requirement talaga. Pero dapat sa simula pa lang, ma-decide nyo yun para sa simula pa lang nung initiative, sa simula pa lang nung process, involved talaga yung consultant. Number 10, prepare a management system work plan or what we call project plan. Kailangan nyo naman gawin yan kung kailangan nyo ng budget from top management. So, dapat naka-spell out lahat ng mga gastusin, mga resource na kailangan. 11, design, develop, and document the management system of the organization. In this case, yung KMS. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, kung ISO 9001:2015 certified na kayo, mas madali na. Una-una, may experience na kayo about documentation with the QMS, so i-apply nyo lang yung approach nyo with the KMS. Number 12, audit the management system for gaps. So usually, ito yung role ng mga internal auditors. Pero there's a separate training. Dapat i-train nyo muna sila sa ISO 19011:2018. Okay? Yun yung standard for auditing management systems. Okay? Number 13, you conduct the management review. Yung top management yan, di ba? Yung mag-conduct ng management review para i-discuss nila, i-approve nila yung findings doon sa audit, tsaka kung ano yung mga suggested corrective actions. Kasi sabi sa ISO, hindi lang naman sa 9001, even sa 30,401, okay, before you implement the corrective actions, they have to be, the corrective actions have to be approved. Okay, may sanction dapat, may sign off from top management or from, dumaan siya ng management review. Tapos kung ano man, you have to correct the gaps. Kung gaps meaning kung gaano ka layo o gaano kalapit o depende, yung deviation nung processes nyo, okay, from the standards. And then after which, pag na-correct nyo na, na-change nyo na, okay, you have to submit them the changes again to management review. Kaya you have to conduct management review na naman para ma-assure na nagko-conform, na nag-align na yung processes nyo, yung KMS nyo, doon sa standards, sa 30,401. Then implement or apply the management system to the organization's operations and processes. Incorporate na dapat dito yung pagpa-practice na ng KMS nyo with the QMS. So in other words, pag ganito nangyari, we can see that most of your processes and jobs in your QMS or quality management system are already driven by knowledge, or more or less knowledgeable yung mga taong nakapwesto doon sa mga proseso, sa mga what we call process owners, process performers or operators, okay? Or yung mga job holders sa job description nila. So in other words, sa number 16, dapat wala nang incompetent na tao dyan. Lahat na nagtatrabaho sa inyo, competent na talaga. 17, audit if the practice conform with the management system. So just like yung sinabi natin about logic of certification, dito kailangan ma-check nyo by auditing, kailangan ma-check nyo kung yung practice ng mga tao nyo, yung supposedly competent people nyo, nagko-conform ba doon sa in-established na processes? Or ginagamit na ba talaga ng knowledge? Okay? Kung knowledge management yung yung management system na tinitingnan natin. Again, parang doon sa processes, you have to conduct management review to make sure na kung ano man yung findings, di ba? Tsaka yung corrective actions for the practices, align talaga siya at para ma-sanction or ma-sign off ng top management. And then you go to number 19, correcting the practices, kung ano mga interventions, training, particularly na kailangan para maayos yung performance, maayos yung practice ng mga tao nyo in line with the requirements of the processes. And then again, to make sure, you have to conduct management review based on the results of the correcting of the practices. Again, you have to implement or ito just to make sure. Kaya naulit siya, sorry. Naulit siya eh. Pero kasi ito to make sure lang na na talagang nagko-conform na yung practices sa processes. Kaya ganun pa rin yung 21 to 20, 22, 23, 24, same thing, di ba? Implement, then audit, then conduct the review, and then the correcting of the practice, and then the management review again. Ay, sorry. May missing dito. Wait. Just a minute lang ah.
Sir John, excuse me po. Wala po ulit yung background niyo, sir.
Oo nga eh, nawawala siya every time. If I stop sharing, nawawala eh. For some weird reason. Every time
Oo nga, sir. Ewan ko nga din ba kung bakit.
Parang, alam niyo, nadadrop yung nadadrop.
Baka yung signal, sir.
Ha?
Baka po yung signal.
Ay, no eh, wired naman yung connection ko. I don't know. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Sige. Teka. Let me fix that. Yan. Let me... Okay. So anyway, are there questions so far? Inulit-ulit ko lang yung yung...
Wala po. Sandali. Check ko lang, sir, yung sa YouTube. Wala naman po. Sir, medyo pwedeng pa-adjust na lang din po nung distance nyo dun sa screen.
Okay. Sorry. Masyado malapit. Okay. So okay. given the processes, kasi if you will notice naman, the process I mentioned, yung certification process, very similar to the ISO 9001:2015. Wala nang pinagkaiba, especially with the introduction of the high-level structure. If you are familiar with that, pati yung the way management systems are certified, regardless kung knowledge yan, environment, occupational health and safety, quality, or even information security, records. Ang dami yan eh. Ang dami na, thousands na yung standards na available sa ISO. Karamihan, they follow the same logic yung sa certification process. Kaya wala masyadong pagkakaiba, except siguro yung contents na pinapa-certify nyo. In our case nga, we're concerned with knowledge management, di ba? So, ano yung benefits? Bakit ba nagkakandara pa ang mga organizations, even government agencies, to get certified? So, what's in it for them? Okay? So, what does it mean to be certified to ISO 30401:2018? It means the KMS, or the knowledge management system of the organization, its processes and practices its process and practice conform to the requirements of ISO 30401:2018, because it is the recognized international standard on knowledge management. So if you want to get that distinction, you get certified to ISO 30401:2018. It means the processes and practices of the organization demonstrate use or application of knowledge as defined and specified by the international standard. So obviously, it's based on the standard, kaya we can easily check with the standard kung talaga nagko-conform yung organization nyo or not. Kaya ng logic nun. Of course, kasama lang yun yung customer confidence, na even without scrutinizing every detail of your organization, your public, your customer, your clients are going to, or stakeholders are going to be confident that you're giving them the correct services, the best services that they deserve to have, given their, di ba, yung pagbabayad nila ng tax, nakukuha nila yung money's worth nila. Okay? And then guided process and practices, especially on the part of new employees, kasi you have something to refer to, you have something to consult, something to guide you with. Okay? Makes the organization systemic and systematic. Oh. So it's just organizing your organization. Okay? Gets everyone on the same page. So kahit may iba't iba kayong branches or satellite offices, pare-pareho pa rin yung processes and practices. And then of course, international recognition. Given naman yun. Kaya nga, with the advent of the International Organization for Standardization, talagang nagkaroon ng international reference na. Okay? So there. Okay, I think I touched on this morning, pero let's clarify further. Yung certification structure sa Philippines kasi, it's like this, okay? It starts with the Bureau of Philippine Standards kasi sila yung nagdi-dispense ng mga standards na kailangan yung i-purchase, and that's what we call the PNS, or the Philippine National Standards, na ina-adopt na. And you can buy them from their office, yun nga, sa Hilpuyat, sa Makati. At pag in-adopt na kasi na PNS siya, or Philippine National Standard, mas mura na. Instead of buying it directly from the ISO website, sa Geneva, Switzerland pa, na ang mahal. Okay? Thousands ang gagastusin nyo, as opposed to pag dun sa... Hindi ko na malaman kung ano yung exact price ng ISO 30401:2018, pero hindi pa abot ng 1,000 yon. Usually between 500 pesos to 800 pesos yung copy. Tapos talagyan lang naman ng stamp yon na for the exclusive use of this particular organization. Tapos you can reproduce it naman internally sa sa organization nyo. Basta may control lang nung copies. Okay? Tapos, naging relevant rin sa usapan natin yung Philippine Accreditation Bureau, or PAB, kasi sabi nga natin, both are together with BPS, yung PAB under rin ng Department of Trade and Industry, or DTI, Pero ito yung bureau na tasked to accredit yung mga certifying registrars or bureaus. So, even if yung mga certifying registrars or bureaus, certifying registrars or bodies, meron silang international presence, pero kung hindi naman sila accredited sa Philippines, hindi pa rin sila pwedeng mag-practice dito, no? So, kailangan sila mag-apply for accreditation dito sa Philippines kung sila mag-offer ng services, certifying services sa mga organizations sa Philippines. At may listahan sila sa website nila kung which particular certifying registrars are certified, are accredited, and which particular ISO standard. Okay? May table doon for your guidance. So, again, as I said earlier, before you apply for certification, sa pagpili ng certifying registrar or bureau, yun, tingnan nyo lang doon sa website ng PAB. Tapos, ewan ko, nakalagay naman ata doon, hindi, pero you have to contact, I think, the registrar itself or the agency itself, yung location nila. Kasi most of them wala namang presence sa ibang regions ng country natin like Visayas or Mindanao. Kasi if they are located here sa NCR, you have to fly them to your place, di ba? Pero I think may effort sila mag-set up ng offices sa Cebu to cover the Visayas and then Davao for Mindanao. Okay, so mas accessible na yon. And then of course you have the certification bodies or registrars, the organizations who really certify the organizations. Yeah, yung mga nag-apply ng for certification. And then of course us certification consultants kung kailangan. Okay? Yung first three, kailangan sila. Kami hindi. Certification consultants. So, hindi naman kailangan. Okay? Kasi the certification consultants are only there to help you, to guide you. Okay? In terms of interpreting the standards, yung documentation, so on and so forth. Okay? Pero at the end of the day, if you can do it yourself, better. Kasi additional cost lang yan, certification consultants. Okay?
Sir John, sorry, excuse me po. Meron po tayong dalawang, may isang comment tayo from Zoom and then a question from YouTube. Sige po, sabi po ni Ma'am Regina, for us to really establish a sustainable system and not just to be certified, if we're able to attain the safety of our office, both in terms of external and internal services would survive changes.
Yeah, agree.
Opo. Sige pa. Tapos, wait lang ha, sir, balik ako sa YouTube.
Sige.
Sabi po ni Sir Adolfo, sa KMS po ba ang management review is not like in 9,000 at planned intervals, say quarterly? Paano daw po ba yung, kasi sa slides niyo po, seems after an activity, management review ulit. Clarification lang naman po. Thank you.
Okay. Yung planned intervals, di ba, nagsimula yan with the ISO 9001-2015. Tapos yung planned intervals kasi, determined pa rin by the organization. Yun nga, ideally, quarterly, tama ka doon, mas okay kung quarterly gagawin. It depends pa rin on the organization kung how often or how frequent yung pag-management review nila. Di ba? Tapos kaya naman doon sa certification logic na ginawa ko, paano ba yun? It's not pertinent to the planned intervals. It's more on yung ano yung kailangan gawin. Kasi ang intent ko doon sa certification logic, ma-assure, ma-guarantee na una, yung processes nagko-conform talaga doon sa standards, doon sa requirements ng standards, tapos yung practices nagko-conform na doon sa processes na nag-conform na doon sa requirements ng standards. And specifically, sinasabi kasi sa ISO, not just for 30,401, kahit naman sa 9001 na anything na by way of corrective actions or changes that you do to your quality management system, and in this case, applicable rin sa knowledge management system, kailangan dumaan sa management review, sa top management. So in other words, meron pa rin dapat knowledge, meron pa rin involvement, hands-on involvement, yung top management with regard to to the system, to the management system, regardless kung quality or knowledge management siya na system. Okay? So, kaya nga tinanggal yung QMR, di ba? Yung Quality Management Representative sa ISO 9001 kasi nga napipisan lahat sa kanya sa QMR when dapat naman talaga may direct involvement, may heavy involvement yung top management. Kaya ngayon, masyadong malaki yung emphasis on management review to make sure, kasi dun makita yung direct involvement ng top management sa KMS or sa QMS, di ba? Dun sa management review. So, kaya pinaprescribe lang yung planned intervals to make sure na talagang may naka-designate na periodic evaluation, periodic assessment, periodic approval ng management system, regardless ng quality or knowledge management yan. Pero, sinasabi nga rin, pwede on a need basis yung pag-management review, di ba? May planned intervals kasi para regularly, di ba? Pero, hindi mo naman kailangan sundin yung planned intervals kung, halimbawa, quarterly yan, pero wala pa yung sa third quarter, pero kailangan may mga changes na may mga corrective actions na. Hindi mo na kailangan tayo yung next interval. Meaning, you can do it now. You follow the planned intervals pa rin na quarterly, let's say, every March, June, September, December. O every third, di ba? Every third of the quarter, third month of the quarter. Pero kung halimbawa, eto nga, may mga changes na, may corrective actions na. Dapat ano pa kayo? September. Ano pa lang ngayon? July. Pwede na yon. Hindi naman violation yon, di ba? The more frequent, the better. Lalo pa kung may need na. Kasi may mga changes na kailangan, may corrective actions na, di ba? Kadalasan kasi, di ba, kung nag-root cause analysis kayo, corrective actions, ganyan. So, dapat immediately apply nyo na kaagad yung, hindi na kayo maghihintay. Ay, wala pang wala pang management review, wala pang schedule ng MANCOM or kung ano man. Hindi pa natin, di ba? Kasi sinasabi, hindi nyo pa pwede apply yung corrective actions, yung changes kung hindi dumadaan sa management review. Maghintay pa kayo sa management review. So, dapat immediately, kung may kailangan, kahit wala pa doon sa planned interval na schedule, mag-review na kayo. Okay? So, I hope I answered the question. Sige, meron pa ba, Mean?
Wala na po.
Okay, let's move on. So, ganito yung structure ng certification sa Philippines. Okay, learning activity na tayo. In this case, we're going to use, ito yun, you go to this link sa Jamboard. We're going to use the Jamboard. Okay, ito yung link. Post na ba? Naka-post na ba? Post mo na lang.
Hindi pa po ito. Okay, so ito po sa ating chat box, ito na po yung ating Jamboard link. Kindly let us know po if you are able to access it po so we can check po for any troubleshooting.
Basic question lang naman. How do you manage data, information, or whatever knowledge in your organization? How do you do it? We just want you to share your practices or insights siguro in your organization.
Ito po yung Jamboard link, lalagay ko po dun sa YouTube. Kita na po ba? Yung po sa ating mga YouTube participants, kindly note po doon kung YouTube po kayo. YT lang po ilagay niya and then your answer. Para makita po natin kung sino po yung YouTube tsaka Zoom participants. Okay na po ba? Sige, check natin, sir, kung na-access po nila.
Share ko na yung
Sige po.
There. We can see your responses here as they appear.
Yan, opo. So, dalawa po yan. Dagdagan na lang natin. Baka madami silang maglagay. Dagdagan natin. Sige, gawin natin 3 panel. So, na-access na po ba? So, ulitin ko lang po. Bibigyan po namin kayo ng 2 minutes po to answer this. And then we shall be checking your answers po. So, we have 3 panels here to accommodate everyone from Zoom and YouTube. Yung po ating mga YouTube participants, kindly note na lang po doon. Yung ating pong sticky notes.
Mean, yung document management system.
Ano po yon?
Ito, document management system. Can you see it?
Opo, meron na po. Opo, meron na po isa.
Sa yon, document management system. Correct yan, correct. Can we have more?
Palagay na lang po YT sila. YT lang and then your answer. Tatlo pong panels yan. You may answer po anywhere. So, 2 minutes po. Or maybe 5 minutes.
Oh,
Para po
HRIS.
answer. Oh, bigyan na lang sila 5 minutes, sir. Sige.
Oh, sige, sige.
Sige. 25 plus po ang may access ngayon. Yung pong nasa YouTube. Just let us know kung meron po tayong difficulty in accessing the link. 30 po ang total viewers natin ngayon. Sige. So how do you manage data, information, and knowledge in your organization? Paano nyo daw po minamanage yung inyong information or data sa inyong organization? Ito po ba ay pinapasa nyo? Nakatago lang? Na-update po ba? Hindi na-update? May schedule po ba ng updating? May training po ba? Meron po bang succession plan? Meron po bang ano ba yung tawag natin doon, sir? Yung echoing, re-echoing tawag nila.
Yeah.
Oo, ano pa po ba? Ano ba yung mga ibang examples? Yan. So, sasabihin po natin kung ano po yung ating pamamaraan, kung paano nyo minamanage ang inyong data. Sige.
Google Drive. Yeah.
Yan, Google Drive. Ito po, tayo ba ay archaic pa? Tayo ba ay naka-printed lang?
Oh, pwede pa rin naman yun, di ba? Mga manual, mga printed manuals,
Oo.
handbooks, ganyan.
Meron tayong 3 minutes natitira. How about po yung others? Ayan. Okay. Tignan natin sa iba. Procedure manual. Human Resource HRIS. Document Management System. Marami. Document Management System. We have a management folder. Use of Google Apps. Ito yan. Archiving and succession plan. Ito po yung sa YouTube. Sandali. Saan natin lalagay yun, sir? Input and updating through Human Resources, HRIS. Sige, litan lang po natin kaunti. Data Management Archiving System.
Ayan.
Document Tracking System, DTS. Para alam ko sino yung sumagot na yun.
Yung procedure manual.
Yan. Sir, to Google Drive, tulungan kita. Yan.
Hindi, yung kanina, yung operations manual. Ano ba to? Ito, operations manual. Asan yung kanina? Ayan, document archiving, kasama siya dapat sa document management system. Yan.
Sige po. Sir, medyo pwede nating i-check dun sa ibang panel, sa second panel, baka may sagot po.
Sandali.
Opo. Ayun, click nyo lang po yung arrow sa taas. Hindi sir, balik kayo. KMS Learning Activity.
Ayan, ito to.
Sir, hindi po. KMS Learning Activity po.
Sorry.
Sir, nasa expectation check po kayo. Balik po.
Sandali.
Sir, yung katabi niya yan. So, ito po sir, yung arrow po dito. Ito po, itong arrow. Next frame ko sir ha? Okay lang po ba?
Ikaw na.
Ayan, wala namang sumasagot dun sa iba. Ayan. Okay, sige po. Last 30 seconds.
DMAS.
Ano po yung DMAS? Document Management, ano po yan?
Baka archiving system yung kanina rin.
Archiving system. Ito po, archiving system din po ito. 1 point lesson. So, Google Drive. Sandali, idagdag natin dito. Document Management System. Dito po, atakit natin to. Okay, sir. Time's up. Let's see. We have a lot of replies po.
Barcode. Okay, sige.
Opo. Wait lang, meron pa isang malaki. Wait lang. Palitin natin yung sagot ni Ma'am, sir.
DMS to eh. Kapareho doon. Oo. Ito ba yung malaki to? Library, ano yun?
Ito, medyo
Drive
ilagay.
ulit.
Yan. Barcode Inventory System.
Tapos DMS ulit. DMAS.
Ito, meron pa isang Google Drive po. Yan. Okay, time's up na po. Salamat po sa ating mga nag-participate.
Oo. Sige, I'll stop sharing ha.
Wag po sir, okay lang po. I-ano natin para makita nila. Data management. Okay, sir.
Ito lang comment ko. Although this is expected pero karamihan kasi ng mga responses nyo, of course, you refer to the explicit type of knowledge, no? Na mas madaling ma-capture, madaling ma-store, madaling i-archive, madaling i-record, i-file, yon. Okay? So, that's understandable. It's okay. Definitely, sabi nga natin, para maging organizational asset, yung organizational knowledge, it has to be explicit. Diba? But of course, we can also include here yung tacit na medyo nakakalimutan natin pag pinag-uusapan yung organizational knowledge. Kasi yung tacit ang mahirap i-capture, mahirap ma-store, di ba? Pero of course, di ba, we can also include here kasi yung pag-manage ng data, information, or knowledge, including sa tacit knowledge, no? So yung training, coaching, mentoring, that's also a way to manage yung tacit knowledge, performance management system, yung binabot nga ni Mayan kanina about echoing, yon. So, kasama naman talaga yon. O kaya, mga lessons learned, di ba? After a particular project, okay? Yung minutes ng meeting, yon. So, in other words, you don't have to limit yung pag-manage ng data nyo, information, and knowledge in your organization sa explicit. More importantly, you have to also look at yung tacit knowledge na baka nakakalimutan natin, like do you file ba yung results ng training? Hindi lang yung documentation ng training, pero yung mga learnings sa inattendan yung training. Are you required to submit a report what you've learned about a particular training na attendan nyo, and how you're supposed to apply it, how it will help your work unit, your job, yung mga ganon. Kasi importante yon, obviously, di ba? Kasi learning yon eh, and it's part of knowledge management. Okay?
Sir John, I would like to add po sana, may mga hindi po kasi naka-access dun sa Jamboard. So from Sir Adolfo, considered daw nila yung data privacy. Tapos, there are currently, sabi ni Sir Josh, currently too many PI. Hindi pala niya access kasi ang dami daw pong nandun sa
Hindi, yung munang
document management system, ayun po. Karamihan po sa kanya, documentation reports, information sharing sessions.
Correct. Yung comment ni Adolfo, no? So, yung sa data privacy kasi, yun nga eh, it's one of the important issues right now in knowledge management kasi nga, parang it limits yung, kasi in knowledge management, di ba, we want to emphasize yung knowledge sharing, no? So, of course, internally, there shouldn't be any problem with regard to data privacy kasi dahil internal naman yon. So, obviously, whatever knowledge or information that should be shared with other work units, and obviously, kailangan to in furthering, in advancing the mission, the mandate of the organization, syempre dapat i-share talaga. Okay? Nagkaka-issue lang about data privacy kapag lumalabas na. Okay? So, pero dapat may clear naman na data privacy policy. In fact, some organizations like doon sa isang organization ko, yung People Management Association of the Philippines or PMAP, we are regularly conducting mga writing workshop on the data privacy para ma-clarify lang which data can be shared and which, di ba, na dapat sa organization lang, within the organization. So, in our case, of course, with knowledge management, madali lang talaga pag internal kasi obviously, knowledge has to be shared internally. Okay? So para hindi ma-violate naman yung data privacy, kailangan klaro lang yung organization ano yung data privacy policy nyo, and knowledge management should not go over that. Okay? Go beyond that. Okay? Sige. Okay na ba? Baka may mga questions pa, Mayan?
Sige po, double check ko po, sir. Double check natin sa ating YouTube. Meron pa isa, dalawa. Sir Josh, Library Management System, Online Inventory of Organizational Knowledge, Critical Knowledge, and Lesson Management System.
Oh, okay yun. Okay yun.
Of course, DTS, Document Tracking System, and Google Drive, sabi ni Ma'am Cynthia.
Okay, sige. Okay, so we now move on if there are no further questions.
Mukhang wala naman na po. Yun lang po, sir. Siguro yung distance po ulit dun sa screen para makita yung whole face niyo, sir. Salamat.
I'll get back to my presentation. Yon. We now move on. So, finally, umabot na tayo dito. What is ISO 30401:2018? Di ba? Ito naman talaga dapat yung standard na mag-focus tayo because we're talking about knowledge management. Okay? So, simply, do sa document, sa ISO 30401:2018, it is defined as part of a management system with regard to knowledge. Ganun palagi naman ang ISO kung mag-define eh. Parang inulit lang yung term. Ganun palagi yung style ng ISO. Although, kinlarify naman kung ano yung mga system elements. Namely, organization's knowledge, management culture, the structure, the governance and leadership, roles and responsibilities, planning, technology, processes, and operation. So according to ISO, this comprise what a knowledge management system is. So, eto pa, if you want further clarification, meron kasing, in the process pa, under development pa, yung ISO or AWI 30424 for knowledge management. It's the vocabulary, parang dun sa ISO 9000 2015, di ba? Yung pinaka-dictionary ng ISO 9001 2015. Meron rin dapat yung ISO 30401 2018. Hindi ko lang alam kung bakit na late. Okay, pero yun, it's under development yung ISO 30424. Okay? There's also the ISO 30401:2018 or the CD na AMD 1.2. Amendment lang naman to. Okay? Pero we're still waiting for it. Kung ano yung mga amendments na gagawin. Pero more or less, current pa naman yung ISO 30401:2018. May konting amendments lang, so it's not a full-blown revision. Kasi it's too early for a revision. Ito yung mga associated standards, meaning there are other ISO standards in the system na connected with ISO 30401. Okay, yung ISO 31000:2018, ito yung sa risk management. Kasi much like the ISO 9001:2015, yung ISO 30401:2018, dapat risk-based na rin. And yung risk-based thinking na pinag-uusapan, makikita nyo sa ISO 31000:2018. Okay? There's also the ISO 30301:2019 naman. Ito yung for records. Management system for records. It's also a way to organize your records. And since, di ba, sinasabi nga natin sa knowledge management is in the application or yung use ng knowledge. When you start using it, applying it, it's more on the practices na. And when you move into the practices, you're moving into the territory of records. So the ISO 30301:2019 provides you a system to do that. Okay? And of course, kalakip nun, kasama nun, is the ISO 27001 or 2013. Matagal na yan, pero kasi na-review na yan, and according to ISO, it's still current. It pertains to the information security management system. Ito naman to protect na your knowledge, your information in the organization. Ito yung talagang connected with the data privacy natin. Okay, yung ISO 27001:2013. Kasi ito talagang hindi lang yung information on knowledge, pati yung physical na security nung information. And then we have the ISO AWI 56001, under development pa rin to. It's the innovation management system naman na standard. As we said earlier, innovation is also related to knowledge management. Okay? Pero ang out right now is the ISO 56002:2019 na innovation management system din. Pero yun nga, I think they're developing the innovation management system for certification. Kaya they have to renumber it to 56001. Pero I don't know yet kung ano magiging laman nun. Baka similar to ISO 56002:2019. And then there's also the ISO TR, okay? Technical requirements yon of 56004:2019. I think this has some, ang dami na to, puro sa innovation na. I think this is more about the tools. I don't know. I forgot to recall. Basta marami na hindi ko na matandaan. Pero marami, ito yung ISO 56005:2020. Yan, approved na yan. And then ISO ito, it's in the draft stage, yung 56006 at saka ISO AWI 56007. Ang point lang lahat yan, related to innovation management siya, pero meron dyan about intellectual property management and even yung innovation management capability assessment. Yan, kasama yun dyan. And of course, we still have the ISO 19011:2019, yung ginagamit for internal auditing, even external audit. Okay? Na-revise na rin siya. That's the newest version of the 19011, yung 2019 version. Yan. Ito lang. This is how it looks like. Okay. First edition. Yan, di ba? Kaya bagong-bago talaga yung standard. Di ba? This is the actual standard. Ito yung table of contents niya. If you will see, di ba, almost similar or similar at that, or identical with the ISO 9001:2015, di ba? Even the contents. Di ba? Nakakatalo lang yung mga finer details niya. Pero the outline is the same. Scope, normative references until improvement, as you can see. Pero may mga certain elaborations doon sa annexes. So. Okay? So ito yung bibili nyo sa Bureau of Philippine Standards na hindi ko na matandaan kung magkano talaga presyo. Basta between 500 to 800 pesos. Ganyan. Okay? Ito yung guiding principles doon sa standard na yon, yung 30,401. Kinlarify yung nature ng knowledge. Okay? So, there's a recognition in the standard na knowledge is something intangible and complex. Kasi especially as it continues to grow, talaga it becomes complex, obviously. And it's created by people. So, knowledge starts with people. Okay? Kaya nga, although strictly dinidefine ng ISO yung knowledge as something documented, and as I said earlier, pag hindi documented, they don't consider it. Pero since there's a recognition that knowledge is created by people and it starts with their mind, what's in their head, so it starts with tacit, that ang challenge is that the tacit knowledge of these people has to be converted into something explicit. Okay? Para ma-document at maging part ng organizational knowledge. That's the logic of it. Okay? So, this particular principle is a clarification of the idea that that ISO is only interested with documented knowledge, documented information, ganyan. Okay? May recognition rin naman na pati yung tacit knowledge. China-challenge lang yung mga organizations na how you convert the tacit knowledge created by people into something explicit para ma-document siya at maging part ng organizational knowledge. Okay? I hope that's clear. So yung value naman, knowledge is a key source for meeting objectives. As I mentioned, knowledge is a tool. Okay? So value of knowledge is in its impact on organizational purpose, vision, objectives, policies, and performance, a means of unlocking the potential value of knowledge. Yun. So knowledge is only a tool, and knowledge should provide the value. So if knowledge cannot provide the value that is expected from it, then you don't have to be concerned with that knowledge. You move on to other knowledge. Plain and simple. So dapat nakakonect yung value do sa knowledge para magkaroon ng sense, para magkaroon ng importance yung knowledge na tinitingnan nyo. Kaya nga sinasabi natin from the start, hindi lahat ng knowledge ito-document nyo. Hindi lahat ng knowledge gagawin nyo explicit. Kailangan, it's a question of relevance. How useful is a particular knowledge to your organization? And that's the asset we're looking for. Diba? That's the organizational knowledge that we want to document. Then the focus serves organizational objectives, strategies, and needs. Again, paulit-ulit, knowledge is a tool. Okay? It's not the end in itself. Okay? Adaptive. Organizations develop their own approach to the scope of knowledge and knowledge management and how to implement these efforts based on the needs and context. Similar to QMS, diba? We expect that each organization has its own QMS. So it also follows that for organizations, they should have their own KMS. No two KMSs are the same. Okay? Kasi iba-iba yung mga knowledge needs. Iba-iba yung... Kasi especially if we're going to base knowledge dun sa mission, dun sa mandate, strategic thrust, yung mga complexities, yung mga factors or whatever context ng organization. So talaga magkakaiba-iba yung KMS din. Shared understanding. People create their own knowledge by their own understanding of the input they receive, includes interactions between people using content, process, and technologies. Kaya nga sabi nga natin, sharing of knowledge is very critical to knowledge management. In fact, if we're going to focus on two processes na important talaga sa knowledge management, aside from knowledge use or application, yung knowledge sharing. Secondary na lang yung knowledge creation, knowledge acquisition, knowledge capture, store. Puro ano yun eh, kailangan gawin yun eh. Pero ang essence talaga na knowledge management is knowledge use or application and knowledge sharing. Kasi yun nga, doon nagiging tool talaga yung knowledge. Environment. Kasi nga, with the introduction of Clause 4, yung context of the organization, tignan yung environment. Managing the work environment that nurtures the knowledge life cycle. Kasi, of course, the number one idea with regard to the standard is that knowledge drives organization. Whatever organizations do, diba, they are supposed to be based on knowledge to be able to be correct. So you look at the environment of those organizations, okay? And then the culture, very unlike other ISOs or other management system standards, yung ISO 30401 ine-emphasize yung factor ng culture. Affects knowledge and knowledge management and vice versa. Okay? May recognition talaga kasi nga inisip nila yung knowledge naman talaga galing sa tao. And when you start talking about people, you have to talk about culture. Because kung ano man yung kultura ng organization, yung tao gumagawa nun eh. So kung nanggagaling din yung knowledge sa kanila, then may connection ng knowledge sa yung culture ng tao, culture ng organization. So the argument, the analysis should be extended to that. And then it's iterative, okay? Phased incorporating learning and feedback cycles. Kasi nga, you go back and forth. Kaya iterative, back and forth siya with learning and acquiring the knowledge. Back and forth. Yon, na-mention ko na kanina na ISO 30401 follows the high-level structure introduced in ISO 9001:2015. In fact, marami ng ISO standards na fina-follow tong high-level structure. Ang sabihin ng high-level structure is like standardizing the standards. The standards will have the same standards. They will have the same sections, yung outline, namely scope, normative references, terms and definitions, context of the organization, leadership, planning, support, operation, performance evaluation, and improvement. Okay? To the point that pag makita nyo doon sa clause 2, normative references, kahit walang normative references, nalagay none, sinasama pa rin ng ISO. Diba? Kasi hindi lahat ng ISO standards may normative references. Pero just to standardize it, para yung numbering and all, nilalagay pa rin. As you will find out later on in this standard. Yung sa overview, eto na, nandito tayo sa mga requirements, yung laman na talaga. Although summary lang to kasi we don't have all the time in the world to do this. Okay? There's going to be a separate training dapat, a longer training, okay, for the standards, for the requirements. Okay? But for the scope, okay, yung clause 1, it sets the requirements and provides guidelines for establishing, implementing, maintaining, reviewing, and improving an effective management system for knowledge management in organizations. So much like with ISO 9001:2015, ganito rin yung unang clause sa knowledge management system. It's to establish the scope and the scale of the KMS, much like with the ISO 9001:2015. Forgive me if I keep on referring to ISO 9001:2015, pero kasi masyado silang similar. Okay? Kaya nga, it won't be a really difficult, difficult undertaking if you're going to be incorporating or using ISO 30040-1-2018 with your QMS or with your certified QMS. Okay? Kasi more or less may similarities eh. Mas madaling i-integrate talaga. Okay? So here, you determine the scope of your KMS. Eh, madali naman yun, di ba? You start with the knowledge needs of your organization. Okay? Ano yung meron na kayo, ano yung kailangan nyo pang malaman, ano pa yung knowledge na kailangan nyo pa i-acquire o i-create. Yun ang maging scope ng KMS nyo. The KMS should be responsive to those knowledge needs or knowledge requirements. Eto, yung sinabi ko kanina, para na maging standardized yung outline, none. Pero nilagay pa rin, di ba? Para ito yung clause 2, normative references. Pero as far as ISO 30040-1-2018 is concerned, walang normative references related to ISO, to the ISO. Eto na. In the works pa lang yung potential or prospective na dictionary, di ba? Or vocabulary ng ISO 30040-1-2018. Yun ang nabanggit na natin. Hindi ko na-memorize yung number, pero di ba I mentioned it earlier. Okay? In the works pa lang yun, under development. Pero doon pa lang sa mismong document, sa ISO 30040-1-2018, meron ng section, clause 3, on terms and definitions. At very clear yung definition na about knowledge, knowledge management, and knowledge management system. O, tatanungin nyo, sir, nasa naman yun? Diniscuss natin kanina. Di ba, nung umaga, doon natin sinimulan, ano yung knowledge management, ano yung knowledge management system. Kinuha ko lang lahat doon. I extracted all the definitions from the standard. Pero marami pang dinefine doon sa standard, sa section 3, sa ISO 30040-1, yung related to knowledge and knowledge management. Even the processes, even what top management is, so on and so forth, naka-define doon. Okay? Of course, there's a longer version ng training on the foundations and requirements of ISO 30040-1-2018. Dapat ma-take up yon, ma-clarify yon. Okay? Much like with the other standards, in clause 4, it's about context of the organization. So here, kailangan ma-clarify to set the stage. Okay? Ito yung pinaka-setting. Ano yung context ng organization? Okay? So you start with understanding the organization and its context. So dito tinitingnan lang kung ano yung nangyayari sa external at saka internal environment ng isang organization. Pareho lang naman eh, di ba? Ganoon rin sa 9001. You need to clarify what's happening both at the external and internal environments of your organization. So very clear doon, dapat makita nyo yung stakeholders, understanding the needs and expectations of your interested parties. Another term for stakeholders. Ganun rin, di ba? Pero in this case, sabi ko nga, ang take-off point nyo dapat is that, ano yung needs ng interested parties nyo? Ano yung expectations? Tapos, of course, as an organization, and since they are your interested parties, they are your stakeholders, how do you respond to that? How do you make sure that you satisfy these needs? Siyempre, you must have processes, right? Kailangan ma-define nyo kung ano yung mga processes na yon. And of course, for you to perform the processes correctly and well, kailangan knowledge kayo. Ano yung knowledge na kailangan nyo to perform those processes well? Or to make sure that practices are conforming to the processes na kailangan nyo to satisfy the needs and expectations of your interested parties, of your stakeholders. Okay? Ganun yung take-off, ha? So, madidetermine nyo dapat dun sa section na yon, sa section 4, yung scope ng KMS nyo. Much like dun sa QMS. So kung yung QMS, dito sa section 4, umiikot sa mga processes na kailangan yung gawin to represent yung quality ng organization nyo, dito sa KMS naman, umiikot rin doon sa needs and expectations ng interested parties, pero on the knowledge side. Ano yung knowledge na kailangan nyo para ma-perform ng maayos yung processes na makakapag-satisfy, makakapag-address ng needs ng stakeholders nyo. Para hinabaan nyo lang yung logic. So, before sa 9001, ito yung QMS, ito yung processes, yun ang pinaka-scope. Pero with KMS, meron na kayong QMS, meron na kayong processes, pero you don't stop there kasi kailangan ma-identify nyo yung knowledge para magawa ng maayos yung processes. Kuha nyo ba? So yun yung KMS or yung Knowledge Management System, kinaklarify lang kung ano iba't ibang parts. At eto nga, unlike other standards, yung ISO 30401-2018, ine-emphasize yung importance ng knowledge management culture. May recognition ng ISO na culture gets in the way. Kaya nga may matanong earlier about knowledge sharing. Okay? For ISO, knowledge management will not succeed without knowledge sharing. And many factors in the culture of the organization get in the way of knowledge sharing. Kaya doon kinlarify. In fact, malalaman nyo later, may specific section or specific annex do sa standard pertinent to the culture na conducive to knowledge management. Okay? Mamaya yun. Doon sa knowledge management system, in particular, sinasabi nila doon sa section 4, you need to establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve a KMS, including the processes needed and their interaction. Parang KMS pa rin. Okay? Dimensions of KMS as represented by the requirements implemented through a managed change process. O, diba? Kung hindi knowledge-driven or knowledge-based yung mga processes nyo, definitely magkakaroon ng mga changes. And since there will be changes, you need to move into change management. Na for many people, nahihirapan dyan kasi gagalaw mo yung pati behavior ng mga tao. Diba? Madaling i-change yung system, madaling i-change yung structure, madaling i-change yung processes. Lalo pa kung on paper lang naman, i-design mo lang naman. Right? Ang mahirap i-change yung mga tao. Kasi i-change mo yung behavior nila. Kung di mo change yung behavior nila, i-change mo yung mga tao. Hindi, pero the thing is, usually that's the hard part, di ba? Yung mga tao. Kasi hindi naman sila robots, hindi naman sila mga moving pieces ng organization. Flesh and blood sila. You just don't dictate them. You do this, you do that. You change this, you change that. You change yourself. You change... And even if people try, sometimes, di ba, it takes time. We're talking about behavior. We're talking about well-entrenched habits, well-embedded habits. Pagkabata pa nila, ganun na yung habit nila. So, pag pinagbago mo yun, matatagalan. So, you have to give recognition to that, yung transition period. Kaya there has to be a managed change process. Okay? Wow. Yun. Oh. Sa leadership, ganun din. Kung makita nyo, kung familiar ka sa ISO 9001, ganun din. Pero ito, obviously, yung leadership pertinent to knowledge management. So, in other words, particularly leadership and commitment, kung merong kailangang commitment, involvement from top management do sa QMS, ganun din sa KMS. Kailangan committed, involved ang top management in the first place before you embark on certification to ISO 30004/2018. Sabi ko na kanina, kung wala, ayawan na. Do not do it. Isipin nyo, ha? If it's the same management na hindi naglalagay ng, hindi nagbibigay ng suporta nila, involvement nila, commitment nila sa QMS, lalo pa sa KMS. Bakit? Mas overarching, mas malawak yung KMS QMS Yung KMS parang additional lang siya. Nice to have. Di ba? How can you expect? So kaya nga, I'm not saying that ISO certification to 9001-2015 yung QMS nyo is required. Pero magtatanong tayo, you're moving into KMS. Pero wala pa kayong QMS. Bakit? Siguro walang support ng top management. So, mas mahirap mag-KMS. Right? Pero kung na-hurdle nyo na yun, yung QMS, napakita na yung top management commitment, mas madali na with ISO 30004/2018 kasi KMS naman to. Yun ang logic, ha? Pero I'm not saying, at hindi rin sinasabi na ISO na required yung ISO 9001-2015 certification para mag-ISO 30004/2018. Walang connection yung dalawa, kung tutuusin. Enhancement to yung KMS ng QMS. Pero i-enhance mo yung QMS ng KMS, hindi nga maayos pa yung QMS mo. Anong enhancement yun? Parang nagkakalokohan. Right? So how can you enhance something na it's either wala pa talaga, hindi pa nag-exist, o hindi pa nga siya maayos? You enhance something, you improve something that is already okay. Otherwise, hindi term improvement, hindi term enhancement, ang term correction. Di ba? So, masyado nag-dwell dito, pero it's important Kaya I believe na one of the best practices is to fix your QMS muna. Even if you don't get certified, make sure that the QMS is certified, is well in place, is good. Kasi enhancement na lang to itong KMS. Kasi yung KMS, i-apply mo sa QMS. Kung di maayos yung QMS, hindi din maging maayos yung KMS. Naglolokohan lang tayo. Sayang ang resources. Okay? Yun ang dapat maintin ng top management. Okay? So, bring them here. Okay? Okay, and of course, kasi kailangan ng commitment nila kasi sila mag-set ng policy na naman, sila mag-assign ng roles, responsibilities, and authorities. Same with the QMS. Sipin niyo yun. If you don't get no commitment, hindi lang gagawin niya na maayos. Kung gawin man, lackluster siguro, going through the motion, makakomply lang, masabi lang, mema lang, di ba? Mema, masabi lang. Yun, sige, di go. So, very important pa rin yung role ng leadership sa KMS, much like with QMS. Sa policy, ang gagawin nila, they have to set expectations for all workers with regard to the use of the KMS and the cultivation. Isipin nyo ito, cultivation of a culture that values knowledge. Even with top management intervention, ang bigat na nun eh. What more kung walang top management intervention sa cultivation ng culture? Kasi in the first place, yung culture yung kino-cultivate na culture na yan, na nagwa-value ng knowledge, it starts with top management. Eh kung napaka-secretive, di ba? Masyadong hindi trusting yung top management, di mag-disseminate ng information na kailangan, puro need to know basis lang. How can you expect share sa mga lower levels to share knowledge? Eh sa top pa lang, nagtatago na ng knowledge. O naglalabas mo ng knowledge, fake news pa. Sus Mariosep, that's even worse. Hindi nag-share ng knowledge, hindi na nga nag-share ng knowledge, pag nag-share pa, fake news pa. You have to correct that pa. Kasi pag nag-fake news ka kasi, naghahalo na yung fantasy and reality, hindi mo na alam kung ano yung totoo at hindi totoo. And that's a crazy thought. Di ba? Hindi siya utopia, dystopia siya. Oh God. Anyway, includes a commitment to continual improvement of the KMS, of course, and manages the balance between knowledge sharing and knowledge protection. Very clear. Look at that. Manages the balance between knowledge sharing and knowledge protection. Data privacy. May limit naman lahat ng knowledge sharing, pero ang knowledge protection may limit naman din. Kasi kung ipoprotect mo na yung knowledge, hindi ka mag-share ng knowledge. Kung mag-share ka naman knowledge, hindi ka nagpo-protect ng knowledge. Ang gulo, di ba? So, pero kasi nga kaya nga challenge talaga sa knowledge management yung data privacy. So we really have to study the Data Privacy Act of 2012, di ba? Kaya dapat magkaroon talaga mga what we call nga write shop or writing workshop para klaro to start with sa organization. Ano ba yung pwede at hindi pwede? By way of knowledge sharing, Alin ba pwede i-share with the lalo pa kung you know this sa knowledge management, there's what we call co-creation model. Yung co-creation model, it's designing whatever services, whatever products with your stakeholders, may input sa kanila. In other words, merong input yung mga users, yung mga consumers ng product, ng services. But how can you expect their inputs if you don't share knowledge with them? That's another good concept, yung co-creation model. You get maximum participation, maximum inputs from everyone, particularly from stakeholders. Kasi at the end of the day, sila na makakatanggap ng service. How can they be involved? How can they participate when they lack the knowledge? You don't share knowledge, right? So, yeah, this is a very good So, pero yun nga, sinasabi naman sa ISO kasi, the standards are not meant to supersede, di ba, yung mga statutory and regulatory requirements of the country. Since in the Philippines, we have the Data Privacy Act, di ba, dapat itong ISO 30401-2018, kung may mga provisions, stipulations man to na going against the idea about the Data Privacy Act, dapat mag-take precedence pa rin yung Data Privacy Act over this. Okay? Ganun naman yung approach dyan. And then the next section, ano ba to? Clause 6 na, right? Tama. Clause 6, planning. Okay? Very similar rin to QMS. Actions to address risks and opportunities kasi risk-based thinking na nga, kaya relevant yung ISO 31000-2018 yung sa risk management. Knowledge management objectives and planning to achieve them. So, naniniwala ang ISO, kung may mga risks involved sa QMS and processes nyo, naturally, meron risks involved sa knowledge and KMS ng organization. Lalo pa kung talagang i-connect nyo yung KMS nyo sa QMS. I don't know, baka magkamali naman sa prediction ko, pero I think in the future, magkakaroon ng convergence between ISO 9001 and ISO 30401. Okay? Kasi they go together naman talaga quality management and knowledge management. Okay? In fact, I'm focusing on that right now sa Graduate School of Public and Development Management or GSPDM DAP. Right now, I'm the supervising fellow for knowledge management, and also we are revising the unique program, yung Master in Quality and Public Master in Productivity and Quality Management, MPQM. Okay, we're also revising that. Okay, so we can see the convergence between quality management and knowledge management. There you go. More on planning, of course, you have to deal with objectives and, well, the different ways to achieve them. And using the following criteria: serve business needs and align to business objectives, meet the prioritized requirements of interested parties, of course, kasi from clause 4 pa lang, sinasabi na yun. And be consistent with the KM policy as established by top management sa clause 5. Okay? And then for clause 7, di ba? We have support. More or less ganun pa rin. More on documentation to, resources, the competence of people in the various knowledge management roles, di ba? The doble awareness, typographical awareness. And then the documented information. Okay? Ganun rin naman, di ba? This is one of the more important clauses, the more important, sections of ISO 9001, di ba? Documented information. It's still there. So 30,401. Okay? Ganun pa rin naman ka-flexible with regard to documented information. Di ba? Hindi naman naghahanap ng, you don't need to come up with a KM manual or a knowledge management policy manual or something. Much like with the ISO 9001-2015, do sa quality manual or quality policy manual. Kasi nga, for as long as the information is documented, okay na however you want to document it. Okay? Whether printed or electronically or what not, di ba? So there. And then more information lang about documented information. You have to control it, of course, di ba? So identify and control documented information of external origin, yung mga nanggagaling sa labas. Access can imply a decision regarding the permission to view the documented information only, or the permission and authority to view and change the documented information. So yung mga view only or may authorization to edit or to update. Sa clause 8 naman, yung operation, meaning operating the KMS, di ba? You plan, implement, and control the process needed to meet requirements and to implement the actions. Much similar to ISO 9001-2015. Control, plan changes, and review the consequences of unintended changes, taking action to mitigate any adverse effects. At saka yung requirement nga na it has to go through management review. And then align with KMS and control outsourced processes. Yun. Kasi nga nakakabit yung KMS with the QMS, kaya really almost similar, identical yung stipulations. Plan, implement, and control the process to meet the requirements and to implement the actions determined by, of course, the criteria for the processes, and then implementing control of the process in accordance with the criteria, and keeping documented information to the extent necessary to have confidence that the process have been carried out as planned. And then you move on to clause 9, which is still performance evaluation, wherein you do the monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation of performance. Okay? And dun yung makita natin yung requirement for internal audit. Okay? Similar pa rin yan. Kaya nga same reference pa rin, ISO 19011-2018, and of course the management review. Top management pa rin naman dapat ang involved sa management review. Sa internal audit, you have to conduct internal audits at planned intervals, yung inquiry nga kanina, di ba? To provide information on whether the KMS conforms to organization's own requirements for its KMS and requirements of the standard ISO 30401-2018 and is effectively implemented and maintained, meaning pinapractice, ginagamit yung KMS, hindi lang on paper. Okay? So same requirements, same the way you audit it and everything. It's just that ang ino-audit nyo dito is not the QMS, the KMS. And then improvement, very short lang rin with regard to non-conformity and corrective action, and then some some ideas about continual improvement. Much like again with ISO 9001-2015, very short yung continual improvement. Ganun na rin nakalagay sa kanya. It is a non-conformity and use of corrective action. Implement any action needed. Review effectiveness of any corrective action taken, which is management review again. And then make changes to the KMS kung kailangan, if it is necessary to make changes. Basta dapat subject to audit and subject to management review. Okay, so let's do this poll or pulse, okay? Regarding regarding the readiness of your organization with regard to certification. Kasi in this case, sorry. Let me share it again. I usually use this kapag yung initial meeting siguro with the client to really find out how ready they are. Although in our case for this webinar, kasi one day lang naman to, very short, very quick questions lang naman to assess or to find out if the organization, because there are other things that you have to prepare first before embarking on the certification, no? So these are the basic questions that I always ask yung mga organizations if they plan to get certified. Diba? So, paano ba to, share ko na per...
Na-share ko na po sa chat box, sir.
Sige, tapos we're giving them what? 5
30,
seconds?
20 seconds naman, sir. Baka hindi pa rin ma-access, tapos na tayo.
Sige, we give you 20 seconds per question, no?
Or 10 to 5, 5 to 10 seconds, sige, sir.
5 to 10 seconds.
Alright. So, sorry, oo. So, let's revise that na lang. 5 to 10 seconds po.
So,
yes,
ipa-flash ko muna siya.
naman po ito.
So, ipa-flash ko lang muna siya, isa-isa muna. Right?
Yes po, nasagot nila. Access nyo po muna yung sa question 1. Alright, so good afternoon po. Kindly access po, nakalagay po sa chat box, yung ating pong Mentimeter access. Ito pong link natin for YouTube and for Zoom.
Ipa-flash ko na yung Mentimeter ko.
Sure po.
Na-access na ba nila?
Okay po ba? Na-access na po ba? Sir, pakibuksan na lang po from your end so you can see if they were able to access.
Ito. Yung first question natin, okay, I'll read na, no, man? I'll read the first question. Is top management committed to having your organization certified to ISO 30401-2018? And more importantly, making use or application of knowledge a way of life in your organization. Okay, medyo naputol. Okay, marami ang sagot. We can look at it, 80%. Yes. Ang no, 20%. Okay? I'll discuss it per question na lang, so para...
Go ahead, sige, sir.
So, in this case, this is a very important question. Sabi nga natin, now it's getting down to 17. Okay, ang relevance nito kasi, sabi nga natin from the start, if there's no support from top management, you'll encounter a lot of problems, difficulties, na karamihan doon kayang resolve ng top management. Or baka with top management involvement and commitment, hindi nyo dapat na-encounter yung mga problems and difficulties na yon. Kaya it's very important na talagang yes, resounding yes ang sagot dito kung talagang seryoso yung organization nyo to get into ISO 30401-2018. Okay, so...
Sige po. Nadadagdagan, sir.
Sige,
nadadagdagan.
85, we're going up, right?
Opo. Kasi nadagdagan din po yung ating mga participants na nag-a-answer. So, yan. Sige po. Just let us know, sir, if we can proceed with the next question.
Okay.
Sir, wala po pinopost for the second one, ha?
Ito to?
Wala pa po, wala pa. Just let us know if I can post the second question.
Sorry. Sige. You can post it na.
Okay, so ito po yung ating second question. Question number 2. So ipopost ko po muna sa chat box ng Zoom. And then I will be posting naman po now sa chat box po ng ating yan, yung Mentimeter po natin for the second question.
Ang question natin is, does everyone have the time to do the necessary preparations for certification? Okay,
Sige sir, let's give them 10 seconds to say yes or no. Tignan natin. Ayan! Ang bilis.
30, 33, 67%
Ay,
for
hindi, yung
yes.
pala yung previous. Sir,
73, it's moving. 73%, 27. Hindi na
equal
gumagalaw.
4 pa lang po yung sumasagot. Sige, repeat po namin. Sige po, for our YouTube and Zoom participants,
Humahabol yung no. Bumababa, tumataas.
kindly access po yung ating question through our Mentimeter link. It is posted on the YouTube chat box and on the Zoom chat box po. Does everyone have the time to do the necessary preparations for certification? Ano po sa tingin niyo? Yes or no? Tumataas ang no, sir.
Yeah, yun nga eh. Time is of the essence.
Tumataas, tumataas. Bumababa, sir. Ayan. Okay, let's give a few seconds, sir. Baka medyo, ano pa, hindi pa...
40 na.
Nag-iisip pa siguro, sir.
60, 40 na. 63, 30. Okay.
All right, sir. We have 33. Okay.
Ayun. Guys, obviously, this particular question pertains to you, di ba? Kasi alam naman natin, everyone should really be involved with the certification. Medyo malaki-laki yung no natin compared to the first. I think this is to be expected kasi most of the time, ang experience ko kasi, yung certification tasks or responsibilities or activities are on top of what you do in your job. Diba? Parang dagdag na trabaho. At usually, yung iba pa nga, kailangan mag-overtime pa to do the certification. Kasi, well, kaya siguro nagkakaproblema kayo, ganun yung setup. Pero kung tutuusin, there's a way around it, of course. For one is to talagang provide time for certification for the activity. Kasi definitely, without ISO certification, without the ISO 30401-2018 na certification, marami na kayong trabaho at isipin nyo, dadadag nyo pa yon. Kaya I think, yun ang problem here. Kaya ang daming responses na, well, relatively, na no. Although malaki pa rin naman yung yes. Okay? Pero kasi nga, dinadadag sa trabaho nyo. Which, kailangan naman talaga kasi nga, hindi naman pwedeng tumigil ang operations nyo, right? Pero, paano ba yun? Dapat talaga may i-provide na time for doing this. Para example ko this morning na yung thinking, we tend to neglect yung thinking na part ng work natin kasi as if we don't have the time to think anymore, we just have to continue working. And tuloy, yung thinking gets the idea na thinking is not working when thinking should really be part of the way we work. The same thing here. If we think if we think that the certification will really help the way we do work sa organization, it's something dapat na seamlessly integrated to what we do. Kasi eventually, if we get the certification to ISO 30401-2018, hindi na matatapos to. So yung preparation nyo for certification, magkukontinue lang doon sa actual practice na ng KMS nyo. Yung paggamit nyo ng knowledge management. So dapat talaga may time. Kaya dapat talaga ma-integrate yung knowledge management to the work that you do. Ganun naman yung point about having the time. Pero ISO 30401-2018 requires time, whether you like it or not, and from everyone. Walang lusot ang kahit sino. Okay? I guess we can now move on to the third, man.
Yes po, I posted po sa YouTube at saka sa chat box. Nakikita po ba yung text ko sa YouTube? Pag nagpo-post po ako?
Yes daw, yes.
Okay, sige. Siguro, question 3 na po tayo. Nakapost na rin po yung question 4 dito sa ating chat box para din po mabilis. Hindi daw nakikita yung yung text ko sa YouTube. Sir Peds, pa-assist na lang po sa exercise 3. Salamat. Tsaka yung code, sir, add na rin po yung code, sir, para ma-access nila.
Are you talking to me?
Si Sir Peds po sa YouTube.
Sorry.
Sir Peds, kindly include na lang din po yung code para ma-access nila. Salamat. Sige, hintayin lang po natin. Kasi 6, 7. Okay. Thanks, Sir Peds. Wala po kasi lumalabas yung sa code.
Wala rin.
Sige po. Yan, sir. Dumadami na po. Ayun, Sir Peds. Salamat. Nakita na po yung code. Sige po. Question 3 na tayo, sir, no? Sige, hintayin natin. Parang walang walang no. Mahirap documented, sir.
Is your organization documented? Which is good. Kasi hurdle yan, guys, ha? Kasi I have to ask that question. Kasi many organizations, nauubos yung oras sa documentation pa lang. Kasi they found out na ang dami pa ng mga processes na hindi documented. Kaya nga, may advantage talaga if your organization is already certified to ISO 9001-2015 kasi, di ba, definitely documented na kayo. Kaya you can move on to identifying the knowledge needs of that system, of that processes. Okay to na documented kayo. Kasi that means you won't have to spend more time in documentation na usually para nag-hire ka ng consultants, naging magastos pa tuloy. Okay, kasi nagdadag pa ng days, di ba? Okay, I think we can now move on to number 4.
Yes po. Posted na rin po yung question number 4 sa ating chat box. Okay. Yun po, yung mga sumagot
may mga
na.
Responses na rin, oo.
Opo, so, nagbigay na po tayo ng pauna.
Yeah. So number 4 is everyone willing and able to do the necessary improvements, innovations, and changes to their practices? Yon. Medyo sobrang prospective tong tanong na to in the sense na, of course, sasabihin nyo initially talagang you're willing, no? Pero there are cases wherein you have to find out first, ano ba yung mga changes, innovation, improvements na kailangan, di ba? Parang ngayon, on paper, madaling sabihin. Pero kadalasan, pag yung actual practice na, baka hindi magawa. Okay? Pero of course, at least yung willingness, nandun, yung ability nandun, di ba? Kaya nyo naman talaga kasi wala namang choice eh. Kailangan talaga sumunod yung practices nyo doon sa processes. At kung ni-require talaga ng KMS for you to reconfigure, di ba? Change the processes, change your practice even, you have to do that, di ba? Kailangan talaga to make the certification work for you, to make KMS work for you. Okay, that's the idea here. Okay naman, marami naman talaga ang willing. Dapat lang, kailangan naman talaga. Okay? So, mahirap siguro yan kung ang changes na kailangan gawin is may mga jobs na maging obsolete. Siyempre, di ba, di-displace yung ibang mga employees. So, problema yon. Kaya nga, sa KMS kasi, dapat yung job knowledge-based eh. So, it has to be knowledge work, no? So, there has to be an effort na gagawin to convert or to make yung mga trabaho knowledge-based or knowledge work siya. Okay? Sige. I think we can now move on to the last one.
Yes, sir. Nag-post na rin po ako sa question 5. Sandali, sige, hintayin natin, sir, na tumaas. Sa 3 pa lang po. Sige po, yung sa ating mga Zoom and YouTube participants, kindly, reply na lang po tayo.
Okay.
Does everyone have a working knowledge of the requirements and guidelines of the international standard? Sir, are we referring to KMS International Standard? Tama po ba?
Yeah. The ISO 30401-2018. Yeah.
So, okay po. So, ulitin ko lang po, yung pong nire-refer dito na international standard ay si KMS po, Knowledge Management System.
The
Okay lang naman po kung hindi kayo familiar because not everyone really is familiar with KMS. Sige po, hintayin pa natin. 9 pa lang ito. So we would like to hear more from you. Hanggang sa maging 100%, sir, ano?
Di ba?
Okay lang naman po. Anyone else who would like to reply and give their thoughts? Punta tayo sa YouTube. Baka po din mga wala silang access din or nahihirapan. Balik lang ako sa YouTube. Sige po, balik tayo. Madali lang, sorry. Wala pa. Wala pa, oh. Pero may mga nagre-reply. 10 respondents pa lang tayo.
Okay, now it's
Hindi daw nila ma-access, sir?
Yeah, pero nag-increase itong sa ano.
Sir Pets, pa-repost na lang po siguro ulit ng question 5 na Mentimeter and also the code. You would have to put in the code po, document control unit. Hindi daw po nila ma-access, sir. Could you kindly double check na lang po, sir? Cannot access daw po sila. Sorry, but this presentation is no longer active po. Can't access daw po yung link. Ayun. Sige po, palagay na lang po ulit ng code. Hindi daw nila ma-access, sir. Mag-enter daw po ng new code, sir. This is for new code daw to enter, sir.
Are you?
For question number, for this question.
Ako ba?
Question number 5 na po ito, no? Opo.
Sa akin? Sorry.
Opo.
Sandali
Hindi na daw po nila ma-access kasi. Oo.
Ay, sorry, sandali.
Although we have 20 na po, pero siguro po, lagay na lang din po yung inyong mga reply dito sa YouTube chat box po.
Sige, para
Pasensya na po, opo. So, yes or no lang naman. Pa-enter daw po nung code 6657035. Yes po, yun po yung i-enter yung code para po ma-access ninyo. Pa-answer paraan, okay po. Yun pong pinost kasi yung kanina ni Sir Ped, 6657035 po yung code. Thank you, Ma'am Shainet. And Ma'am April for the code. Okay na. Salamat po. Ayan, nadadagdagan. Parang nag-i-equal na, sir.
Oo nga eh.
Salamat po. Pasensya na po. Opo.
May sumasagot pa ba?
Yes po, meron pa. So it's 29. Is my eyesight okay? 41. Okay, we have the 41. I guess we can go with that, sir.
Okay. So, yan. Ito okay lang naman na wala pa kayong working knowledge kaya nga may train na kailangan, right? So madali naman i-correct yan by attending or by doing the correct training naman talaga yung foundations and requirements of ISO 30401-2018. Anyway, with the other standards naman like 9001-2015, di ba? Talaga namang requirement na magkaroon ng training before you do this, di ba? Before you start the certification process. So, yon. Anyway, sige, stop ko muna yung sharing. Balik muna tayo. So, ang essence lang nung sorry, let me share it again. Okay. So ito yung mga questions. Ang essence lang kasi ng mga questions natin, although sabi ko nga, this very quick questions lang naman yung tinanong ko, pero kasi there's of course a longer, in a way, like a diagnostic question, pero more or less ito yung idea lang. Yan ay before that, ang essence lang is to, kasi there are things that you need to be clear about before you get into ISO certification. So these questions are not only applicable to ISO 30401, but also to ISO 9001 and the other standards. Okay? Kasi pare-pareho lang naman because of the high-level structure na kailangan talagang may involvement and commitment from top management. Kailangan may time just about everyone in the organization for certification. And dapat meron kayong working knowledge, okay, do sa certification, do sa standard that you're applying for, okay? And then willing kayong mag-change ng process nyo, practices nyo in particular, so on and so forth. So, para talagang when you start the certification, dire-diretso na. You don't have to deal with these things anymore. Okay? So that's the idea about the learning activity. So we're almost on the tail end of our session. So let's move on. Unless there are questions, man.
Sige sir, let me check. And are there any clarifications po with our exercise? Anyone from YouTube po? Insights, comments, clarifications, or questions? How about our our Zoom participants? Sige sir, wala po so far. Maybe we can have a quick break.
Yeah.
Ng
Okay,
10
tama.
minutes. Sige po.
Yeah, then
Mag-break po tayo.
okay, sige.
Sige po. Sige po. Stop video and mag-mute lang po muna kami. See you po after 10 minutes. Mag-bio break po muna, stretching and kape. Salamat po.
Okay. So, good afternoon again, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. So we're on our last leg, right? Last segment of our webinar. And
Correct, sir.
yeah, so let me share again with you my slide, my last set of slides. Yeah. And this is about the roadmap, okay, in terms of integrating the knowledge management system with the QMS. Yeah. Okay, first and foremost, as a disclaimer, as we said, the QMS is not, well, the certified, at least the certified version, is not a requirement. It's not a prerequisite for doing the certification of the knowledge management system. But it's a good practice if we already have a certified QMS or knowledge management system before we embark on the certification of the knowledge management system, because in reality, we apply knowledge management on the QMS. Okay? Kailangan may applyan siya, di ba, na system, na processes. Okay? And we look at knowledge management as a tool to be able to do our work better, to perform our jobs better. Okay? So, kaya kailangan meron siyang uh, yun, meron siyang a-applyan, meron siyang paggagamitan. Yun. So, in this case, okay, you start here with the roadmap with a KM audit, what we call the KM audit. As you can see from the screen, una doon is the KM audit, where you do environmental scanning and knowledge mapping. Ang point dito is that kailangan nga mas-set kagad from the start anong klaseng knowledge, ano yung mga knowledge na kailangan ng organization nyo. And as we said, given this KM audit, okay, this audit will tell you which knowledge needs ang napopossess na ng organization. You already have it in the organization. Maybe it's already captured, or maybe there are people in your organization who have the knowledge. Okay? So the knowledge is already within the organization, inside the organization. Okay. But of course, ma-identify rin doon yung mga knowledge needs talaga. That means, kaya knowledge needs siya, wala pa yung organization. Okay? That's very crucial, di ba? Kasi, of course, since they are considered knowledge needs, they have to be acquired or they have to be created. Okay? Kaya acquired or created, kasi acquired, kung outside naman ng organization yun, nag-exist naman yung knowledge na yun. Pero, wala pa nga, it's not within your possession, yung knowledge na yun. That's why you have to acquire that knowledge from the outside. But there are cases wherein you have to create the knowledge yourself, or the organization has to create its own knowledge. Kasi yung knowledge na kailangan nyo, hindi siya nag-exist even sa labas ng organization. So you have to engage in R&D, yan, or innovation, kung ano man yung kailangan gawin nyo. Okay? To create the knowledge that you need. Kasi we cannot say that it's a matter of acquiring the knowledge lang kasi you don't have the knowledge right now. Pero what if the knowledge that you need is not found out there? Right? In other organizations, in other entities, in the external environment. Eh, anong gagawin nyo? Sige, wala na lang. Pero hindi pwedeng ganun eh. Kailangan nyo nga yung knowledge na yun eh. So you have to create it yourself. And that's even better. Diba? You take ownership to the knowledge. Yun ang essence ng R&D, yun ang essence ng innovation. Right? So, everything gets to be clarified using the KM audit. Kasi you look at, you do environmental scanning, and you do knowledge mapping to be able to identify the knowledge needs of your organization. So, the next in the roadmap is the initiating of KM projects. Yeah, no, initiating KM projects. I believe na this is the longer route, obviously. Pero I believe na you should have first initial experience or first-hand experience on doing KM before you embark on the more formal certification to KM?
Hello, sir. Sir John? Sir John? Parang naghang po kayo, Sir John. Okay, so parang naghang po si Sir John. Pasensya na po. Sige po. Baka po may mga questions po sila or mga clarifications. Na-disconnect po ata si Sir John. Pasensya na po. Sige po. Maybe we can ask for any questions or clarifications regarding po sa ating topic for today. Wait lang po, nawalan daw po ng kuryente. Sige po, nag-umpisa na po kasi umulan ng malakas dito sa QC. Sige po, wait lang po So, I would like to open the floor po sana sa mga questions, comments, and insights. Maybe anyone from our Zoom can unmute and maybe share ano po yung striking sa kanila na natutunan nila for today. Anyone po? Or anyone from YouTube po who would like to share their thoughts po on knowledge management? Anyone po? Who would like to share? We're on the home stretch na po kasi. Sige po, wait lang po Sige po, pabalik na po si Sir. Mukhang nag-fluctuate po yung yung ating kuryente. The challenges of online sessions po. Pero ito po actually is one of the easiest po na ating ginagawa kasi at least nasa bahay lang tayo. And there's no danger of us, well, ma-minimize po yung danger ng infection po just in case. Sige po. Sige. So, ilan na po ang ating nasa ilan na po ang ating nasa YouTube, Sir Peds? Ayan, si Sir, ayan. Windows 11 Pro na si Sir.
Okay, nakita ko tuloy. Sorry bilang nagdilim yung paningin ko eh. Nag-blackout lahat, everything shut down.
Sige po. Sir, paano na lang po ng background ulit? Tsaka po yung distance.
Sorry, natanggal lahat eh.
Opo. Para makita na po natin yung mukha nila fully.
Yeah, wait. Yan. Tapos, we'll go back to the presentation. Sorry. Let me look for it. Where did we stop? Matatapos na lang no? Nag-power outage pa. Anyway, ayun,
Yes, nandyan po tayo, sir. Dyan po tayo tumigil.
Yeah. So here, sorry for the mishap. But anyway, we're looking at the roadmap on how to integrate the KMS with the QMS, okay? And we stop at saying that it would be great if you have an initial experience with with doing KM. So if there can be like a pilot projects on knowledge management, not necessarily related to certification. Okay, just do KM. Madali naman yan. For example, some organizations create mga knowledge portals. Okay? Or some organizations nag-initiate sila ng mga communities of practice. Or iba, nag-create ng database, would you believe? With the mere creation lang of a database of the needs of your clients, the needs of your yung ganon, can already be considered a KM. Or yung iba yung expert directory na sinasabi wherein may identification kayo kung sino yung mga sources of knowledge at kung paano sila mako-contact. Yun, pwede na yung mga projects na ganon. Kahit small, mga bits and pieces lang. Okay, it doesn't have to be that grand. Okay, na KM project. Okay, so then in this case, you have to do some system change, like para to prepare your organization for KM. Like it would be great if you suggestion lang naman to, but you can set up yung mga integrated competency-based performance management system or PMS. Kasi sabi nga natin, di ba, integral yung performance management sa KM. And then job design, di ba, wherein ini-incorporate talaga yung KM responsibilities and authorities sa job description. Okay, and then hiring. Pero dapat ginagawa naman talaga to that you hire people na competent lang, kasama hiring and selection. Okay, and then supervision, the way you manage your people, recognizing the knowledge that they have, the knowledge that they can contribute, ganon. And then of course, yung learning, importance ng having year-long training. Dapat hindi ini-scrap yung training calendar. Yan. Having a very good recognition and reward system wherein naka-recognize na talaga, naka-incorporate na talaga yung the use of knowledge and the sharing of knowledge. Okay? And the way, of course, the other side, yung the way you discipline and sanction people about that. And then, evidence-based work process management. Okay? Yung knowledge kasi is a tool. So, dapat may makitang evidence, may ma-produce na evidence to prove na ginamit talaga yung knowledge at nakatulong talaga yung knowledge. Kaya it has to be evidence-based. Okay? Yung kanina, yung initiating KM projects, I think we can go saying it's a requirement. Kasi nga, to get your feet wet, so to speak, to test the water, so on and so forth, so for you to get oriented with KM. Pero itong system change na to, I don't want to make it a requirement, pero good practice siya. Kasi matutulungan yung pag-implement nyo ng knowledge management. And of course, you have to do some policy review and revision, as you can see from the diagram. Diba? Policy review and revision. Kasi nga, I believe that in many organizations, there are certain policies that get in the way, especially for knowledge sharing. Okay? So, we have to get that out of the way. So, in doing policy review and revision, siguro matatanggal yung mga policies na yun. Okay? Of course, yung sinasabi natin yung Data Privacy Act has to be worked out. Okay? Kasi hindi nyo pwedeng tanggalin yung Data Privacy Act, di ba? It's something that you have to comply with. So, you have to find a way to make it work for your organization, even if you're doing KM. And then, then you move on to the next. Paikot naman dapat siya na-cut lang yung trail. So, you look at technology integration and resource mobilization. Yan. Again, this is not a requirement, pero you know that knowledge management is a lot easier if it's technology-based. Okay? Especially sa digital age natin, di ba? Kailangan, gumagamit tayo ng technology that will help us do our work better. Okay? Hindi naman requirement talaga digitalization, Pero okay kasi kung nag-digitalize na yung organization. Okay? And then that's when you can start integrating the KMS into the QMS. Okay? O yun. And then, ayan, ito na integration niya. Kaya kung makita niyo dito sa diagram, yan, integrating KMS with the QMS yung pag na, paikot na siya. And then, you see documentation, implementation, down the line. Similar na yung path na yan to what you do in QMS pa nagpapacertify kayo. The usual suspects, di ba? You document, you implement, and you do internal audit, you do management review, yung ganon. Yun nga lang, naka-incorporate na yung KMS nyo sa QMS or your QMS is already knowledge-driven. Okay? So yun yung pinaka-pathway or roadmap to integrating KMS with QMS. So ito lang sa implementation, di ba? You start with the stakeholders as prescribed by Clause 4 to identify the knowledge needs, and then i-connect nyo sa strategic trust ng organization, and then how it is yung pag-ooperate niya, okay? Nung KM with your QMS, ito na naka-connect na siya, and then naka-incorporate na yung knowledge na kailangan sa processes and the way people perform sa practices. Eventually, that's the end point. Yung practice ng mga tao nyo, knowledge-based na talaga because nag-start naman sa knowledge na talaga yung implementation ng knowledge management system. So, you deal with design and documentation of the KMS, then you look at the performance and records of your people, and then you do some audit and management review as required by all ISO standards, and then you make corrective actions and changes if kailangan. Okay? Ganun naman talaga lahat ng ISO, ganun yung logic. So it follows the same logic as with the other ISO standards. Change imperatives, integration, institutionalization, personalization, and then continual improvement. The usual ISO. Okay? Nothing new, nothing spectacular anyway. These are the challenges and imperatives when you get into certification to KMS. Ayan. Use of evidence-based system thinking as framework. We already explained that this morning. You focus on knowledge, work, and practice. Yung nga sabi nga natin, if you can redesign the job description, the jobs in your organization to make them knowledge-based. Decisions and actions are based on knowledge. So you don't make decisions, you don't take actions kung wala ka pang particular knowledge. Okay? Para kahit paano objective yung decisions and actions nyo. Organization is driven by competencies and capabilities. So you put premium on the importance of competencies of your people and the capabilities of your organization. Measure and evaluate results and evidence using metrics and analytics kasi nga knowledge is just a tool. So kailangan mag-produce ng evidence na it is working, it is being used, it's being applied. So you get into metrics and analytics. So knowledge management culture is nurtured. Kasi requirement yun sa ISO 30401 na dapat talaga mag-develop ng culture conducive to knowledge management. Ito naman yung mga practices na experience ko, although hindi naman talaga siya pertinent directly to ISO 30401-2018, pero so far, kinoconnect ko yung experience ko with ISO 9001-2015, okay? Dun sa prospective na pag-a-apply ng ISO 30401. Ayan, sabi ko nga kanina, medyo tatakpan pa nung diagram, sorry. Yung QMS ng organization certified na to ISO 9001-2015, although it's not a requirement. Okay? Tapos kung pwede nga, yung organization process-based na yung structure niya. Okay? Kasi hindi lang naman sa ISO 30401, even sa other ISO standards, most of these standards focus on processes. Okay? Mas madaling i-audit, mas madaling i-correct na, i-change, i-improve kung process-based na yung structure. Decisions, actions, and practices were based on knowledge and evidence. So may premium na on evidence. Sanay na yung mga tao to look for evidence and to only accept kung ano man yung decision na yung action na yun, basta based on evidence siya. The performance management system of the organization was integrated and competency-based. Sabi na nga natin, kasi at least you're assured that the people who are working for the organization are already competent. So mas madali na ma-embrace na yung knowledge management because you cannot be sharing knowledge if you don't have knowledge in the first place. So we want knowledgeable people working for the organization. So one way to guarantee that is that they are competent. The owner or whoever's leading the organization was the KM champion or at least a respected member of top management. Kung di man business yan or private sector, yung top management part ng, yung KM champion, part siya ng top management. The KM champion was from operations, familiar sa operations kasi anyway naman, the idea is yung knowledge management is going to be applied to the operations of the organization. So mas may understanding na siya of what the organization is all about and yung processes. HR unit enjoyed credible reputation throughout the organization. Hindi lang administrative support. So may magandang role, may crucial role talaga HR. Okay? So kasi alam natin, malaki yung role ng HR sa knowledge management. Training and development courses or programs were year-long. Hindi siya ni-scrap kasi walang budget. Resources, specifically financial, were no object. Okay? It's not a concern. That means there are resources available to do the certification or to get into knowledge management. Kasi just like other initiatives, nangangailangan naman talaga ng resources yung knowledge management. Entire organization underwent KM training or at least attended orientation because we said it's one of the requirements to be familiar with ISO 30401-2018. Retention was high, turnover was low, like at 3%. Okay? Meaning, hindi parang revolving door yung organization nyo. Kasi knowledge is connected to people and we don't want people to be every now and then leaving the organization, right? Mas mahirap magkaroon ng knowledge management sa ganung sitwasyon wherein in and out yung mga tao. Organization was small, no more than 100 employees including management located in the same building. Yan. Mas okay kung talagang maliit lang yung organization. But of course, kung napakalaki ng organization nyo, then it's going to be a challenge. Pero kaya pa rin naman talaga. Pero it's going to be a challenge kasi especially kung ang emphasis is on knowledge sharing. Okay? So concerned talaga yung relationship among people, di ba? And mas complicated yung relationship kasi the more people there are in the organization. KM process were automated and digitalized. Sabi nga natin, with the use of technology, KM is easier implemented. It's easier to navigate yung paggamit ng knowledge management. Everyone in the organization was committed to organizational learning because learning is the process. Okay, we have to embrace learning. Anyway, every day of our lives, we should be learning. So it contributes to knowledge management. KM consultant was brought in as early as possible, especially sa conceptualization phase para madali siya makatulong kaysa doon sa kalagitnaan siya papasok. KM audit was conducted before everything else kasi it sets the context, it sets the proper perspective on how to approach KM. KM consultant was retained until KM maturity, kung pwede, especially implementation kasi usually hindi nakikita nung consultant yung fruits of labor niya kasi nga hindi na kailangan siya raw sa implementation. But of course, you want to make sure na talagang through and through yung paggamit ng KM, not during the training or designing stage lang. Ito yung mga next steps na pwede nyo gawin after this webinar. Okay? If you are really interested, if you're really committed or serious about getting into knowledge management system, getting to knowledge management, or even getting certification, sa ISO 30401-2018. Of course, there's what we call the certification readiness analysis. Okay, para lang ma-determine kung kailangan nyo pa ng consulting services and to get the organization ready for certification. Then there's that formal training on ISO 30401-2018 on the foundations and requirements of the standard. Then there's again, it's a repetition. It's a repetition, weird, no? Pero, hindi, mali lang to. There's a typographical error again. So anyway, well, sa una kasi, it's really the readiness of the organization. Pero itong next readiness analysis is for the consulting services. Okay, and then you can get into the KMS design and documentation workshop. Wherein, mas madali na to kasi, what do you call that? Madali na kasi documented na yung QMS nyo, ipapasok nyo lang yung KMS doon. Okay? Pero still, you have to do the workshop to make sure na documented yung mga processes nyo using knowledge management. And then, whatever needs pa nung mga members ng organization as far as ISO 30401-2018 is concerned. Okay? And then, for some consulting, if you still need the assistance of a consultant. Yun. Ayan, ever since nung last year, tinutuloy pa rin naman yung ISO certification ng mga certifying registrars or bodies. Yung nga lang, kumonti talaga yung demand kasi of course, many organizations won't prioritize ISO certification. Pero we're in the second year na and we cannot wait forever for the pandemic, right? So it can be done via online training and consultation meetings. And yung pag-audit, it can be done blended. It can be done, yung blended, it's online and on-site na audit. Mag-on-site lang kung talagang necessary na talagang kailangan physically ma-inspect yung site. Okay? Pero if it can be done online naman, then yun, para lang maiwasan yung yung contact. Okay? So, pwede naman gawin pa rin yung ISO certification despite the pandemic we are in. Okay? So, before we get into this, before I close, maybe I can get yung mga questions pa from the audience before we end the session.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, meron po eh. Naghihintay lang.
Okay, sige.
Okay. Alright, so from YouTube, sa YouTube muna tayo, from Ma'am Abby Villarama. Hi po, Professor Del Rosario. Can you give us an example of a tool that KMS uses to monitor the effectivity of the trainings attended by the employees? Thank you po. And then there's another question. After you answer, ibigay ko na lang po, sir.
Sige. Kasi even without knowledge management naman, di ba? Yung training naman talaga, nakapaloob na siya doon sa performance management system dapat ng organization. At doon sa performance management system kasi, kasama yung part ng training or learning. So, in other words, kung correct talaga yung training na inattendan ng tao doon sa whatever program is, whatever course is, you give that person some time to be able to apply, right, yung natutunan niya. And then, of course, as an evidence of what he or she learned from the training, dapat yun kasi makakatulong sa improvement ng performance niya. So, kung maayos yung performance appraisal, performance evaluation na talagang based on competencies, based on knowledge or skills or whatever people learned from the training, lalabas dapat doon. So in other words, you don't need to have a separate tool to be able to know kung ano nangyayari doon sa training. Dapat from the start, kung talagang maayos yung performance management system, ganun yung logic eh. May TNA or training needs analysis. Ang ginagamit ko pa ang term is performance needs analysis kasi hindi naman lahat ng needs na ma-identify nyo, training treatable. Pero whatever it is, yun muna, dapat correct yung needs analysis para ma-identify yung talagang kailangan ng tao. Tapos kung ano ma-identify doon mo siya is-send na training. Either public training yon or customized na training or whatever intervention na learning It could be coaching, mentoring, it could be reading a book, it could be on-the-job na training, yung ganun. Maraming interventions And then, after which, you give the person some time, di ba? 3 to 4 months para ma-apply what he or she learned. At dapat mag-reflect yon sa performance evaluation niya na he or she was able to do the job better. At mag-appear yun doon sa performance evaluation niya, sa rating niya, sa score niya, or whatnot. So you can see na may impact talaga yung training. So it's not enough na we get the reaction, di ba, na evaluate, di ba, ganun. It's more on ano na yung kay Kirkpatrick, if you're familiar with that. I forgot Donald ata yung first name niya. Donald Kirkpatrick. Meron siya ng 4 levels of training, di ba? Na ini-evaluate dapat yung 4 levels of training niya. Yung una is the 4 levels of training evaluation. Yung una is the reaction lang after the training, which is napaka-superficial, napaka-babaw. Ngayon kung naging masaya yung mga tao. Ngayon kung natawa sila. Hindi lang importante yun, di ba? Importante yung second level daw, which is na-retain ba? Kahit hindi sila tumawa, pero may na-retain ba sila? Na-bore sila, pero may na-retain naman silang training. May na-retain silang learning from the training. Kasi yun ang next step yung third level, dapat na-apply nila yung natutunan nila. Kasi how can you apply when you don't retain the learning? And dapat automatic, since you learned it, kasi tama naman yung training needs, tama naman yung learning needs or performance needs na inanalyze, yun na talaga kailangan mo, magre-reflect sa job mo yun sa performance mo. Ba't mo naman i-hold back yun? I-apply mo na dapat yun, so makita improvement sa trabaho mo. And ang pinaka-mataas na level, according to Kirkpatrick, na madugo nga lang evaluate, paano mo i-connect yung trabaho ng isang tao doon sa overall na improvement ng organization. In terms of furthering the strategic thrust, the accomplishment of the mandate, hitting the targets, increase in sales, increase in profitability, competitiveness, kung ano, innovation, kung ano man yung kailangan i-measure. Medyo madugo pa yun. Kukunti pa lang nakagawa ata ng ganon. And ang hirap ng metrics kasi dahil there has to be a clear connection between the performance of the employees and the improvement in the organization. Yung medyo mahirap pang gawin. Pero ganun dapat. So in other words, wala namang special, pagdating sa training wala namang special or separate na tool for KM para gawin yon. At actually ba ginagawa niyo na kung maayos yung performance management system. So there. Yes,
okay.
Yeah.
Meron pa tayong 2 more questions. Sige, sir. Both sa YouTube. Sige po. Ito magandang tanong po to, sir. I just want to ask lang po from Sir Josh po ulit.
Yeah.
Need po ba separate risk and opportunities registry or ROAP for KMS as one of the core teams of ISO 9001 QMS?
Separate? Ano separate list? Ganyan?
Separate na ROAP, na risk and opportunities registry for knowledge management. Siguro tinatanong niya kung may ROAP ka na for QMS, kailangan pa ba ng ROAP for KMS na separate, sir?
Ganito yan kasi ang unang step dapat is to connect knowledge with the process. Right? Ngayon, as you connect the knowledge to the process, the knowledge may introduce new risks or new opportunities. Pero kung wala naman, then it's the same. The same. Pero kung merong mga pagbabago, kasi may knowledge lalagyan mo ng, unless knowledge-based na yung processes nyo na nasa registry ng ISO 9001 nyo, then wala nang pagkakaiba yun. Pero kung because of the addition, because of the application of knowledge and singling out or, paano ba yun, nakafocus kayo sa knowledge, baka kasi with the application of knowledge, may mga bagong risks and opportunities. So, dapat i-include yun. Kasi iba yung ika-count mo yun doon sa registry eh. Kasi when you say registry, ito yung audit eh. So, dapat ma-audit rin yun. Kasi kung hindi mo i-include yun. Ang OA naman kasi, kung wala namang bago, gumaka pa ng separate na registry. So, kung wala namang pagbabago sa risks and opportunities, you can have the same. There. I hope I answered the question.
Sige sir, meron pa po isa. Siguro, time check, 3:52. Siguro maybe we can, unless meron pa po kayong gusto i-discuss, sir, maybe we can entertain one or two more. Sige po. From Sir Adolfo po ulit. Apo, if we go for the required training and got the competency, let me repeat. If we go for the required training and we acquire the competency, would consultancy really be required? As the processes will be tailored fit to our organization. So I believe it is doable. Tama po ba?
Yes. Yes, definitely. Consultancy is not a requirement. Okay. In fact, kahit nga hindi training hindi talaga formal training, for as long as basahin nyo na yung standard. Di ba? Tapos, you discuss it among yourselves and ayun. Ganun naman rin with 9001 eh. Actually, with the certification, okay, even sa 9001, hindi naman talaga kailangan ng training. Wala naman sinabi sa ISO na kailangan mag-training muna. Okay, kaya lang naman sinabi ko kanina na ito yung first step, yung hindi lang sa ISO 30401:2018, but kahit sa ang standard, okay? Just to make sure lang na everyone is familiar, knows the standard, para at saka sigurado lang na you're on the same page. Okay? Kasi pag, di ba, minsan kanya-kanyang basa, kanya-kanyang interpretation, mahirap pa yon. Pero kung pwede nyo gawin, basahin nyo, tapos you get on the same page, kayong lahat. Mag-usap-usap kayo, magkaroon discuss, town hall meeting or something to get everyone on the same page. You don't need a consultant. You don't need consulting. You can do it yourself. Hindi naman siya requirement. Gastos lang yung consultant. That's my take, of course.
Okay, sige. Anyone else would like to ask questions, clarifications, anything for requirements? Sandali, meron po tayo sa Zoom. Tingnan natin. Okay. Siguro reminder lang po habang naghihintay tayo sa mga questions. Please do not forget to accomplish the attendance form po. Nag-post po tayo ulit sa YouTube at saka sa Zoom. So yun po kasi minsan nagkakaroon tayo ay nakakalimutan po nila mag-attendance. Reminder lang po. Opo. Sige po, reminder din po ulit. Meron po tayong mga evaluation for our course and for our speaker. Sige po. Meron po ba mga katanungan, clarifications at comments regarding KMS? Any insights that you would like to share?
Yan.
Opo.
Insights.
Oo, sa mga insights. Mukhang ninanamnam nila, sir. So to speak, chewing the fat. Tama ba yung phrase ko? Chewing over the fat. Let's chew over the fat.
Yung ba?
Oo. Yung ibig sabihin, ninanamnam nila.
Yeah. Yung taba.
Yung taba. In this case, si KM po yung taba.
Malakas yung cholesterol.
Cholesterol nga lang. Sige po, ini-internalize nila. Sige, anyone po? Kung wala na po, going once? Going twice? Sir John, meron pa ba kayong gustong last na idagdag?
Yung mga lessons learned lang, yung mga just to recap. Ito lang, let me share again my slides para to reiterate lang yung mga important points about our webinar. So what did we learn today? Knowledge should drive organizations, but it is only a tool, not an end in itself. Diba? We keep on saying that throughout the day. Knowledge should be managed. Kaya nga may knowledge management or KM. Okay. Managing knowledge is more systemic and systematic with KMS. Okay. Kaya nga, if you're doing KM, might as well put up a knowledge management system or KMS. Evidence-based system thinking is a useful framework to think about the KMS kasi it completes the entire thing kasi you get to see the different elements, right? ISO 30401-2018 is not required, but it organizes and disciplines the organization's KMS, much like ISO 9001-2015. KMS is preferably integrated into the organization's QMS kasi sabi nga natin, knowledge is a tool. So kailangan gamitin siya na i-apply on something. And that something is the QMS. So ISO 30401-2018 complements ISO 9001-2015 as we keep on saying them throughout the day. So thank you. There we go. Thank you, everyone.
Natutuwa ako doon sa avocado. Stay healthy nga naman. Healthy nga naman po yung avocado. Sige po, last na. Meron pa ba? Hahabol? Wala.
Napagod na the whole day.
Oo. Hindi po ba ma-access yung attendance form? Bakit po kaya? Baka po yung inyong connection, sir? Kasi marami naman pong naka-access kanina.
Question daw?
Po. Yung sa Google Classroom po, just a clarification po, minsan maarte po kasi talaga si Google Classroom. Ayaw po nila ng certain.gov.ph po. Sige, Ma'am Regina, last na po. Go ahead. Humahabol si Ma'am Regina. You may unmute, Ma'am Regina. Ma'am? Ma'am Regina? You may unmute po. Yun po. Is it true when a member has no experience or training on QMS roles, they may only serve as observers and cannot actually perform roles?
Yung training po, ma'am, na binabanggit niyo siguro, it's on ISO 19011-2018, yung sa internal auditors. Yeah. Kasi may mga certain, tama ba, ma'am?
Oo. Wala daw experience or training sa QMS. Sila ba daw wala na, observer na lang?
Ang practice kasi dapat talaga, una, yung mga prospective na internal auditors nyo, dapat i-train on internal audit or sa ISO 19011-2018. Tapos sa simula, siguro sa first round ng dapat they should be grouped with the team of auditors na may experience na para they would learn the ropes. Kaya in a way, as observers muna sila sa simula. Kaya nga, definitely, ang nangyayari, it's a team of talagang seasoned auditors na and yung mga baguhan, yung mga observers. But eventually, they can be part of it, yung ganyan. They can be an official auditor na. So, there has to be a separate auditor training for internal auditors.
Mukhang nagkakaroon po ata, sir, ng kasi another consultant also told them na they can perform pa rin daw. So medyo, I guess, she was trying to clarify.
Hindi, observe. Hindi, kasi ang pinag-usapan natin, ba yung ang tanong, first time? Diba?
Hindi, yung member daw po na walang QMS training. So medyo may divergence na.
Hindi, kasi ang thinking ko nga, kaya kinarify ko muna, training sa 19,011 as internal auditor, di ba? Yung tanong.
Wala po sabi si ma'am. Could you clarify, Miss Regina? Yun daw po, yes.
Oo, yun. Definitely. Hindi, kasi iba yung kung QMS training na as in yung ISO 9001-2015, the orientation, the foundation requirements, given na yun, syempre, before you become an auditor, you should have the training on the requirements.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sige. So yun po, ma'am. Okay po ba? Nasagot po ba yung tanong? So mukhang ang sagot po ay tama po, hindi sila makaka-perform.
Oo.
Auditor ang pinag-uusapan.
Observer muna.
Kung QMS lang naman po.
Parang training kasi for the QMS, yung requirements, yung content niya, di ba? And as an auditor na, kasi we're talking about two documents ka, 19,011 tsaka 9,001.
Okay. Sige, thank you daw, sabi ni Ma'am Regina. Sige
Thank
po.
you rin, ma'am. Thank you for the question.
Sige po. Time check po tayo. It's now 4:01. Ang sinasabi po nila nung 90s, ito po ay tinatawag na photo finish. Ewan ko kung familiar pa kayo sa photo me. Sige po. Before we formally end, I would just like to remind everybody for the attendance po. And we shall be posting po the evaluation links. Sige po. Thank you, Sir John. Thank you for being our resource person for our introductory course on knowledge management system. Ako po mismo talaga marami din po ako natutunan.
Always a pleasure, Mayan.
Opo, salamat po, salamat po. Yun din po, marami din pong akong natutunan aside from KM being just a document. So it is a moving knowledge within an organization. Yung tinatawag nilang institutional knowledge. Ano, sir? So knowledge shouldn't just be stuck here sa utak natin. Kailangan din po ito ay sinishare.
Yeah, correct.
Always share po, opo. Sinishare po natin lahat ng ating knowledge so that yung pong sustainability ng isang organization regarding sa knowledge at saka dun sa processes, sa mga transactions natin, hindi lang po nasa-stuck sa isang department or sa isang tao.
Correct.
So meron po tayong continuity and sustainability. So yun po yung pinaka-importante. So I hope marami po tayong natutunan. Marami din po kayong naging ideas po about how to go about your KMS, your knowledge management system, and that goes beyond the printed document. And maybe some innovations po kung paano nyo ma-maintain or to improve your knowledge management po sa inyong agencies. Sige po, on behalf of the agency of the DAP, and on behalf of the DAP and the project team, I, along with my colleagues, would like to thank each and every one of you, to our Zoom participants and our YouTube participants, who have also been very active in participating for this one-day introductory course. We would like to thank you from at the bottom of our hearts for your time, effort, and participation. Sige po. Bago po matapos ang lahat, pahingi po ako ng inyong mga webcam. You know the drill. We need our webcams kasi magkakaroon na po tayo ng class picture. Sige po. Ma'am Rai, Ma'am Rhea, si Ma'am Joyce, sino pa po ba? Sila Ma'am Diana, si Sir Fred, Ma'am Diana, meron na ba kayong ano? Si Ma'am Delia, si Ma'am Joyce, si Ma'am Ana Marie. Ma'am Nia, meron na po ba? Ma'am Avon, Sir De Los Santos, at saka si Ma'am Lady Ann. Pabukas na lang po ng mga webcam natin for our class picture. Meron pa po bang gustong humabol? Anyone po who would like to make habol? Ayaw doon ng webcam, tas desktop din po yung gamit ni ma'am. Okay, sige po, wala pong problema. Alright. Sige, okay lang Ma'am Joyce. Sige, ayaw daw po ng webcam. Sige po, I will count to 3. And then, kindly hold your smiles as I take the shot po. Sige po. Okay na po ba? Ready na? 1, 2, 3. Kindly hold lang po. Wait lang po. A few seconds. Naku, one more. 1, 2, 3. Saving lang po. Wait lang po. I will take one more po for posterity po. Sige. Iaano ko lang po yung may mga... Ayan po. Sige. Alright, one more. 1, 2, 3. Alright, thank you po. Salamat po ng marami. Kindly take note po ng ating attendance. Sorry po, paulit-ulit. Para po hindi makalimutan, we have also posted our evaluation links for our speaker and for our course. Kindly let us know, na-access nyo po ba? Para po ma-troubleshoot natin? Okay po ba? Salamat din po. Balik tayo sa YouTube. Salamat po ng madami. Sila Sir Rodel, sila Sir Josh, Ma'am Charis, Ma'am Daira, Sir Adolfo, Ma'am Weng, Ma'am Jay, Sir Ned. Salamat po Ma'am Jennifer. Maraming salamat po. So yung pong mga mag-a-attend po tomorrow, please don't forget that our registration is at 8:30 as always. Half day po bukas for the Innovation Management System.
Thank you.
Ayaw po, Ma'am Ma'am Lady Ann, tama po ba? Sige po. I shall be ending the streaming po sa YouTube. So, babay po sa lahat. Kung meron pa po mga katanungan regarding sa evaluation links, please access na po now. Baka po kasi mawala yung connection nyo. Okay po ba? Sa YouTube? Okay po? Yes po? Please click on the link now. I will give you 10 seconds. Baka po kasi cut off na yung inyong connection for the YouTube sa participants.
Okay, sige.
How about po dito sa sa Zoom? Na-access na po ba lahat? Okay na po ba? In any case po, kung nahihirapan po kayo, you may send me an email po. Alright? Sige po. Stop ko na po. Thank you po. Yes. Siguro, like na lang din po pala na aming Facebook page. Sorry, hindi pala na. Andito rin po sa chat box yung facebook.com.pdc po. Alright. Thank you. Okay na po ba? Sige po. Miss Lynn, salamat. Sir John.
Thank you
Thank you
po sa
po.
lahat.
Salamat po.